studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
This is it as Kentucky inbounds. They get it in. The throw to the front. Reeves, three-point jumper. No good. Golke down with the rebound. Maybe now they know where Oakland is. They're in the history books. An 80-76 upset victory over Kentucky.
Nice call to start off the well, for some of us, the Friday edition of Sean and RJ live here as we head into the weekend on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. The final call on Westwood 1 as day and night one of the madness is in the books. I like that call, though. Maybe now they'll know where Oakland is, because I had a buddy hit me up last night. Oh, Oakland has this, and what's the youth program? And he's like, oh, it's not in California.
No, it's Oakland Hills Golf Course in Michigan, Rochester, Michigan. It's right there. That coach has been there for 40 years at that school. He has been their head coach for 40 years, and it took as I saw on Twitter last night, it took a future district manager at Enterprise Rent-A-Car to beat Kentucky and get them a tournament win.
People crapping all over this kid who hit 10 threes?
Yeah, because the look of him, I mean, he doesn't look like your typical basketball player. He looks like he's going to be, he's going to work at the counter at an Enterprise. He's going to be an accountant, be doing your taxes this time next year.
Well, he got stones.
Yes, he does.
I know that. It's very hard to tell, and a lot of times on this show we don't like to say, oh, they're nervous, they're choking, and I'm not using the word or term choke here, but I was texting you guys about Kentucky being tight and Oakland being loose. And I thought maybe there was going to be a missed free throw at the very end that clinched it for Oakland, but all the crucial moments before that, Kentucky felt and looked like the desperate team.
Yeah.
Heaving up threes, they hit them. They hit him to stay close, but Oakland believed, and I love what's the last name of this kid?
Golke.
I love in the post game, he dropped in, he grabbed the microphone in the post, and he goes, "We're not a Cinderella," and walked off to the locker room. Then they go inside the locker room, and you're waiting for the coach to be hit with all the water, and they're just sitting there for like 5 straight minutes of calm with the head coach being like, "Don't go crazy. Like, we're here for real, and we're going to be calm.
Yeah.
There's much more to come."
Yeah, it was a great atmosphere, a great night for them. It's a great story as well. And then you're right. I mean, Kentucky looked kind of spooked at times, but they also were
Calipari admitted that afterwards.
Yeah, and this is so everyone's piling on Cal today.
Yes.
They have not made a Final Four in a decade. They haven't made it out of the first weekend since COVID hit.
Oof.
So we're talking 4 years now. Now, I do think that one part, it can be explained because of the way college basketball is after COVID. Everybody has these COVID years, right? This is the last year of the COVID year where you get an extra year of eligibility. Cal's running out there 18-year-olds.
Yeah. And
a lot of teams, I bet you if you were to go look at a lot of the teams that advanced, that pulled upsets, they were 24, 25 years old. And that there's a big difference. Those are grown men compared to 18-year-olds, and your mindset's different. Your general kind of approach to life is different. You're more consistent. You don't get rattled as easily. So I'm not going to pile on Cal as much for the first weekend stuff, but boy, not making it to the Final Four in over a decade at Kentucky, that's terrible.
That's a fireable offense.
Absolutely. At that school it is.
Well, for the Final Four, maybe that's a little bit of a stretch. He's 1-4 in his past 5 NCAA tournament games. I mean, 1-4 in your last 5, and they were 19-0 against 14 seeds or lower going into 2022. They're now 0-2 since. St. Peter's, and they were 13.5-point favorites last night.
Yeah, they were.
That can get you fired.
It can, and it often does. At a blue blood. Now, it may not get you fired at Texas Tech. No offense, Peyton. I know you're just throwing it out there. May not get you fired at Oklahoma. May not get you fired a lot of places, but at Kentucky and Carolina and Duke, I mean, that is something that the as they say, the natives will be restless.
This was the game that hurt you the most yesterday?
Bracket-wise, yeah, I had Kentucky in the Final Four. This one hurt the most. Now I'm still not out. I'm still in shape because I've got Tennessee in the final. And so and there's probably, a lot of people have in the Final Four, but not a lot of people have in the final, I don't think. So maybe there's a chance that I can pick up some points there, but I'm in trouble.
Pepe, when did you have Kentucky exiting?
That would be the Elite Eight.
Oh.
So it hurt a little bit. It wasn't a huge bite, but it was a sting for sure.
It's a bite. It's a bite.
Yeah.
I lost an Elite Eight team yesterday as well. Freaking Mormons. The B.
Easy Beth.
Oh, BY. Turn on your mic, Choppy.
Good point there, Peyton.
And then, of course, you have Bobby with the bracket updates coming up at 6:20. So Kentucky losing to Oakland, the 3 versus 14 is the big story of day one. But then you had some controversy.
Kansas gets the ball in. Ahead to Timberlake on the run.
It's a block.
And he missed the shot.
Did they call a foul?
He went for the jam. Should have gone for the layup. Hit the deck hard.
I got to see the replay. Was that clean? I got to see the replay, though. That was clean. I don't know if there was a foul right there. That is all ball. And that is an incredible play.
This is what we were talking about coming in.
What a call by Brendan Haywood there to be able to see that in real time.
And
that was a block.
I think that's Brad Nestler, nerdy play-by-play. Side note, I love Nestler's voice, his delivery.
It's fantastic. He's fantastic. What a job by Haywood though, and that's a typical missed call, and you're using the reaction of the player. The fall of the player to determine the foul call. That was a clean block, and his momentum was caught by the rim. It was just a bad call. It's a bad call. I don't know if that's he was anticipating to make the call, and that's why he made it. This is a cause for replay. It's an example. It's an exhibit A, cautionary tale. It's exhibit A for replay right there, man. Because that's a bad call, and in a spot like that. Who knows? They're down. Stanford was down 1 with 14 seconds ago, whatever it was. They get the ball back after that block. I mean, there was 2 Stanford guys right there that got the ball. It was their ball with a chance to win at the buzzer. And it was robbed. It was taken from them, and that's a bad call.
Hey, did you see it? What did you think of the controversy?
Yeah, I mean, it's just all ball. I mean, it sucks that it had to happen that moment because I think there was still going to be 12 or 13 seconds left on the clock. Stanford had time to run a full play, and so down by 1, and to have that call in that moment, you hate to see it, but yeah, I'm with Chop. You got to have replay at this point. At that moment, you have to. What's
y'all's bracket looking like this morning? What was your best call and what was your worst hit? At 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. What else happened in the late games last night for those who may have turned it off after the Longhorns, after the Dallas Mavericks, which we'll get to coming up here in a few minutes.
All right, so the other evening games, Washington State comes back, beats Drake 66-61. You had early on Michigan State beat Mississippi State 69-51. You had Dayton with a 24-4 run to end the game and beat Nevada.
Screw you,
Nevada scored 4 points in the final 7.5 minutes.
Gosh.
Oregon over South Carolina, 87-73. You had mentioned the fact that Duquesne had already blown up your bracket with BYU. Gonzaga all over McNeese State, 86-65. The Kansas game, that was 90-89 at the moment of the foul. He makes the free throws. And then they score again. It's 93-89. They beat Samford. And Peyton's Texas Tech Red Raiders fall 80-67 to NC State.
I had, you want to talk about the Red Raiders? Was Mackenzie watching or no?
No, she doesn't care until the Sweet 16.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Man, I lost Drake. I had Drake.
That too.
I had Drake winning 2 rounds.
Oh, you'd have beaten Iowa State.
Yeah, that looks really stupid. Got some damage. Like, how do we do upset-wise? How many technical upsets on day one, as you said, aside from the 9-8?
All right, so
you said there has to be at least 5 for the first round, which we'll conclude today.
Yeah, so Oakland beat Kentucky. All right, that's 1. Duquesne beat BYU. All 3 11 seeds won yesterday. So Oakland, Duquesne, Oregon, and NC State. Those were all 11 or lower seeds. And that's really, I don't really count the Michigan State, Mississippi State 9-8 games. So you had 4 true upsets last night. And then look, so we're one up.
Yeah.
We're going to get one today, I'm sure.
At least.
Because, the first session, so these are 2 sessions, right? The early session and the late. The first session was kind of mid, right? You only had the one game, the one upset. You had the Duquesne. Last night, it was all hell broke loose last night, and you had your 3 big upsets last night, including Kentucky.
Hey, Pay, anything else really hurt you besides losing in Elite 8 in the Wildcats?
I had BYU. I think I just had them go one round. But I mean, I did not think. I mean, you were gonna have 3 11 seeds win, and on the fan text, 469s had picked McNeese State to beat Gonzaga. That was a 12-5 that a lot of people were expecting to happen. A lot of people picked Kentucky. NC State saved one guy's bracket so far.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, look, in the South, we've only had 1 game played, or 2 games. Texas Tech and the Oakland game. That's it. The rest of the bracket has not even played a game yet.
We also had pro basketball last night. Your Dallas Mavericks turning into Phi Slamma Jamma. They are now the 6th seed in the Western Conference, and as Choppy has named him, Parlay Otani with the latest with the scandal and the investigation betting in Major League Baseball. That's all coming your way. Friday edition of Sean and RJ, getting your weekend started right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next
The other day, I asked the alley-oop tracker since the NBA All-Star break because I was going to find it hard to believe that any team in the association had more throwdowns than the Dallas Mavericks. I didn't see the stat yet, but I feel really good about it this morning. 18 dunks for the Mavericks against the Utah Jazz last night at the AAC, the most that any team has had since 2021, and the Mavs handle Utah to move into the number 6 spot in the Western Conference.
Ooh, that does mean it's out of the play-in, huh? That's interesting.
That's the last guaranteed playoff spot.
Yes, it is.
6.
It's an interesting stat because it's like, I wonder who tracks that and like how, you know what I mean?
There's muses for everything.
There is a muse. There is a muse for everything. 18 dunks, like a Kanye song. He's going to start singing about that now. That's fun. You know what that is? That's fun to watch. That's fun to watch. Nothing more. Nothing gets a crowd going more in an NBA game or any basketball game than a dunk, period. Nothing gets a crowd going more. And to have that many high percentage shots, that's the analytics dream, right? Dunks and three-pointers. That's what you're looking for.
Luka had 34, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists. Mavs won their 3rd straight. They won their 7th in 8 games. The Mavs and the Suns, who won at home late last night over the Hawks, are both 41 and 29, but the Mavs hold the tiebreaker over Phoenix. Sacramento is a half game behind. Luka only played 4 minutes in the 4th. Otherwise, it would have been another triple-double. And you know what? Props to Nico Harrison. We kick Nico and Cuban plenty around here.
Yeah.
Kick him a lot with Nico's shoes. Well, I wish we had Nico's Nike shoes.
Be nice.
But
like the Duquesne team getting LeBron's.
Well, yeah. Way to go, LeBron, for shipping on over.
Ship it on over to your old high school coach.
15 pairs of Nikes that I'm
You
sure
think he can afford it?
I'm sure he had to pay for them too.
I'm sure he did. Absolutely.
I'm sure he had to pay for them.
And shipping. He probably definitely had to pay for the shipping too.
But Nico gave this team the jolt. He did with Daniel Gafford. Not PJ, which was the headliner on NBA Trade Line Day when we were out there at the Super Bowl in Vegas. Gafford had 24 points, his high game since being acquired. 10 of 11 shooting, and he already went into the game leading the NBA in field goal percentage at 71%, and Jason Kidd said it. He has great hands. His ability to finish in traffic is something we have not had. So that's props to Nico Harrison and the front office for the Daniel Gafford deal.
It is. I mean, that was the better part. Obviously, it was the best part of the trade. It was like, I don't think anybody really didn't like that aspect of it.
Well,
he was the player.
Look, I'll be honest. I didn't know that much about Daniel Gafford. We had to rely on Ruben.
Right, we
weren't
did.
Scouting the Wizards.
We liked the fact, though, that he was a big that you were going to have.
Just thank
always.
God they didn't get Kyle Kuzma from the Wizards, as the Mavs apparently wanted. Kuzma shut that down. Otherwise, I'd be saying some different things about Nico.
Yeah, it's because you like the idea that you're always going to have a big on the floor, if they wanted to, if the rotations called for it, if the game, the time and the score of the game called for having a big on the floor at all times, they always would be able to with him and Lively. The PJ Washington thing is a different story. That's been hit and miss, mostly airball, mostly airball of your PJ. But the Gafford, I mean, that has been a tremendous pickup. I would guess, and I haven't followed the rest of the players that were dealt and how they performed, but I don't know a more unheralded pickup than that at the deadline.
What's the latest with Shohei?
You mean parlay?
Where'd you take that from?
I was talking about handicap, but I was like, man, like this guy is like the only way you could
parlay.
Yeah, the only way
that's good.
Yeah, thank you. The only way you can rack up this kind of money is if you're throwing some parlays out there. The latest on him is that the Dodgers are not really talking. They did not make him available after the game, which I think a lot of people had a problem with. Like, we asked him questions.
Well, he doesn't have an interpreter.
He doesn't have an interpreter yet. And now we're looking at...
Not like they had any Asian media there to ask him.
Yeah. And MLB is not... That's true. There was no Asian media there. I mean, none.
Right.
I mean, how are you going to have it? Maybe there's a language barrier between Korea and Japan, whatever.
If there's the one place you have to make him available...
Yes.
It's there.
It's there. You would think it's there. No, but they're not going to... They have not investigated him at this moment, and it doesn't look like they are.
Well, his team is calling for it, though. So that's a great PR move. Maybe it's legitimate. Maybe he was stolen from, but his team is calling for an investigation.
Yeah, and whether MLB decides to go down that road or it's a legal one.
Well, it's a federal crime.
It is a federal crime.
We're not talking about $4,500.
It's wire fraud. Well, it's money laundering or whatever.
For $4.5 million.
Pick some statute. I'm sure it's some statute.
Yeah.
But man, the conspiracy theories around this that I saw yesterday were from the salacious to like he was paying him off for something salacious that they found out to the fact that it was Shohei making these bets himself. I got into such a rabbit hole on conspiracy theories. And I do buy a couple of them. I really, really do.
Give them to us.
I think that. So I talked to a professional gambler.
Whoa.
And I said, what's the deal here? And he said, quite simply, that the interpreter did not make these bets. That's what he said. Now, that's dangerous to sit there and say, right, and accuse. But there are two things.
The interpreter did not make these bets? You mean like for
himself? No bookie is going to. This interpreter is making between $300,000 and $500,000 a year. A bookie's not going to let somebody making that money rack up $4.5 million in gambling debts before they ask you to pay up. So, in order to bet and lose and owe $4.5 million a year, you have to do one of two things. You have to do nothing but lose. You have to lose literally every time. Or, in order to lose, if you lose at the regular average amount, so most people win, the people who lose money gamble, they're about 50-50 on their picks. He would have to have bet over $90 million in 3 years to rack up $4.5 million in gambling debts.
Wow.
So it's it's not like, you just bet here and then you bet again, then you bet again. It's like, oh, you owe $4.5 million. You'd have to be the worst, unluckiest gambler in human history to rack up $4.5 million of gambling debts when you're just betting $5 or $6 million over 3 years. You're talking about you're losing 10% each time, and you're betting thousands of times over 3 years, and you're overall wagering close to $90 million, and that's just to get vigged out, which is the juice. Like
So what does all that tell you? What does that mean?
Well, I think what it means is that obviously that there was more involved than just this one dude placing a couple of bets to get $4.5 million. Either that, or this guy's just the worst gambler in history. That's it. and I don't know where it goes.
Well, he's been on
from
college football. I mean,
Yeah.
how familiar was he with
Right,
it? I don't
that's
know.
right. Because there's no way the bookie's going to let him rack up that kind of money unless Shohei knows it. And he has the backing. He knows he has the backing from him. That's the theory. I'm still noodling with this one. It's crazy.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line here on Sean and RJ, soon to be joined by Bobby Roberto Belt as our Cowboys insider. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. That everyone survived the rain last night.
Didn't rain much.
Oh.
We had one spot where it downpoured for like maybe 20, 30 minutes. That was it.
We got hammered, right, Peyton?
Yeah, killed us. I couldn't get the dog to go outside. Me or McKenzie. Dog just looked at us and hadn't peed all day. Hadn't gone to the bathroom all day because it had been raining. Wouldn't go out.
Did you already mow this week? I know you're not a weekday mower.
So I might have committed a man card violation. I mowed the front yard, got halfway through the backyard, lawnmower died. Did not go back the next day. This was Wednesday, so half the backyard is mowed. The other half is still high grass.
What's the violation?
I didn't go back and mow it.
Well, your lawnmower died.
Well, but I could have charged it and then still done it the same day. But this was Wednesday.
It's not out of commission.
Right. Yeah.
Charged it.
It's charged.
You got a Tesla mower over there?
That's right. You can get it done this weekend. It's okay. I mean, I've gone back.
Okay.
People go back.
It's the backyard. I think the front yard would have been worse if it was
way worse.
Half the front yard.
Your backyard, you mow it at your leisure.
Are you getting any enjoyment out of it, therapeutic at all? Or you're
I
like
put the AirPods in. Listen, and it's nice. I mean, now I can't tell because I think I was pushing the lawnmower for a good 5 or 6 seconds before I realized it died. Because I couldn't hear it. I had the AirPods in. I was like, I don't think this is picking up any grass, cut anything. But
Nice.
no, I like it with the AirPods. I enjoy it, though.
Tyron Smith explains his Cowboy goodbye. Here from the boys' newest linebacker as well. And Bobby is hyped up to give us the morning show bracket updates after day one of the madness. That's next for the 6 a.m. club on Sean and RJ.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. Happy Friday from Sean, RJ, and Bobby Butt, our Cowboys insider. Well, I'm assuming Bobby's saying happy Friday as well. He's too busy getting
Friday
out of his eyeball right now.
Oh, it hurts.
You drive in with weather like this with the window partially cracked or all the way down?
No. I drive with it rolled up. But you know when you first get in the car and it's rained or you got that dew, and the only way to like be able to look out the side of the window,
Put your windows down.
You got to roll it down and like kind of. And so when I rolled it down, I don't know, something was like blowing and it hit me in this eye. So now it's all irritated. So it's gonna look like I'm crying. I'm not crying because my bracket's in better shape than all of you. But that would. I just want to make it clear that I'm not actually tearing up.
Yeah, you could get a house and get a garage.
I could.
Well, that dewy problem wouldn't happen.
Way too many house
Then
issues.
yeah. If I get a house, I'd love that. Then I could call in for 2 days when I have to mow my lawn, and I can
Right.
be like, sorry, I can't. I got a pool I got to pay for, bro.
I have never called out for a pool, you freaking jackass. All right, we'll see how much you cry about your eye during the course of the entire show. I don't think we've ever done this in the history of Sean and RJ in nearly 14 years. Play Tyron Smith audio cuts.
We played a song.
I don't think it's... How did Troy get him to do that song? Peyton,
Great question.
See if you can go find Yo Roger Rapp's Tyron Smith. How?
Great question.
That may have been Troy's greatest achievement.
Yeah, I mean that over getting Emmett or LaDainian Tomlinson to do it. We got Tom Herman, when he was at Houston to do it.
Kingsbury. I mean,
Gary Patterson.
there is a huge impressive list,
Yeah.
but to get Tyron Smith to do it,
Yeah, that was impressive.
You know, I was not in the locker room at the time,
Well.
obviously. I
You're a
had
blogger.
somebody on the beat, a fanboy. I had somebody on the beat tell me that
fish boy.
the first year that he was here, he was pretty good. That he was pretty good. That Tyron would talk to people and like would do media and everything else. And that apparently it was, you remember Kyle Kozier?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Kyle Kozier apparently is the one that was like, you do not talk to the media, dude. And like kind of
The
made
Columbo rules.
Oh, okay.
It was the
All right.
Columbo rules.
All right. And so somebody told me, they're like, yeah, no, he used to be pretty good early on when he first got here. And then
Really?
Kozier told him like, knock that ass off.
Man, I saw. So at Valley Ranch, the players had this parking lot to the left, and it was like there was a gate and everything. And sometimes you would see one dude had like a big giant like Mack truck. Literally, it was the front of a truck that he would drive out. And then you see somebody drive. You see your regular Rovers and everything, and I saw this one dude. I was like, who is in the box Scion? Remember those Scion box cars?
Yeah.
And it was Kyle Kozier. I was like, what is he driving?
Really?
Is this a rental? Like, what's going on? No, it was just a regular, dad minivan type car. There he is, leaving out a Scion box.
Well, yesterday, of course, the New York media was going to demand to hear and speak with Tyron Smith, the new New York Jet, and he talked about leaving Dallas.
This is definitely a huge change for me, especially being in Dallas for a while. And, everybody knows how the business goes. And, sometimes you got to leave. I'm just happy I'm going to be going to a team like the Jets to help out any way I can to help them, to produce a winning culture. I'm not going to lie, it was like slightly stressful a little bit. Since I've never been in that spot before, I didn't know how to handle it. And it was just, it went by for a week, but also it just felt like it was forever. But I'm just happy where I'm at right now, just ready to get started.
Phenomenal job by Ryan getting the Tyron video up on the YouTube, Twitch, and the fan cam. Ryan, go back to a still shot of that, please. You guys, I don't know if you were looking at it, but I need everyone, RJ and I hate art, despise it. I need the artistic eye of the Tolos to tell me what that is in the background. What piece is that?
Oh, that's a great question. First off, big I never like this the undershot. If you're gonna be on Zoom, you got to have something underneath it to lift the camera to the eye level. Otherwise, you're looking. It's a very weird shot. I mean, I got to tell Sandler this because when he does his Zoom things, and he looks like a goldfish or a pony. You get that long horse face going. So you got to watch out for that. I don't know what that is. Is that Is that the Napoleon? It looks like it could be French.
Yeah.
Early, the Renaissance.
Yeah, I mean, there is that IX in the corner, so that's 9. What is the 9 Roman numerals in the corner? I don't know.
Louis the Ninth.
Somebody will let us know, and we'll get like the Google image shot here.
Oh yeah, do that. Hang on.
I'll tell you what I love. Look how clean and lined up his beard is. Whoever his barber is just knocked it out of the park with that one.
I mean, is that any different from the way he's normally looked?
Yeah, I don't think it's normally that sharp. He's gonna go live that New York lifestyle. It looks very put together. I wouldn't know. He's never in the locker room. He never talked to us. So.
Oh, he wasn't in the locker room?
No, he would literally like hide out and not even be in the locker room.
Oh,
except this one time he was in the locker room that I remember.
What did? What did the free agent market look like for Tyron? You know, he sat there with a $6.5 million deal with all these incentives. How cold was the market?
Honestly, I was letting my agent handle most of that stuff. I had a lot of things going on at the time, but I just knew my main options was either going to be in Dallas or the Jets. And for the way things were looking in Dallas, I knew it was most likely to be the Jets. And I honestly got excited for a new chapter in my life.
Wow, that's sad to hear. Like,
I had a lot of things going on, besides like my next football team.
Right. And like
my next contract.
The way things were going, I knew it was going to be with the Jets. The way things were going in Dallas. Because what happened to Kansas City? Was that just rumor?
Yeah,
I mean, that was speculation
that was
of media.
fits. Yeah, it was people going like, "Oh, what a great fit here."
Okay.
I don't know that Kansas City was ever involved.
That makes sense. I mean, if they were never involved, they were never involved. But like, if you were down to one team and the Cowboys were only fighting with really one team, and that one team only offered $6.5 million as a contract, and then it was all incentives after that. I mean, how do you not beat that?
And then Bobby is asked about 2 codes being cracked, possibly here in DFW. Did the Mavs figure out Kyrie and how to make that work? Did the Cowboys figure out Tyron? Here's Tyron on having to play on this incentivized deal and this new practice schedule that is going to be staggered with a lot of days off.
I'm just actually excited just to be on the team, to be able to have an opportunity to continue playing. But also, yes, the way my contract is it speaks for what happened, for what's been happening for the past couple of years. And honestly, I think it's a fair deal. And, it's the same. I just got to go out there and prove that I can continue playing at the high level that they expect me to. Physically, I feel great. Coming off the season last year with no injury, I could go full tilt for off season. And honestly, wherever we decide to come up with a program for here and in New York, that's what we decide. But it's not going to be always to be the same. So we'll sit down and come up with a plan for ourselves. What's best for for me and the team. Bobby,
what'd you take from all this?
I don't think the Cowboys really wanted him back. Like I don't think it's. I don't think that it was so much the dollar figure. Like, that feels a little bit like pretext at this point, because I think that we all go like, well, of course they're tired of, the fact that he wasn't consistently available over the years. Yeah, that's frustrating to them. Like that's the easy thing to say. It's like, no, but I think it's deeper than that. I think from top to bottom, they were just tired of managing getting him ready.
Because didn't they get tired of Amari too?
Yes.
And that was like a lot less time together.
Yes. And Amari was honestly less involved. They had, again, we've been talking recently about the how the statute of limitations passes on certain things. So 2020, bad year. Not a very good year. They wanted
you about to give us some dirt here. Here we go.
Tyron, right before he got shut down for the year, he called himself out of a game. I think it was week 3. He had called himself out of a game, and he had communicated to the Cowboys that he was like, I'm not putting any more bad tape out there. Like, we're going to get me right. I'm not doing this. And they had some friction there, and that friction existed a couple different times. Like, I'm not doing this. We're going to get this handled. And so there have been different times where that kind of tension has existed between them. And I think that just after really 4 years of doing that to that level, I mean, it's been 8 years of injury problems, but 4 years of that level of it, I think it probably just reached a point where they're like, all right, fine, you can go get more money elsewhere. go get it because we need somebody more consistently available, and we can't keep devoting so much time during the week to managing this and getting it ready.
Did you find the art, Da Vinci?
Did not. I did not.
Searching over here.
Searching. Google,
no one on the fan text?
Google Lens, nothing. I mean, I even put the Google Lens up there. Didn't even pop up. Popped up with a few chains.
Maybe it's an original.
I'm shocked that Twitch. Yeah, maybe it's an original. I'm shocked that Twitch or YouTube did not lock that down.
Oh, they're saying Lindsey Ekstrom. It's a Dallas artist painted as a Biggie. Okay. One thing on the fan
You thought it was Napoleon?
Well, from 4,000 feet away on an 8-inch screen, it looked like I didn't see the gold chains. It looked like it was Napoleon. That looked like feathers to me.
Maybe
and
Napoleon
fluffles.
from the Outlaws with Tupac.
And now, as I got closer, I was like, oh, that's a chain. But I couldn't tell who it was. But they say it's Biggie.
Well, I didn't hear you guess at a hip hop artist, Bobby.
No, I didn't know who it was, but I did see those are gold chains.
Okay.
You
thought it was from the
you're 11 feet closer.
I'm also 11 years younger. My eyes. So.
Yes, you are.
That would have been awesome. I didn't notice the chains either. Yo, Texas William, can you get Napoleon wearing
some bling?
Some bling, please? 877-881-1053 is the chartwreck.com text line. We have to start giving Ryan some video bonus money around here if this continues.
He crushes it. And now here's the thing on the idea of staggering the practice schedule, because right here somebody just said it, 940, how come Bobby never talked like that about him until he left? I would have paid him. I would have said, all right, fine, you played well last year, let's keep this going. I'm not saying that's right. I'm telling you, A, what the Cowboys thought. B, there are certain things that they don't view it, that it's not productive to talk about when he's here. Like when there's things going on, it's not productive to talk about. The time has ended, and you can look back in reflection and say, yeah, 4 years ago, like here's an example of this is a piece of information that will tell you a little bit of what that relationship had gotten like. People I know have heard me say 3 years ago I had said I thought Tyron was going to be gone. And that's because those sort of things like I just talked about, they were happening a lot, and there was friction there. It was getting very close to the end with DeMarcus Ware, where DeMarcus Ware and the staff there was a lot of headbutting over how to manage his injuries and how to prepare him for game day. And I think it just had reached a similar point.
New Cowboy linebacker Eric Kendricks was on with Bussin' with the Boys, and he talked about how he ended up picking DFW.
Now you are no longer a Charger. Now you're a Dallas Cowboy. How did you become a Cowboy?
Honestly, it was a crazy process. I feel like everything kind of happened kind of quickly, but just Zim being there and you know me knowing the defense. I had learned 2 defenses back to back 2 years in a row, and I wanted to be in a system where I could play fast and be middle linebacker. So I feel like the Cowboys was a good fit for me.
Weren't you close to going with the Niners? Wasn't there a little story behind you almost becoming a Niner and then you kind of flip into the Cowboys?
Yeah, that's what made the decision so hard. I feel like the Niners program is a good one, and the organization, the staff, the opportunity to play with Fred Warner and those guys. I feel like it was a hard choice, but ultimately, I feel like me and Fred Warner played the same position, and to be better for my career and to be more comfortable playing in my style the way I wanted to play, I feel like I had to make the change.
It's good. That is and look, awesome. I'm glad you
Richards?
I'm glad you have Mike Zimmer here to leverage those types of relationships. And when we talk about his play, like maybe Kendricks wasn't as good last year as he has been, it is important to point out what he just did, that he was going through, like he basically has played, 3 systems recently, because there was the Zim one, the change from Zim in Minnesota, and then now the one that he's done with the Chargers. But it's still frustrating. Like that's the only way you're going to win these negotiations. Somebody has to just love Zimmer. Yeah. Somebody has to love what the Cowboys are doing on offense. Like they're gonna have to hit them in like a sentimental thing and get them to take less money. Right. Essentially,
it was for Kendricks. It's at his age. It's one of 2 things. It's either like let me make the most money I possibly can and just kind of like milk, get as much blood out of the rock at the end of my career, or let's go to a place that I already know. I don't have to learn the system. I don't have to like study hard to figure the system out again. I already know it. Second nature. That's another drawing.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
What?
I don't know.
Bobby, I would like that was such a nice, poignant ending.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was all there.
I'm I watch so much bad. You know, I have a shot glass size brain.
Yeah.
Okay, and I poured about this much water into that shot glass size brain of college basketball yesterday, and I don't know. I can't speak.
Bobby, I'd like you to come up with the tease here, as you were going to update the morning show bracket for the first time.
Why the futures odds say Bobby Belt is going to win the morning show bracket.
Never mind.
Okay. Damn it.
Scratch the tease. That's next on 105.3 The Fan. But I want to go ahead and get you set up with your final day of work. You're leaving. You're saying the heck with this. You've been thinking about it for months. Maybe you've been thinking about it for years. You're not happy, you're not thrilled, and you're definitely not getting compensated like you should be with that paycheck today. Build cybersecurity skills and prep for thousands of open positions nationwide that employers are desperate to fill with mycomputercareer.edu. Go to MyCC, take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. In 4 months, you're trained, certified with classes twice a week, in person here in the Metroplex or live online. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
We're giving you
Duquesne up 71-67. Hall, half-court heave, no good, out of bounds. Duquesne can do 71-67, their first NCAA tournament win since 1969.
It's Kevin Kugler with the call. Duquesne pulling the first upset of the NCAA tournament as they got by your BYU Cougars, Sean.
I had BYU going to the Elite Eight. I'm driving back. I'm sitting in my Franklin Frankel meeting. And I'm like, oh God.
What'd you do wrong? Who'd you hit?
That's a good question. That's a very, very good question. It was a lunch.
Okay, very good.
The Franklin Frankel lunch. Got an awesome gift bag from the fellas up there. But I'm like checking my phone during it. They're down 8 at half. Then I'm driving home and I'm checking it. And I'm trying to listen to updates on KMC, which Mike Bassick and Corey continue to just railroad. The lack of serious NCAA updates, very, very disappointing yesterday. And then I'm like double digits. I text y'all, I tweet it. I'm like, game over. This is done. And then I think that BYU is going to win with the comeback.
Yeah, they had a nice little comeback. I thought they were getting to that point too. And if you looked at it, the higher
because this was the best of the early games. This was a snooze fest yesterday.
The afternoon session was very much a snooze fest. And here's how the afternoon session went. If the lower seeded teams, the lower seeded team is the better team, so the 1, 2, 3 seed, the lower seeded team fought past that first wave, the initial push, they were fine. All they had to do was just like survive the early onslaught. Because if you look at it, all the early games, the better team, the lower seeded team, really won the second half. The second half of Carolina pulled away, Arizona pulled away, BYU came back in the second half, Michigan State pulled away. All those teams pulled away in the second half. That's what the good teams do this time of year in this first round against the sort of the Cinderella stories, the 14, 15, 16 seeds. And now you had a situation here where BYU just got dug themselves too big of a hole and too late in the game. I mean, they didn't start their comeback until about 10 minutes to go. And Duquesne gets that win, 71-67. So that was the first upset. That killed you. The rest of us didn't really matter. We all had them going out in the next round, I believe.
I did not.
You had the Sweet 16.
I had Sweet 16. So I did have BYU in the Sweet 16, and so I lost that one.
Were you bored by the action yesterday early?
Yeah. And ultimately, like, I think it salvaged itself a little bit with some of the stuff later in the day. Like, obviously, the Kentucky game was huge. Yeah. The Samford close was incredible. Because, like you mentioned, it was the lower seed that was, generally pulling away in the second half. It was the reverse in the Samford-Kansas game.
Right.
Like, Samford started, like, attacking. And honestly, should have probably won the game.
Man, that dunk, I just saw the replay of it. That's criminal.
The block, the foul, yeah.
That's criminal. And they could not replay it.
No, they don't have the replay capabilities, I guess.
Wow.
There's some issues with the college game that I wish they would change. I wish they would change that. I wish they'd change the ball situation, but that was a situation where Samford should have won that game, or at least they should have been in the position to win with 14 seconds to go, having the ball down 1.
I totally get like how that happens though, like because when you watch it in real time, like Brendan Haywood has wonderful eyes. He could have spotted whoever was behind Tyron on that photo because he has the best eyes that he was able to tell. Like immediately, he's like, "That's not a foul." Because watching it live, I was like, "Oh, what a dumb foul!" Like it looked really obvious, and then you slow it down, and they were losing their minds to the refs. The players were like, "Dude, you got to be kidding me!" But it's the way he hit the rim and the way he fell, and It looked really aggressive.
The fall got the call. The way he reacted and fell after touching the rim and his momentum moving, that is what got him the call.
Ultimately saved by some of the night games, and then those comebacks, like the BYU comeback to make that more competitive, and then obviously the Dayton comeback. Those were it turned out to be a better day than I was feeling like it was going to be a couple hours into it.
Let's talk about why the morning show is in a fantastic mood today, starting with this.
Victory secured by Texas. The Longhorns in the Elite Eight last year have a win into the second round this year, 56-44 in their opener against Colorado State here in Charlotte.
Bob, I thought you shanks them when you were destroying Jay Billis. Shame on Jay for thinking that these scrubs could play with us. And then I was like, ooh, it's getting down to about 7 points. But the Longhorns move on to round 2. And you have the floor for any type of Jay Billis response.
Yes, I'm going to storm the floor as I take on Jay Billis. Look, this is just the fact that Billis and so many others were picking against Texas before we even knew who they were going to play. They're like, I don't know, whoever wins that play-in, they'll either one will beat Texas. And we step up there and we show you guys what defense looks like. But they had like 11 points for like 25 straight minutes, it felt like.
11 at halftime.
11 at halftime, because they got to 11. I can't remember. It was 2 points they scored in like the final 10 minutes or whatever it was.
It was 8-2. Colorado State was up 8-2 on Texas like 5 minutes in the game. And they scored 3 points the rest of the half. Yeah. What an awful game. That was one of the ugliest games of the day.
No points in the final 6 minutes and 50 seconds of the first half for Colorado State. They had 11 points with 6:50 left, and then they didn't score again. Look, you better be afraid, Chop. You need to be worried.
Ooh.
Yeah?
Yeah, because when we're out here playing that kind of defense, and when you've got like Dylan Dessou shooting 5 of 18, and they're still whooping up and dominating and winning by double digits against a team everybody was picking, one of the popular sexy picks, one of the popular sexy underdogs, you need to be afraid.
Pepe, you have any Longhorns analysis about your squad?
I mean, when Dylan Dessou's not playing well, they usually tend to lose that game. And he had 4 points with 7 or 8 minutes left in the game, and then he comes through for a little bit. So, I mean, the defense was huge for them, but it's just an inconsistent team. I mean, Tennessee's obviously much better than Colorado State. So I'm a little worried. I think Tennessee's a 6-point favorite right now, which is about rightfully so. But Texas, man, if that defense gets going, they're unstoppable.
Well, let's get to RJ Choppy's one Friday moment.
Rocky Top absolutely smoked St. Peter's 83-49. The Tennessee Volunteers will advance and coast into the second round.
Well done.
Wow,
dominance.
That was dominance. We don't win tournament games like that.
Did you get your car washed?
I did.
All right, I was there with you.
Yeah, we were there.
I did not know. I went through first. I did not know if you had gone after. What a stupid day to get a car wash.
Oh, very, very stupid.
At least for me.
It worked. It worked as of last night. And yeah, it was a dominant. That was one of the very few games in my tournament watching life where I am not nervous. I wasn't really nervous leading into the game. A little bit of nerves, but for the most part, even when the game was going on, first 5 minutes, I usually don't move from the couch. I got up, I was walking around, I felt fine. It was like one of those totally relaxed, keeping an eye on the game. We just dominated. That's it. But St. Peter's was they were not a very good team at all this year. They were like 16-14 before their conference tournament. They wound up winning it, and they shouldn't have been in, and they wouldn't have been in normally, but they got in. And now, the game's in Charlotte, which is in North Carolina.
Thanks.
North Carolina's playing Michigan State. North Carolina's playing Michigan State. What game is the primetime game on CBS, and what game is the highest priced ticket of the Saturday slate? It is the Texas-Tennessee game. Stunned me. $175 get-in price.
Look, it was very impressive. Tennessee, for once, did not underperform in the tournament. They win. I mean, that was the biggest margin of victory from anybody yesterday, was that 34-point beatdown. But how much of it do you think, like what was at play here, Chop, was that Sister Jean had motivated them by picking St. Peter's in her bracket?
Listen, this makes perfect sense. You could have told me, who did Sister Jean pick?
This is Tony Romo's cousin's favorite commentary on the show.
Oh, yeah.
Andy Alberth, RJ Choppy on Sister Jean.
Listen, I don't want to speak ill of the of the ladies of the cloth here, but it makes absolutely perfect sense that Sister Jean, a Catholic nun, would pick St. Peter's, who, of course, St. Peter's, Bobby, is the guy who guards the pearly gates. He holds the book. If you want to get in,
He's the bouncer.
He's the bouncer. He is God's bouncer. So you have to pick St. Peter's. This is a salvation move. All this was an eternal salvation pick, because she knows that she has been living in sin for the last about 8 years. Okay, because she's been. I mean, does that look like the way she's trampling around on private jets? Does she look like she's taking a vow of poverty there? How many vows of poverty are sitting on PJs? I don't know. Not me. But Sister Free Lunch over here.
She should be on a Boeing.
Yes, she should be on a Boeing. She should be on a Boeing and a Gulfstream and a G6. Spirit. You would think.
The Spirit.
You would think she would fly Spirit, but I have nothing to. All joking aside, I have no problem with her picking St. Peter's. Go ahead. Go right ahead.
It's a religious choice.
It's a religious choice. Not a problem with it at all.
And now, Bobby Bell, you have the first official morning show bracket updates on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, so when we started this tournament, when we started this bracket, we all had the opportunity to earn a maximum of 124 possible points. If you hit every pick all the way down the line, 124 possible picks. So if you lost somebody in the Sweet 16 yesterday, you lost future points off of your tally there. So we'll get into the future points here in just a sec. I'm going to first give you the raw numbers, which is what Sean Sharif is going to be excited about. I know you do. Just like ODB. Sean Sharif leads currently after day one.
Woo!
He has 11 points. I have 10. Choppy, you have, 5, 6, 7, 8. You have 8. You were 8-8 yesterday. You were 500. Ugh, that's rough. And then Peyton Russell has 9. So
the two college basketball watchers on the show.
Here's the thing. Future points matter.
Oh, God.
And look, I was the only one yesterday who didn't lose a team in the Elite 8. Very good. Very good job by me. The future point standings, possible points still available. I have 115 out of 124. Second is Peyton with 112 out of 124. Yeah, the Drake pick. You guys were even until your Drake pick, which you had them going around further.
What a jinx he is.
Sean, 110 out of a possible 124. And, oh, baby, RJ Choppy, your Kentucky pick, Andrew McNeese State pick. That leaves you at 105 max possible points.
Okay. Oh, right. And you had Kentucky going where?
Bottom 4. I think you shortchanged yourself, Bobby. I have you with 11 points. How did you not get 11 points?
Do I? Let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah. No, I do have 11. You're right.
I was going to give you math credit and insult RJ, but 1-0 Choppy. How are you feeling right now taking in the rear? Bringing it in the rear.
I mean...
all in.
All in.
My ass.
I'm all in, right? I'm all in.
Bayless.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll try anything once. I feel...
Are you worried?
What's the punishment again? What's my punishment again?
We haven't...
Can I just go to the city council meeting and just live tweet that?
You said you want to go. You already told us. You already let it out. See, that's the benefit of you not remembering. You already told us your reactions to the punishments.
I think we need the customized punishment for each of us, and I still say for you two, I know the worst possible one would be you'd have to come up here and host for 4 hours on a Saturday.
Yeah, and then Bobby will have to do the golf payoff.
Oh my gosh, I got invited to a local charity golf event on Facebook.
Well, you already shot down Sandler's charity shave your head thing.
That's true. No, this is come out and golf, and I'm like, I'd be willing to come out. I know that you actually want me to golf. I don't want to embarrass everybody with a professional.
So are you going to do it or not?
I think probably. I got to get more details.
0-2 for charities. 0-2. But anyway,
I just said probably.
That was a real soft probably.
You'll forget about it.
Quite soft.
I won't.
Quite soft.
RJ will. All right, so that's where we stand right now with day 1 of the madness. RJ will set you up for day 2. Well, maybe Bobby should set you up for day 2 a little bit later on. Why the Dallas Stars are in some trouble over dead animals. Morning show disagreement right after this. But there is no disagreement when it comes to selling your car, truck, or exotic. It's GimmeTheVin.com. Buying and the car market is nuts. If you're thinking of selling your vehicle, you better do it soon, as prices may never be the same. At GimmeTheVin.com, selling your vehicle is simple, fast, and easy. GimmeTheVin.com has thousands of top-rated Google and Facebook reviews. Just log on to Gimme the VIN, put in your VIN number, couple of pictures, and get ready to be blown away because they are America's best car buyer. If GimmeTheVin.com cannot beat your CarMax offer, they'll pay you $100. GimmeTheVin.com offering amazing customer service and a hassle-free selling process. They offer a 60-second bid, pressure-free service, and free pickup. So click on GimmeTheVin.com and get your check on the spot because selling your car, truck, or exotic has never been easier than at GimmeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Coming up in the next.
Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
And Bobby Belt in that mood today, wearing the Stars jersey. What brought this about?
I don't know. I just went in my closet and I was like, oh, I'll support old Miro and the Stars today. So that's what I did.
Well, the Dallas Stars Twitter account is drawing some backlash. Rai, if you can find this, you're going to have to click the accept sensitivity warning.
Oh, my God. Yes, you are.
On X. But the other day, I praised them, and I've always said the Dallas Stars have the best social media account in town when it comes to sports. And the Stars put out some roadkill the other night after beating Arizona.
It says, so this was the Twitter post. Now it says, content warning, sensitive content. The post author flagged this post as showing sensitive content. You click show, and all it is a photo of a green truck.
Oh, he says all it is. Okay.
And it's got a little Stars logo that they superimpose in the back. And that's in the background on this very kind of, not a desert road, but a...
Looks like it. It's
a 2-lane road, very desolate area.
Something you see in casino.
Yep, absolutely.
Uh-oh.
And in the foreground you could say it maybe looks more like a fox than a coyote, but it's a coyote in the foreground.
I thought it was maybe a squirrel.
Could be a squirrel, but if you zoom in, you've got a dead animal, coyote, some canine in the foreground, laying there. A little bit of blood coming out of the mouth.
Is there some blood?
A little bit, not much. A little bit of blood. All right. I mean, it's life. It's normal.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah.
And the Stars are getting dragged a little bit on this. The Arizona Coyotes, or Coyotes, however you want to call them, they posted on Twitter. It was a photo of the Dallas skyline. And you know how you have some constellation stars that will make up like the Dipper and everything? Well, they drew the outline of a big L.
All right, Ryan has it right now on the Twitch and the YouTube. We need everyone to judge this.
Trigger warning.
Everyone to go ahead and judge this trigger warning.
Yeah. So the Coyotes post a photo with an L, a constellation making an L.
Ryan, see if you can zoom in on the blood a little bit.
Yeah.
Or like the mouth.
And it says, you might have won the game, but you took the L on this one.
Ooh. Put it right over the skyline.
Right over the skyline. The Stars respond with, at least we don't get used to L's. Oh, baby.
I love it.
Yes, sir.
All right, Ralph, you start.
This is, and by the way, people are saying, like they're the social media directors are going to be applying for jobs at Chick-fil-A and Walgreens. They're just kind of posting the listings
or the Orlando Magic.
Yeah, or the Orlando Magic.
I heard Chick-fil-A strict, so
they can be.
Yeah.
I guess the fact that this has a trigger warning. Like, was anybody really triggered by this photo? This is not a disgusting photo. This is not to me, I don't know. Maybe I just am used to seeing roadkill. I have no idea. All right, I know in Tennessee it was legal when I was there to eat it, pick it up off the. you could pick roadkill up off the side of the road.
Is that illegal in other places?
Oh, there's a health issue with it.
Oh, but that's your choice,
right? I know, but yeah, in some states it's illegal to pick up roadkill and eat it. In Tennessee, it was like it was delicacy.
Yeah,
right. It's delicacy.
It was encouraged.
It was encouraged. Yeah. Absolutely. I just didn't know how this is one of those things that needed a warning or whatever. This is funny. I think this is funny. It's like, oh yeah, you beat him. You roadkill. Now you shouldn't be. I don't think. Waving your pom-poms because you beat the Arizona Coyotes.
Yeah.
If you and no humans were harmed in this, just a fox or a coyote. This isn't like you beat the Avalanche and then you see somebody getting trampled by an avalanche. That may be in poor taste. Although I'd still be here for it. Let's be fair on this one.
Yeah.
You didn't beat the Grizzlies and then see some grizzly bear getting gutted.
Yeah.
This is just roadkill. This is roadkill.
All right, I'll be old grandpa here. I'll do it because I already know the fan text will agree with you. This was a dumb decision. It was stupid. If you had like a cartoon coyote, maybe if you had their logo, don't put a dead animal getting run over in the road. You're just asking for heat. You're asking for trouble. Am I outraged and ticked off and bothered? No, but if it was Derek Eagleton of the Dallas Stars social media department and they're like, "What do you think of this?" I would have said, no, that is not worth the backlash. And don't be sitting there putting dead animals out there on the road. Bad decision. There you go.
So I essentially come down with both of your opinions, that I think it's funny and I don't have a problem with it. But I also, if I was working there and somebody said, hey, we're going to post this, I would say, you probably shouldn't do that. Not because I'm offended or I think anyone should be offended, but somebody's going to get worked up. And if you just don't want to deal with headache, don't post that. Like you said, make it a GIF of like a car running over Wile E. Coyote or something like that, one of those cartoons, and be like,
Wile E. Coyote's great.
Roadkill. This looks
it's real.
It's real.
It looks very real.
It's very real. This is clearly a dead animal. There's no question about it. This is more real than any photo we've seen of Kate Middleton recently.
Yeah, this is definitely real. By the way, what kind of that was a good shot to get that. I mean, like, to be there in that situation with a drone, happen to be flying over that road like that, the moment a coyote kind of went on the road, and then the coyote be posed and that's in that position, that's pretty remarkable.
So I think it's stupid to do it, stupid to post it because of the backlash. If you're not worried about the backlash, okay, then be my guest. Right. But people are going to complain.
Pepe, what are the Tolos saying?
Yeah, I mean, 817 says the country has gone soft. Who cares? From the 702, 817 says nothing wrong with it. It's really funny.
Just don't go near any type of disturbing image. There are people, who look at it and could be a little bit disturbed. What if it was a dead? If it's a dead dog, if it's a real dead dog,
Peyton would be burning Stars jerseys if that was it.
Exactly. But the fox, we don't care about the fox.
No, we don't care about the coyote or the fox. Or the wolf.
The wolf.
Don't care about the wolf. Yeah. I know they're releasing them into Colorado, wherever they started releasing them now. They're releasing wolves everywhere.
They're releasing them.
Yeah,
the Cowboys just released Leighton.
They reintroduced wolves. I think they reintroduced wolves into Colorado.
Leighton was more injured than that dead one on the road.
Gosh.
All right, sorry. It was injury. Sean Lee joke. Was that more distasteful than the Stars?
So if you would have asked me during the break similarly, do I find that offensive? No. Would I have made the joke? I would say you probably don't want to make the joke, Sean.
All right. So thanks for all the texts on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorneys text line, 877-881-1053. All right. James Harden.
Oh, boy.
This one, the Clippers have been way too quiet. This went viral yesterday morning. The Clippers are up 21. Harden kicks out a pass to Kawhi Leonard, wide open in the corner for three. Well, he was so wide open that James is like, you know what? Let me make this a little more challenging for you. And James Harden goes and contests the shot of his own teammate.
What a lunatic.
We have never seen this before. And afterwards, Choppy got the audio of James Harden trying to justify, man, what a day for justifications yesterday. This and that college basketball freaking clown of an athletic director. We'll get to that momentarily. Here's Harden on why he challenged Kawhi's shot.
Did you feel like you was making it easier or harder for Kawhi when you contested that three in the corner?
That brings some excitement to the team. You know what I mean? I think this last few weeks has been a fog for us, and I think every team goes through it. So I think just me trying to create a good energy, create a great vibe for this team. And, it would have been better if we had made the shot, but give someone to laugh about, you know what I mean? Some excitement for the season.
Did you accomplish your mission?
Yeah, I did.
I did.
Yeah, I did.
I was trying to bring some excitement to this team, cause a great vibe.
So this is I was stunned at the number of people replying when this post was out there. It wasn't a majority, but there were a number of people that were just like, they're up 20. Who cares? It's funny.
It was like 4 left in the third, though. And you said something last week about 20 is the new 12.
Yeah, there was we are a game away from setting the new NBA season record for most 20-point comebacks in a year. And there's still all this time left. And the record was set last year. And so there's this whole thought of 20 is the new 12 is what players are saying.
Oh.
And so being up 21 with 4 minutes left in the third
nowhere
is not
near safe
at all.
No,
I was hoping the Clippers lost this game.
Oh, for sure.
I was praying they lost.
Hilarious. But this is not just, hey, I'm going to fake close out on you. He defended the shot.
Yeah.
He really.
Kawhi threw his arms up after.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah. Kawhi comes from the San Antonio Spurs platform, where they don't mess around like that. You think LeBron's team's doing this? You see anybody on LeBron's? Could you imagine?
Could you do this with 20? I agree with you. It would never happen when Michael would get you cut. Is this okay with 21 left in the fourth with 4 minutes left?
No, this is okay with 40 seconds left, and it's your last possession, and you just have to put some up because the shot clock's running out, and then you fake block his shot because you're up 20.
Even still, players get upset because that affects shooting percentage.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one shot, but
All right, let me play devil's advocate. How different is this from Beltray and Elvis screwing around during pop-ups?
It's not.
What happens if Elvis drops one of them?
That's
or
it.
Beltray drops one?
That's the issue, right? Then it becomes
And that
a
would have
problem.
been the end of the prank. That would have been the end of the bit.
Absolutely.
Well, maybe that's the end of this.
Maybe that's the end of this.
Give him some grace.
No, he just said it worked. Got my guys. They got litty. They were excited.
They got up, man. They got up.
Dumbest move. Rank how dumb these are. James Harden trying to block Kawhi's shot, legitimately playing defense on it. Ricky Smith trying to create a rebound for his first career triple-double where he laid it up off of his own rim so that he could get a rebound, and that didn't count. Or when Nate Robinson, as time was just running out in the first quarter, shot on his own basket just because he wanted to throw a three up. I think this is pretty dumb, especially because it mattered.
Was Nate's during regulation?
Nate's was at the end of the first quarter. He caught the inbound pass, turned around, and threw it up on his own hoop.
I'd put this a little lower on the list.
This is lower than
I'll
that.
give James a tiny bit of a break.
This is lower than. I don't have a problem with the stat padding trying to get the triple-double.
That was the funniest one. He gets the inbound and just goes over his own rim and just lightly touches it on the rim and grabs
I'm
it.
convinced Rodman did it every night. You're right, because Rodman he couldn't shoot. I mean, he would miss layups just to get rebounds.
We need you all to buy some drinks for a fan teammate of ours today while watching Game 2 of the tournament. We'll play you the audio and explain why next, along with our final free golf giveaway of the week right here on The Fan. But man, I got a message yesterday from Brandon Hurtado that made me so happy. He sent
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Utah staying tied together right now, not giving Dallas any open looks from the perimeter. But Luka can create an open look with the step back jack.
That basketball was also taking place. Fortunately, it was against the Utah Jazz, so you did not have to be glued to it. If you were more interested in the madness, that was the call on Bally as the Mavericks move into the final guaranteed spot in the NBA playoffs. Nothing's locked up, obviously, but they are the 6th seed with a 16-point win over the Utah Jazz. And my favorite player, Daniel Gafford, with a Mavs season-high 24 points on 10 of 11 shooting. So props to Nico for the acquisition, and props to Jason Kidd for finally, took a while, but finally making the move of Gafford in the starting lineup, because it appears like we
tried everything.
Yeah, it appears like that has galvanized this team.
He had to get in there eventually. He just did. He was playing at such a high level, and it's turning out to be a fantastic pickup. You get high percentage shots, you get really, really good defense, you get a rim protector, you get a shot blocker, you get a good guy who can rebound.
Energy,
yes, energy. You get somebody who can fly too at times. It's like it's a really good pickup. And I don't know what this team's ceiling is. I mean, they could put up a stinker at any given night.
Their ceiling, I'll tell you what it is.
They got two of the best players in the league on it, though. That's West Finals right there.
Well, you stole my thunder right there. Yeah, you were all wishy-washy, and I was about to come in with the hammer opinion. They can. Well, you're getting Minnesota round 1 right now today. You can win that with Michael Jordan. Despite Michael Jordan on the other side. Yeah, I think the Mavs can go to the Western Conference Finals. And last night, the dunks continued. 18 throwdowns, the most from any team since 2021. Although I thought I heard someone talk about it like in a decade. But I saw this stat, the most from any team since 2021. 18 more dunks for the Mavericks. And Kyrie has been throwing down dunks as of late. What was said about Anthony Edwards?
So this is, and I think we actually have the audio here. This was Chris Broussard. This discussion has been coming up more and more. I feel like we were a little ahead of it. I think we were talking about...
I was ahead of it.
I was too. I was calling it the same, that Michael Jordan energy that exists within Anthony Edwards.
You said he had a mentality, and then I talked about his game, his dunks.
So we'll split credit.
I would have said the same thing if I was here that day.
So Chris Broussard this was becoming a talking point on...
Wait, you were here the day after the dunk.
No,
That's true.
So.
Yes,
you were.
Because you were talking about it getting thrown in.
You're frightening. You really are frightening.
Oh, the Edwards dunk. Yeah, it was.
Who'd you think? It wasn't the Michael dunk.
You were talking about Kyrie. I thought you were talking about Kyrie.
Chris Broussard.
I was like, what Kyrie dunk? I'm thinking to myself, I've never seen Kyrie dunk like more than like twice.
He's dunked twice in the past 2 games.
And that was it. Those were the first 2 dunks of his life.
Chris Broussard, what do you think about the
Hang on, no, stop. I thought yesterday you were told you were not allowed to stay up late and dedicate prep time to basketball. You clearly did, and you get a pass for that. All that college hoops. Clearly your brain is fried, but I thought you weren't allowed to stay up and be doing college basketball last night.
Who said that?
Your fiance. I thought you weren't allowed to go to the bar because
I didn't go to the bar.
Couldn't push it back.
Well, I was gonna go still, but
good.
Our dog, is pooping blood.
Oh,
would she feed him Staples to keep you home?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. No, it was me. I thought it was celery. And cucumber and bell pepper, and he threw it up.
Do dogs eat that?
I have no idea. Google said it was fine. I asked Google.
Mirepoix? I think that's what they start every
you give them
Cajun
too?
roux with.
Yeah, I asked Google. I said, "Hey Google, can dogs have celery?" Boy, Google's going off now. And they said, "Yeah, it's fine. It's a good snack." And I said, "How about bell pepper?" "Yeah, well, you don't have any seeds." "How about cucumber?" "Yeah, it's fine." So I gave him all that because I was cutting my veggies for soda. And
did the dog eat them?
Yeah, he ate them. And he threw them up like an hour later. And then the next thing you know,
this is a man dog. Where's protein?
That's right. The next thing you know, he's pooping blood. So I'm like, all right, we gotta go to the vet here or something.
So you went to the vet?
I did. Yeah, I did. And then there's like, well, it doesn't look like anything's wrong with him. They said his gums are still pink. And I was like, is that what they teach you in vet school?
Yeah.
Look at the gums.
Yeah.
And it turns out that it's just like, they're like, just give him a bland diet, give him chicken and rice. Like, chicken and rice sounds great to me. I mean, that's the kind of diet I want to be on.
Yeah.
Or dog food. I thought that's what dogs ate. But I guess, yeah, you're not in the Choppy household. Chris Broussard was talking about this discussion, this comparison that's started to take over a little bit of Anthony Edwards and Michael Jordan. Are there some similarities there?
There's two comparisons to Michael Jordan. There's one in he could one day be as good as Michael Jordan or better. And that's where LeBron always got compared to Jordan.
That's
not because stylistically they played like that. Then there's the other one of the game is similar. And he's not as great as Anthony Edwards is, and I think he can be I think he can be
the best player,
the best American player, maybe the face of the league, at least American players.
Oh, God.
He's not going to ever be in the GOAT conversation. As great as he will be, he's not going to be in the GOAT conversation. But stylistically, well, I reached out to the GOAT today. Michael Jordan. And Jordan said there are similarities in their games. He agreed. Wow. So Jordan said there's similarities. There's similarities, all right?
Do me a favor. Don't ever play a Chris Broussard clip that long again unless it's really stupid or foolish. But yeah, flying through the air, he looks like he does some Jordan-type things athletically. This whole face of the league stuff, though, by the way, the other day I almost texted Stephen A. Smith. I almost named him, which I would have had to ask Peyton for the number. But I had a name drop like Broussard right there. They were talking about this whole face of the league discussion. Not one person brought up Anthony Edwards' tweets or social media stuff. Not Shannon Sharp. He was saying, you got to be more serious at the All-Star game. Stephen A. is like, yeah, he can be the face of the league. I'm like, you guys have really put your head in the sand like we do now with Tyreek Hill's police reports.
Yeah.
You know?
Or like we did in the last couple weeks with Kyrie's history as well.
Yeah, it's just like totally ignore it. All right, back to college hoops. Is it time for Calipari to go?
Golke got it back. He wants another three. That one is good. Golke did it again. 10 made three-pointers. A 5-point lead for Oakland.
Wes Woodone with the call. The best stat of the entire day. Jack Golke has taken 8 2-point shots the entire year.
That's the reverse Zach Edey. So Zach Edey's taken 4 shots outside the key all season long. 4. And Jack Golke has taken, would you say, 8 outside that were inside the 3-point arc?
8 2-pointers on the year.
Yeah. All-time classic Widow's Peak, too. Great Widow's Peak in that hair.
Eddie Munster AF.
And did you say he comes off the bench?
Yes.
Bobby said, I didn't say that. Yeah.
No,
comes off the bench.
He comes off the bench for them. If you look over, I don't know. I don't know why they structure it the way that if it's like a Jason Terry thing. Because their starting guard, one of their starting guards only plays like 5 or 6 minutes a game, and then he comes off the bench every game and plays like 35 minutes.
Pour one for Will Chambers today if he's watching the games at Texas Live, because Kentucky fan Will Chambers, one of the best teammates up here in the building, already had a bad weekend with Bobby Belt after Justin Fields, yes, he's a Bears fan, got traded for a 6.
I don't understand why you cannot hold on to him until training camp, until something happens to somebody, and you're going to get better than a 6th-round pick. What are we doing here? This is why I say it all the time. I am the only human being that is qualified to run this organization that is
Will is mourning the Bears trade.
Is that number 4?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You should get number 6 in honor of the Bears only getting a 6.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
And then it carried over to yesterday with the bad blanking week. Was this on Instagram, Bob?
Yeah, he went on Instagram, and the tone he struck is very different. This is a man who has been broken.
I'm too old and I'm too tired. He's not a good coach. John Calipari is not a very good coach. You know, it used to be about having the most talent because it wasn't as deep in college basketball as it is now. But you look at all these other teams from the WAC, MEAC, and wherever other conference, they win 27, 28 games. And they're coached well. And the fact of the matter is that John Calipari has won 1 tournament game in the last 4 years. And how many of those have been with top recruiting classes is what it is. So I'm not going to worry about it anymore. I'm not going to, I'm distraught.
He's sitting there with a glass of bourbon talking about this.
He can drink, right?
Yeah, he's just sitting there.
Skills.
He's sipping, but this is not like, oh, I'm throwing about. This is just like, oh gosh, like I need a stiff drink before I have to deal with this. But they've killed his spirit. He said he's not going to care anymore.
Is it time? Is it time for John Calipari to go? Now, Pete Thamel tweeted this out for everyone saying he should be run. He's owed 75% of his remaining contract. That is at least $33 million. But
fans don't care about that.
This has been no, fans do not care about that. And we're getting a joke that people are not laughing at too much.
The UK disappearance joke?
No, that one everyone is laughing at. That one is incredible.
That's hilarious.
I'm talking about the insurrectionist one.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Okay. So this guy posts a tweet. If Calipari is allowed back in Lexington, I'm not saying this, world. Okay, I'm reading a tweet from Kenny Fair. If Calipari is allowed back in Lexington, I will make January 6th look like a kindergarten birthday party. That has 18,000 likes, almost 2,000 retweets and 400 replies, and then he keeps responding to this thing because it appears the FBI was tagged.
Oh Lord!
He says it's become apparent satire is a lost art. Next one, stop tagging the FBI. I am joking. That's in all caps. Next one, at FBI. This is a joke for the 5 more or less people who like my tweets. Please don't put me on a watch list. Next one, in all caps. I am not going to do anything to John Calipari. Please leave me alone.
I mean, I read it and laughed. I took it as a total complete joke. But people got to freak out, tag the. Are people like angrily?
Yeah, now
reacting?
some are saying I'm a Vol fan and I'm a liberal and I found this funny, and others are saying Mike Pence could overturn the result of the game if he had the courage. That's a good callback. But yeah, they're losing. Now listen. I'm going to give Cal a pass here on this.
By the way, the best tweet, though, of the day, someone put Kate Middleton, next to Calipari. It was Jessica Benson on Twitter and said, big month for UK disappearing acts.
Yeah, disappearing acts. It's well done. Very well done.
Very good.
Could be the tweet of the year. So, I'll say this about Cal. Yeah, he's not the greatest X's and O's coach. He never has been. He never will be. I do wonder, and we won't know this until the COVID years are over, because this is the last year of the COVID year. So the players who played in 2020, NCAA gave them a bonus year, right? You get a bonus year where you could play. And so now you've got a lot of teams that have 25-year-olds. 25-year-olds.
No.
And Cal has a bunch of 18-year-olds. They're different.
By choice.
By choice.
By choice.
That's what he does.
That was him trying to go opposite of the system.
Well, he has always done that, right? He's always been the one. He's been doing the one and dones for years, right? And the system has kind of moved to where it's different. He has to go and catch up a little bit more in the portal. But I do wonder now, we're not going to see these 25-year-olds in here anymore. It's not going to be like that. You'll have 23-year-olds maybe, right? So it's still a difference. But I do wonder how much that has played into the fact that he has lost to very, very low seeds. I mean, he's lost to 13s and 14s and 15s.
1-4 in his past 5 NCAA tournament games.
He has one title over the course of this 30-year run that he's had of great teams. He has one title, and it's the one that had 8 NBA players on the team.
If they fired him today, I wouldn't blink. I would probably say, I totally understand. I totally get it. And he tries to always fall back on this. Well, I'm just not going to stop recruiting freshmen because look at what I do for their lives and their careers. He always has to be Mr. I don't care about NCAA championships. I care about your bank account in the pros. Well, I'm sorry. Like, Kentucky fans care about NCAA championships a lot.
Bring back Tubby.
You want to go back to Tubby, huh?
Yeah, and Saul Smith running point.
Saul Smith. Good call back.
Wow.
All right, so there it is. Everything you need to know to start off your Friday here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We have our final golf giveaway. Celebrity Invited Classic Las Colinas. We're going to be out there along with Romo, D. Ware, Pudge, John Smoltz, Kevin Millar, Greg Maddux, all the celebrities. We want you to join us. We hook you up with that and NFL overreactions or not, the free agency, plus the junk drawer next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to BlueChew.com. Promo code.
By the on-time experts.
Our final golf giveaway of the week. Just a little way for us to thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. We also like to say you're appreciated. Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. You're appreciated. Yeah, Bobby nailed it right there.
It's funny. Like he went along with it saying that for years, and he had never heard the clip.
What did you think it was from?
Honestly, I thought it was just like some drunk interaction. Like I said, I knew it was a reference. I didn't know until 6 months in that I didn't know that was Michael Gallup.
Yeah, well, that's a bad job by us. We should be playing it more often and reminding people.
I mean, it was great. I enjoyed it. I'm honestly glad I didn't know what it was. I'm glad it wasn't explained to me so that I could just hear it on the air because it was hilarious. And I showed it to like 20 people the other day. So
the ever-growing 7:40 segment is coming up with the junk drawer to finish up your week with some laughs here on DFW Sports Station. In case you did not know, we are your home of the World Series champs, and someone is pumping the Wyatt Langford brakes at 8 o'clock today. We'll get to it, but first, RJ Choppy has gathered up some off-season NFL overreactions or not.
All right, let's get right to it. The Cowboys, overreaction or not?
By the way, I have a little surprise for you guys at 8 o'clock today.
Oh, no.
Okay.
It's probably not going to be as great as the content I provided and created on the fan cam yesterday during Crosstalk with Bassett.
Pretty phenomenal.
But this is a possible present to you guys and the radio station. 8 o'clock.
Present.
Delivery.
Are we getting new chairs?
8 o'clock.
I came up in the meeting yesterday.
What?
The chairs.
What about?
Well, we'll talk about it a bit.
Oh my God.
Well, you can't mention it.
Yeah. Like it just said it was talking about feedback. It's like, there was a lot of feedback about the chairs.
Because I lost my chair declaration. I had faith in the bosses that they would have new chairs in here. I think you said by March Madness. And I said, guarantee. I know that Spittle and Tim are listening to this segment, this topic. We will have new chairs. And I lost.
But the bowl did move. We didn't get the chairs by March Madness, but the bowl moved by March Madness.
Chiafalo's bowl?
Yes, it was.
His eating bowl.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
But what else was said about them?
Nothing. It was just said as like a comment, like, here's some feedback we've gotten recently. So they were probably talking about you.
What? Oh, you're going to put it on me? It's not Bassick who takes showtime to build
for charity.
His chair?
Yeah, for charity.
Yeah, and what do you do for charity?
Lots.
Give a middle finger to the kids.
Okay, overreaction or not, the Cowboys are no further away from winning the title than they were, 2 weeks ago, but they're also no closer.
Okay, say that again.
So they're no further away from winning the title, but they're also they didn't get any closer either.
They're further away.
They're definitely further away.
Further away.
Yeah. You lost 2 starting offensive linemen, regardless of...
No. I think we got to break that down a little bit more. Not just regardless. Is Tyler Biotis replaceable? Yeah. Most fans would all say, yeah. Evaluators of him last year would say, yeah. Is Tyron Smith replaceable? Yeah, if he plays 4 games. If he plays 7 games. So it's not just... I don't think we can just do this by body count.
Sure, but like last year, he played at a certain level.
Yeah.
And
which was a surprise.
Right. And was available. But if we're talking about are they closer or further away, whether because he would have gotten injured next year or they let him go, that would still be further away because you're not getting what you got out of Tyron Smith last year. Whether it's because he was injured or a contract thing. They lost a lot of depth on the defensive line. All 4 of their defensive linemen that were free agents are gone. Leighton Vander Esch his career's done now, and he got released.
He was done anyway.
But so I think that they're definitely further away in that sense, and other teams have gotten better. So that naturally puts them further away. They're absolutely further away.
Yeah, they're...
You should be saying this is an overreaction.
I do think it's an overreaction, because I still think they're going to win 11, 12 games.
They might.
Yeah, they might.
I think we just think it's such a given. I'm starting to feel dangerous about
it.
It
is. It's sooner or later they're not going to.
Right.
If there's going to come
an
a year.
injury.
Right. How many teams win 12 games in a year more than 3 times in a row? What, the Brady Patriots, the Mahomes Chiefs, the Manning Colts? That's about it. Like, nobody else does that. So you're in rarefied air already. I guess I would say they're no further away because I still think they're a playoff team, and they didn't get very far this year anyway.
Did other teams make it more difficult for you to beat them in the playoffs, though? Did other NFC teams get better? San Francisco's gotten better. Detroit's gotten better. That makes
Detroit
it hard.
just cut Cam Sutton yesterday with he had the legal issues.
Yeah, well, I mean, they got to find him. He's MIA right now. So
Okay, someone sent me a police chase, but it was the OJ Bronco.
no, he didn't get chipped, but he's one. They haven't been able to locate him. They've been trying to bring him in for a couple weeks now. But Detroit's gotten better. The Rams have made some signings on their offensive line to solidify things there. So I think just by you definitely have a harder time beating those teams in the postseason today than you did 2 months ago. And so in that sense, they're further away.
Okay, yeah, there are some teams that are better. I think Green Bay's going to take a jump, too. So, yes, I understand that. I still think it's a little bit of an overreaction.
A jump from beating your ass by 16. That's scary.
Yeah, regular season jump. All right, next one. Kirk Cousins is better positioned to make a Super Bowl run in Atlanta than he was in Minnesota.
All his time in Minnesota, or like
yeah, let's go all.
That's a really interesting question, because I know Bobby believes in Barry perfect bracket Sanders there.
He's a stud.
Bijan has a perfect bracket so far.
He's nailed everything. He hit the Oakland pick, Duquesne. He hit them all. Sean. Yeah, he's got a perfect bracket after day one.
Ooh. Okay, so we got to take his best Minnesota teams and compare that to the weapons in Atlanta right now to answer this question. I'll say it's not an overreaction.
Okay.
I think they can be dangerous. I think they're going to be a sexy pick from everybody.
Yeah, I mean, their division is not. So I think during his time in Minnesota, I mean, obviously Green Bay was going to be they were the juggernaut of the division during a large portion of it. So it was always going to be tough to get home games for them.
Man,
I don't think it's going to be tough to get home games now in the South.
No, because I'm looking at it. Yeah, this is an overreaction. If you want to say it's about equal, okay, I can get down with that. But like 2019, they had a top 5 defense. He had Dalvin Cook in his prime, Stephon Diggs. You had our buddy Adam Thielen. They had really good skill players, and their defense was one of the better ones in the NFL that year. So I still don't know what Atlanta is defensively right now. They've got a lot of really intriguing, awesome skill players, but
yeah, but to Choppy's point, they could.
I mean, they could win 12 games. They're going to get.
They could walk to the South. They could walk the division.
Yeah,
maybe.
I think they get 4 guaranteed wins, 2 against Carolina, and just say at worst they split with the Saints and the Bucks. Well, that's just 4 guaranteed wins or the bat.
Yeah, but I mean, like Minnesota went 13-4 a couple years ago, and we were all like, "That's an awful 13-win team." I don't like that.
Right.
That doesn't set you up for success in the postseason.
They have the capability that I might be drafting Cousins real early. I was stuttering there because I was not want to give away any fantasy strategy. Although I remember that Peyton sucks, so it doesn't matter. I could give him my whole. I could give him my whole board.
How many championships did you win this year?
Oh! So we're judging off a championship or bust?
Oh, what are we, the Cowboys? Focused on regular season wins?
Wow.
So I think the Falcons could be lighting people up offensively.
Maybe there's a higher there's a higher ceiling, like the potential to tap into it, and some of the moves they can make. They're positioned to get to that point where he's in a better spot. But I think right now it's about the same as he was in Minnesota.
He just doesn't want to talk that Kirk could help them to a lead.
I think Kirk is
because he's the white Dak.
Right.
No, I think Kirk is really good. I've consistently said
he's the white cousin.
I've consistently said Kirk was underrated for forever. Washington should have never let him go. Like I got plenty of tweet history we can go dig out of me talking up Kirk.
I didn't go look at
and
your
trust me, you
fishsports.net Twitter account.
Well, no, they were under Fish's name. So
he 100% has all those bookmarked, and he knows how to find them. They're on a database.
I'm bookmarked. I know how to search it and look for the keywords.
Very good. Very good. Okay, next one.
Look up your Justin Fields comp tweets too.
Oh, okay.
Overreaction. All right, we'll do Justin Fields. I'll do something else. We'll do Justin Fields here.
All right.
The Bears screwed up with Justin Fields.
Well, you should answer this first. You believe they did.
Wait, with the development or with the trade?
You can take it how you want. I was thinking more the trade.
Yeah.
Which I think is obvious. I think they screwed up with
the
trade.
Michael Lombardi talked about this, and he said it's not the GM's fault. The GM tried to pump up the market. The market spoke. I agree with you. They probably should have waited till someone got hurt, but then you would have had a problem with them screwing over the player, holding him hostage.
It's a catch-22. Yep, no doubt about it. I think that's what it's called, a catch-22. The main thing is, I think part of it too is like they were in a rebuild his entire time. They now, if he was that good, he may have overcome the rebuild.
Yeah,
and that's the other problem with this whole thing is that he may not just be very good at all. I think he's better than Russell Wilson. If I was Pittsburgh, I would play him over Russ.
Ooh, that's a very interesting opinion. I disagree with it, and I don't like Russ.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you're just talking about what Justin Fields can do with his legs, he's obviously in a better position right now. But, I mean, Russ didn't pass.
Russ's numbers are sneaky
fine.
Decent last 3 years.
He wasn't horrible last year. He was fine. But, no, I think...
why would you play him over Russ?
I think the legs aspect of it would be appealing to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. Russ is a much better thrower. Not even close.
I'd probably play them like 70-30 this upcoming season.
Do it. I mean, you got to play Fields a little bit, I think, because like he can give you an element. An element with that offense.
Not an overreaction because they should have, it should have been a deal. I think they got too cute with it, trying to like hold people hostage a little bit. If they would have just made a deal right after the season ended, maybe they don't get a first round pick, like
they
Sean had claimed.
Were not.
And, but I do think his value went down when it became clear they're going to take Caleb, so they're stuck with him. They're going to have to just acquiesce to getting rid of him, or they should have just held on to him longer. It should have been done earlier and held on to later until somebody needed a quarterback would make you a trade for it.
Yeah, I think they did screw up with him. There's no doubt. In terms of, I thought they should have either waited or done it earlier. The time they did it was terrible. Final one.
Okay.
The running back is back.
Overreaction. These teams that paid this,
they're going to rue the day.
They're going to rue the day, and the Dallas Cowboys, I hope, will be applauded when Derrick Henry is not crushing for the Baltimore Ravens. Everybody wanting Derrick Henry here. At some point in time, the wheels are going to fall off. Maybe they are already falling off. That Tony Pollard contract, in my opinion, was a mistake. The Saquon contract will end up being a mistake. Overreaction. Good job, Dallas Cowboys. I'd like you to get a body or two, possibly. Please, some fresh legs, not Rico Dowdle nonstop.
Hey.
But no, the running back is not and should not be back.
No, in terms of we still have to see what this value looks like. Last year, I just had to look this up. Last year, there were 5 running backs that got $5 million guaranteed. Over the entire life of a contract, just 5 running backs got $5 million guaranteed. This offseason, there are 9 running backs who have gotten $5 million guaranteed, including 4 that got over 10. And so, I mean,
really?
there was more money spent on them this year. It also, I think, matters which running backs were free, which ones teams were interested in. That may be part of what was available last offseason. But no, I don't think running backs back. I do think that there is a trend that we're going to see here. Like, the NFL's cyclical. We've talked about this with Michael Lombardi. Like, I think we are going to see a trend back to running the football a little bit when you start running 215 linebackers out here all the time.
Wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me at all. It's just a market inefficiency. If they start becoming valuable, and there's a lot of them out there, and you can get them, or they become to the point where it's supply and demand, and the demand is there, but the supply isn't, they're going to get more money. And that may have been the case this year.
It's Friday. It's Expressway. It's commercial free. We have our final golf giveaway of the week for turning it on, leaving it on right after the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
And I would like to start off with literal junk for my new home that just does not stop bleeding my wallet. As yesterday, I'm putting together my to-do list, and I realized, okay, I don't have garbage cans yet. Let me go ahead and call and hit up the Sunnyvale Town Center and ask, when do you guys deliver? What color can I pick out for my new garbage cans? And they inform me that you can pick out whatever damn color you want at the Home Depot or Lowe's of your choice.
Oh, yeah.
Because you are responsible for getting your own garbage. Or you can rent them. We will give them to you, but you can rent them. I said, well, how much is that? They're like $13 a month. I said, you are crooks. You're absolute crooks. because my current Dallas home, I got so many things included in my brand new house in this Dallas one.
Well,
8 years ago, I got curtain, cheap blinds, but they were in there. I was never going to change them. They were already in there. I got my big 90-gallon trash can and my big 90-gallon recycle can. They were already provided. They're not in Sunnyvale, not in Gavin Dawson's hood. You got to go rent them, or I got to go buy them. I'm like, okay, I'll Amazon a couple of these bad boys. How much could they be? How much could they be? Well, they're a lot.
Yeah.
They are a lot. So I'm like, how is it determined? And do y'all get your trash cans for free or not? Or do you have to go out and get your own? Because if I go to Home Depot, if I go to Lowe's, I don't have a vehicle to fit both of these bad boys in there. I can't just pile in 90-gallon trash cans of recycles. So now I got this crap to deal with. Literal junk drawer to start off.
Yeah, I'm looking at my my account through the city of Fort Worth, which is where I get my water from. And that's also does the trash. And I see, I do think I have to pay, I pay $17.50 a month for a 64-gallon trash can through Fort Worth. I bet you when because you did City of Dallas, I bet you it's all baked into your water bill that you already paid for the trash can.
Oh.
I don't think it's any different. I don't know. Maybe it's just the service. Maybe what I'm paying for there is the service.
Yeah.
And not the trash can.
Pepe, how did it work for you in Rockwall? We your new place.
Yeah, so I went to the Town Hall City, whatever, and they said the same thing. You can rent it with ours, but they didn't. They said it'll take 4 to 6 weeks to deliver it.
Dang.
And I was like, I'm just moved in. I can't wait 4 to 6 weeks to put out my trash. So I had to go to Home Depot.
Yeah, do you know how many Dino Nugget boxes I have to throw away? Recycle.
That's a lot. So I had to go buy some from Home Depot.
Yeah.
So do you put it in what? Do you have a truck besides your Stang?
No, my dad's truck, his F-350. Yeah. So.
And how much were they? What size did you get? Do you remember?
No idea. No idea what size. I just picked them out and said, "Yep, this one. I got a trash and recycle one."
But clearly, it was not a price where you were like, "Oh my gosh, are you serious?"
No, it was not expensive. No, I saved money by not doing the rent thing.
Oh yeah, but I mean, they're all at least like 120.
Well, this is I don't have family, so you probably need the bigger trash cans. So, it's just me and my girlfriend. So I got the smaller ones, whatever that one is, the medium size trash cans.
Okay.
I'm looking at it. It looks like 64-gallon to 96-gallon is the standard. Those are the two that you get. You could pick. Just go, you go to Home Depot, or you can.
They were strict too. They're like, you can't take, and don't even think about taking your current trash cans over to this house, because if it has any writing, if we see Dallas on any of the trash cans, it's out.
Don't you bring that Dallas stuff to Sunnyvale.
And what my wife said, and she's absolutely right, she's like, what I've realized through this process is you actually don't own anything in life. And she's right. The house that I paid for, that I'm paying a mortgage on, I don't own that house.
Not yet.
The neighborhood, no, not period. I'm not talking about the one today I'm closing on. I'm talking about the one I've been in for 8 years. I don't own that house.
Even when you pay it off, you don't.
Even when you pay it off,
Eminent domain, baby.
My property, you walking on my property, I don't own that property. That HOA, the city owns my property. You don't own jack squat. It's all owned for you.
Unless you own the mineral rights. You got to own the mineral rights.
The who?
The mineral rights underneath, which nobody owns. Hardly anybody owns mineral rights.
This is where I would normally try to.
I need to go into squatting, which I'll get to in a second.
This is normally where I would get into. See, maybe my apartment living isn't so bad because I don't have to deal with the trash cans. But I have to pay $20 a month for valet trash pickup. That you can't opt out of it. It's this dumb service. And anytime there's drizzle in the forecast, it's like valet trash will not be coming by tonight. Take your own trash out. But
does that mean you set out trash bags or
by
you're
your door,
outside your door?
Instead of just walking it to the dumpster another 50 yards away, you put it on your porch and they come pick it up and throw it away. And you got to pay $20 a month for it. You can't opt out of it.
Can't opt out.
Nope.
Yeah. It's an expense. I mean,
I'm realizing the rackets. I'm realizing all the rackets.
And if it rains,
it's built-in fee.
Yeah. Well, and if it rains, they don't pick it up. They won't. If it's raining at all, they will not come pick it up, and they won't reduce your payment.
We have basically signed our lives away. We've opted in. We didn't opt. We're in 4 different PSLs in life. Like it's just mandatory. You can't do anything. You have to opt in.
NFL screwed it all up. They invented the PSL. Now everyone's into one.
Time to go off the grid.
Let's squat.
Let's squat. Okay. This is wild here. So, a New York homeowner got arrested. So she changed the locks on her home. Why did she change her locks on her home? Well, because someone was living in there. Backstory: She inherited a house from her family after they passed away. She doesn't live in the house. It's not her primary residence. She inherits the house. Well, what happened was she didn't go there for a little while. You know, she would check in every now and then, but it wasn't like she was there every single day. So she has some people doing work on the house, and all of a sudden they just start living there. And they start squatting in the home. It's called squatters. So she goes in there, she tries to get them out, and they won't let her in the house. And they're like, nope, I've got squatters' rights. They get the police over there. They're trying to get him. She's trying to explain the situation. And they finally leave, but they come back. And when she changes the locks, when they leave, she changes the locks on them, has a lock to come over. And the cop's like, if you do this, we got to arrest you here. You can't change the locks on a squatter.
What?
Squatters' rights to 30 days. You can't change. You have to go to court to get them out of your house. The squatter says that
I can't call the police for trespassing.
Well, no, because the squatter claims that he had a lease, which he showed no documentation for in this situation. Or at least I didn't see any. Did you see any? So no documentation. So he says that he has it. He leased it. The police won't remove him. She changed the locks. As soon as she changed the locks, she gets arrested and taken off to jail for changing the locks.
And this is so stupid. This just goes to show you how screwed up New York is in general, that this is allowed to be a thing. And that's why vigilante justice had to take place.
Oh,
the squatters have fled.
Vigilante.
The squatters have fled after the story became viral, and people showed up at the house and started intimidating the squatters.
Yeah.
And so they split. So they've abandoned the home now and they've left it. But no thanks to Queens Police or whatever else.
Queens.
They were allowed that. This is just a stupid law. And there are a couple different states that have this, that if you wait it out 30 days, if you've been squatting for 30 days, they're like, well, look, squatters' rights. It's human rights, baby.
Yeah. You can't remove them. And to the point where the original squatter sublet one of the rooms to somebody else. He didn't even own the home, and he was subletting one of the rooms to somebody else.
That person did not leave. There were 3 people there. The first 2 left. The sublet person did not leave because they technically they didn't understand the setup. They thought they were renting. They were paying, and now they're like, well, I was under the impression I could stay here, and this was my home, and I was doing everything right. And so they haven't left because they're like, no, I want my deposit back. I need things situated before I just leave here.
I hate it. The fact that you can't do anything anymore to people, like you're in my house, dude. Get out. Yeah, this is not difficult.
You think it'd be sometimes things are so simple.
Yeah.
It gives my brain hiccups because I can't believe I'm having to say how simple it is.
You don't live here. I live here. This is my house. And even if I don't live here, it's still my house. And I'm not giving you permission to live here. All right. What are you doing? Now you can squat anywhere. Every state you can squat in, right? Every state has different rights, different laws.
Okay, so my house is empty for what period of time?
No. If they're in there for 30 days. So in this case in New York, if they're there for 30 days or more, then they have squatters' rights, and you can't remove them. You have to go to court.
But through what?
Through what 8? There's squatters' rights.
Yeah, but squatters are what?
Squatters are. So it's
not like people who have rented and the lease is up, and it's can I walk in off the street and go through a window and sit in there?
So yeah, it's not a hobo in a train, jumping from train to train and living in there. It's not quite like that. In some instances it may be that in some areas, but for the most part it's usually somebody was living there, and then maybe the person who actually had the agreement moved out, and then they stayed, and it's like, well, you never had a lease, you need to go. That's what a lot of times it is. This one here, this specific story is apparently they're claiming we did have an agreement, and she's saying no, they didn't. They just came in, knew the house was unoccupied, and started using it.
Yeah, and there's situations where let's say you have your house, you're moving to your new one, you don't sell the other one, okay, and you decide you're going to lease it.
Yeah.
Right. If you lease it to somebody, I don't think it's as simple as soon as the lease is up, they leave. Like if they want to continue staying, like there's some loophole where they could just stay for as long as they want. And it's even as long. I'm not even sure that it comes to without payment. I don't even know what the rule is. Like I think as long as they continue paying, like you can't kick them out or there's some rule. It's very, very strange.
Why is anybody paying rent in New York? Like just find a house, sit in it, and they'll give you rights, and you don't have to pay anything. Look with the rent prices out there.
Junk drawer continuing during the commercial-free expressway on 105 through the Fan.
What would you like to go to next, Sean? You want to go to the parents who are supporting their adult children, or the women's hair and how it affects their sex life?
Either one.
All right, let's go to the women's hair quality. So this was over at SciPost.org. A study.
Side piece?
SciPost. PSY. A study conducted in South Korea on heterosexual married couples revealed that women with longer and higher quality hair engaged in sexual intercourse more frequently with their spouses compared to those with shorter or lower quality hair. The study suggests that high quality hair enhances the husband's perception of their wife's attractiveness and increases their sexual desire to them. This is something that Kristen, her hair's out pretty long at this point. I don't remember it quite this way. She claims when she cut her hair shoulder length one time, when Laura was like a year old, she claims that I just wouldn't. She's like, I noticed you would not look at me when talking to me. She's like, you wouldn't even look at me when I was and so I'm definitely somebody who prefers the longer hair.
Same.
Got to be past the shoulders generally. I mean, there's some people who can rock the shoulder hair, but it's
House of Cards, Robin Wright.
It's very.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Where it's
Jenna.
That's her.
Is that her?
Yeah. Robin Wright pen.
Oh my gosh.
Now there are very few people who can.
That's Jenny.
Work it out. But I mean, you know what's a great example of this? Go look at Doja Cat. Go look at pictures of Doja Cat with long hair and Doja Cat with short hair, and you'll go, oh yeah, that doesn't even look like the same person. And so I totally believe this study that if you got the longer hair, the husband's probably more willing to go more often.
And a good shout out here to the balds. The balds.
Oh yeah. And by the way, do you think brunettes can get away more with the shorter hair than blondes? No offense, redheads.
That's a good question.
Typically,
don't you think brunettes?
But there's some blondes that can pull off that really sharp cut, chin length one. It's not but there's some of them who can pull that off and look pretty good.
I feel Cameron Diaz had that at one point.
Yeah.
It was great.
Pepe, do you have a hair preference, hair rule in the house?
Not a preference. I mean, I like the messy bun. You know, I'm a messy bun guy. You don't have to straighten it or anything like that.
How long is Mackenzie's hair?
A little past the shoulder.
Now, if she walked into the house and it was chin level, what would you do?
So there's the door.
Oh, he pointed! He pointed!
Oh, the you'd be out of the chin.
Yeah, that short. No. I need it long.
You know,
see?
I don't. She's gonna call your bluff.
Oh, you think she's gonna do it one day?
I think so. I think this is.
Is it a split lease or one name on it?
It's both our names.
Okay, well then she might
Can't
go
go anywhere.
I don't know.
She's squatting.
I don't know what Freudian explanation there is for it or whatever else, but there's something I'm sure somewhere in my background that will explain something about ponytails. Like he says, the messy bun. Ponytail just I don't know what it does. It gets me
pony?
all. Yeah,
you like you're dating a colonial man.
I don't know what it is.
Colonial man.
When Kristen starts gathering it up and put it up and does
gather
that
the follicles.
You say give me the George Washington.
Look, you start
George Washington pony.
Give me Tyrant's painting.
You start seeing it. You start seeing it gathered up, and then they do that little Titan thing there.
Yeah.
I love when a girl.
And then a bald pass is being
they got
given.
a bald pass. Now they say, while it may be assumed men with thick hair send evolutionary messages about attractiveness, the results reveal there is no correlation between a man's mane and his life in the bedroom. So
what bald guy came up with this?
I don't know.
Saying that bald guys have no disadvantage.
Take that, Chia Follow, your man bun.
Come on. God, this is not some fixed survey. Do you believe it? Ralph?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Sarah talks about Chia Follow 3 times a week.
I don't know. There are some people who it's like, you know, they say that once you make the decision to come home, as they say, and really commit to the look and embracing how that is, and like, all right, well, let me get the beard to match up with this and that it can become a look you can rock all on your own. A lot of people say that they found more confidence in their bald head.
Some people look badass bald.
Yeah, some do. Some look terrible. Like you have a misshaped head. The problem is you never know.
I know.
You never know.
If you look at pictures of Mike with hair versus bald, Mike looks better bald. Bassick.
I don't even remember. Have we known Mike with hair ever?
We've never known Mike with hair, no.
Okay.
No,
like Hagelin? Well, I want to see Hagelin with hair. What would that look like?
That'd be interesting. I've never seen that either. We've never seen Hagelin with hair. We've never seen Bassick. Broadus. Never seen Broadus with hair.
Well, kind of. Whatever you call that.
His you know, Broadus.
He's got the Larry David.
You know that's been like that since he was like 28.
Really?
Yeah, like I'll pull you up a video in the break when he was like 33 in Philadelphia and it looked just like it.
There is the junk drawer. Every Friday, commercial free here with Sean, RJ, Roberto. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. The phone line's already lit up. Y'all know that it is time to call for our final golf giveaway of the week for the Invited Celebrity Classic. Someone says, y'all need to calm down a little bit on Wyatt Langford. And my surprise for the morning show is being delivered next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to... Oh, sorry. Go.
All right, it's another giveaway.
That's right, Jeff. It is our last giveaway of the week. Tolos, caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of Sunday Buzzballs patio tickets to the Invited Celebrity Classic on April 21st. The Buzzballs patio tickets will get you access to a viewing platform on hole 9, the bars on 17 green, and entry to the Clubhouse Ballroom. The Invited Celebrity Classic is happening April 19th through the 21st at Las Colinas Country Club. Get tickets and information right now at invitedcelebrityclassic.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, let's get you over to Gaylord, Michigan, boys and girls. Get you up to the great northern forest of Michigan, where you can play some of the best golf you will ever see in your life. Every single year. We're going on, 11 years now that I've been making the summer getaway to Gaylord, Michigan, to go play a little bit of golf. And last 2 years, it has been with the fiance. Got engaged up there last year. It's fantastic. Love it. It's like a second home to me. It's like jumping into a pool every single day when you're up there. You know why? Because it's 72 degrees is the average summer high in July and August in Gaylord, Michigan. You know what it is here in July. It's like 110 degrees. You get out of the heat. You're nestled amongst our northernmost forest. 16 championship golf courses. If you're a golfer, this is the ultimate buddies trip, boys and girls. And if you're not a golfer, you're just into the outdoors, you like to go fish, some of the best lakes you're ever going to see. Freshwater, Lake Michigan, Lake Huron. It's fantastic. GaylordGolfMecca.com. GaylordGolfMecca.com. It's a short 2.5-hour flight from Dallas-Fort Worth to Traverse City, and then you take an hour drive and you were on the tee box. GaylordGolfMecca.com.
Adolis Garcia swings and hits one high and deep into left field. McCormick is back at the wall. It is gone! Gone! Adolis Garcia!
Turn it on, leave it on. World Champion Baseball is back. Our Whataburger opening day coverage from Globe Life with Chief Bag Nation, followed by Rangers Cubs, happens Thursday, March 28th on your home of those world champs. 105.3 The Fan.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Possible on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, fist pumping, Dallas Stars wearing, Bobby Belt on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. I have a little morning show surprise for the guys that is getting set to walk into the studio momentarily. We will go below the belt at 8:40, and in between that, a March Madness Day 1 recap and update. I didn't see any degenerate picks from you, and we didn't do any yesterday either.
I didn't do any yesterday.
Thank God with the way RJ was picking games.
Actually, I did okay. I did okay.
Why aren't you betting? You're not giving the people any help?
You know what? I didn't look for the tournament. I usually save all my betting action for Sweet 16 weekend.
Okay.
The first day and two of the tournament, man, you are asking for it. You're asking for it. I save basically all my gambling for Sweet 16 weekend. I try to make all my NFL money on Sweet 16 weekend for the year.
Oh.
That's the weekend I think is the easiest one to bet.
And Bob, where are we with the bracket recap?
As it stands now, it is a tie in first place for you and me. We both have 11 points, so we're doing 1 point for correct victory in the first round, 2 points second round, so on and so forth. But we have 11, you and I. Peyton is at 9, and then RJ Choppy was 500. He played 500 ball yesterday. He went 8-8.
I don't like to show off. I don't want to show off.
Well, you've been not showing off for 10 years.
That's pretty good. I'm just kind of laying in the weeds.
Yeah,
laying in the weeds. I'll pop one day.
I want to give you. I want to encourage you though, because you did lose Kentucky, and you were a little beside yourself in the text yesterday. You're like, I'm bleeped now. Like I lost one of my Final Four teams. I did lose Purdue on the first day of the tournament last year, and I had Purdue in the Final Four. And I finished 9 points ahead of you, Chop. So,
all right, Bob. You may get interrupted here by a surprise, which Ryan is getting set to bring in. But who's telling us? Who's trying to ruin our Wyatt Langford fun?
Oh, who's a big old wet blanket in the landscape of MLB coverage?
John Heyman.
Ooh, close. No, this is the Mr. Analytics wet blanket. This is Keith Law.
Oh, yeah, he is wet blanket.
Keith Law is really good, but he knows he's good.
He's snarky,
and that's,
man.
Yeah, that's what I don't like. So Keith Law is a big fan of Wyatt Langford and had been hyping him up for a long time leading up to the draft. And he did a Q&A on The Athletic the other day where they just listed a bunch of, hey, here's some burning questions, specifically with a fantasy baseball tie-in. But they had asked about Wyatt Langford, and they said, hey, that seems to be everyone's fantasy darling this preseason. Your number 6 prospect. He's being taken in the top 90 in most drafts this month. Do you remember Nacentis rapid anytime prospecting? And Keith Law says, I'm a big Langford fan. Had him as the number 1 prospect in last year's draft class before his unfortunate injury he suffered, although Dylan Cruz was also pretty worthy of the top spot. And this is where he wants to tap the brakes a little. He says, I do think the hype around Langford has become so much that he's going to have a hard time living up to it. He's a future superstar, but even future superstars can struggle in their first attempts to hit major league pitching, and Langford has so little experience at any single stop in pro ball that he hasn't had to face pitchers 2 or 3 times and go through the typical adjustments that happen when you're in the same league for a couple of months.
God, what a wet blanket. Are you serious? Well, thanks for being Captain Obvious, by the way. Yeah, he's probably not going to live up to all the hype right now. Enjoy it. And enjoy it. Bask in it.
Yeah.
You may have Mike Trout 2.0. You probably don't, but you might.
On Trout,
even something better, someone who can actually walk for an entire baseball season and not get hurt.
And that's the problem.
But you agree with this? You don't like all the hype.
I agree because
you're a wet blanket.
It's not even. I don't consider not liking the hype being a wet blanket because it's impossible. Wemby will never match the hype.
He could. LeBron did.
He would have to be the greatest basketball player in history to match that. LeBron matched the hype,
and he's the second.
But how many people actually do match the hype?
Very rare.
And the difference is that LeBron and
go ahead.
LeBron and Wemby, they were hyped before they even got on the field, even in preseason.
Let me explain to you, blankets. Why you need to change your perspective. If Wyatt Langford didn't have this hype, I wouldn't give a rat's ass what's happening in Surprise, Arizona right now, except for what restaurants Jared Sandler is finding that are hole in the walls. The anticipation now for opening day is that much. He's the number 1 draw for me on opening day.
I totally agree.
And that's because of the hype. He's the number 1 Texas Ranger draw for me, period, to start off this year.
Right.
I know you got gold uniforms that everyone was standing in line for and sweatshirts and gear and all that yesterday. That's what hype does.
It does, but there's a difference between hype and then overhype. And even overhype, even if it's warranted. We were hyped about Wyatt Langford at the end of last year. Then the Mike Trout comparison came into play, and it's all right, now we've hit a point where you've put him in a category where you've left him very little margin for error to reach that hype and to be able to have us be satisfied with the hype and where he is and where he gets to.
Keith Law made that comparison before the draft. It wasn't even what he was doing in Texas yet. He made that comparison as
I know, that's
Trout.
just dangerous. You should never say when somebody's coming out, who's his player comp? LeBron James. No. Don't do that.
Player comps are fun.
They are fun.
You didn't like the Tiger, so you hated the Tiger hype. You weren't more excited to watch Tiger's first Masters because of all that hype. Of course you were.
Tiger was already on tour though. He was already on tour at the first match.
Okay, no, but yes, before Tiger started on the PGA Tour, he was hyped as the next.
He was absolutely hyped. He absolutely met it. He's another one that's met it. Very few people have met it. He absolutely met it. But yeah, it's when you just anoint somebody, it's okay.
Michelle Wee, Freddie Adu, I know their names because of the hype.
Yeah, but they didn't match it.
But I don't care. So what? They didn't match it. You're gonna match it or not? I don't feel bad for freaking Freddie Adu because he got called Pele. I don't
feel bad for them.
Oh, that's who you're giving sympathy towards. So what? They didn't match the hype. It's freaking sports. Like, so then we sit in the bar and be like, he didn't match the hype. It's not going to mess up my day. It's not going to ruin things for me.
It's not messing up a day. It's just like when you overhype somebody, you get a feeling like it's a letdown if they don't match it. And then I just don't want to. I just want to enjoy Wyatt Langford and not like
you can enjoy it.
wondering
That's
if I'm
personal.
being let down.
That's personal choice.
Yeah,
look, don't let people control you. I thought that you were all about that. All right, here comes my surprise.
Oh my God, we got chairs! I was so right. We got chairs. We got chairs.
All right. So
look at that.
This is Tolo Sean Young. Let's get these on the fan cam. Ryan, thank you for your assistance. Sean was listening, and he said, man, oh, my God, we got a lot of chairs. All right, hang on. You got to get on the mic. That's the way radio works.
Tallest one.
Are you wearing makeup? He looks very manicured. Look at these eyebrows. All right, Sean, step up to this microphone.
Oh, my gosh.
You're Sean.
Yes, sir.
Okay. First off, thanks for being a Tolo.
Of course.
I actually thought this was like,
Look how tall this is. This is what's up.
Give the description, Chop.
It's a tall chair.
Yeah. And
gray.
And it's high up.
High, padded, ergonomic.
So Sean was listening, and he DM'd me, and I thought I was getting hooked up for my dining room table. He's like, I hear you talk about chairs all the time. I have a chair company, and reach out, let's make something work. And I'm like, okay, my wife wants these, distressed wood. He's like, nah, bro, I'm talking about studio chairs.
Yeah.
So he's like, I want to hook up 105.3 The Fan. So Sean, tell us what your company is first and foremost, who you work for, what company you own, the whole deal.
Yeah, of course. So what we are is we're Wilson Bauhaus Interiors. We've recently merged with a company called Bauhaus. We were previously Wilson's, and we're a commercial furniture company.
Oh,
so we do all over the
give us that name
one more.
Give us that name one more time. Spell it out.
Wilson Bauhaus Interior.
Bauhaus.
Bauhaus. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, design. It means design.
Yeah. Okay.
So we got to keep it all nice.
Sorry, I didn't know. Well, I didn't know about design. I'm sorry.
You should have had Peyton read the name. He would have tripped over that for a good 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's spelled pretty funky too. So.
Okay. Now you had told me that you're just bringing in. Are these all the different options?
Yeah.
Because I thought you were bringing in 3 chairs.
Yeah, we have 3 different options for you. So we have one, it's called the Lyric. We have one called the Evo.
Yo, Choppy is getting worked up with that. That's the Blue Chew chair. Is that blue? Is that a blue seat?
It's a purple seat.
It's a purple seat.
It's a purple seat.
That looks sick.
Yeah. It bounces. And look, the armrest moves so you can. If you gotta lean this way, it'll slide with you.
Ooh, are you kidding?
Hey, lean like that again.
I lean back.
Okay.
I lean back.
So you got that chair. What are the other options, Sean?
Then we have the Evo right here.
Ooh, the Evo.
Chop, lean like that again. Like
This
you just
Evo
were.
is-
Look like
Bobby,
Captain
I want you to sample these. Come on.
Yeah, the Evo is a little bit. It's probably a little bit better in my opinion.
Oh,
It's
this is
Better
way
than
up.
better than the Blue
I
Chew
do,
chair.
Yeah,
Dude,
absolutely.
this thing is
Sean,
so soft.
stand up. Look at this.
Okay.
This at its highest point, the chair reaches up to the,
So high.
the desk.
Let's
here.
see. Sit
All
in
right.
it.
All right, here we go.
Give it a test drive right there, Sean. Why is that one better?
So it's a little bit more user friendly. So all the handles are right under the seat versus the old school knobs and things like that. So in that chair, I would sell it for about $1,000.
$1,000.
Yo,
This is a great chair.
what are these other ones?
The other ones.
Let me test one out, homie.
Yeah.
Come on. Let me get a bow wow up in here. All right, what's this?
So this is the Evo, same one he's sitting in.
Okay.
And then we have the Lyric, the Blue Chew chair, as Choppy was calling it.
Yeah.
That one's going to retail about $750 to $800.
Okay,
You see?
look at this.
This is a
Lovely.
fantastic
Oh,
chair.
yeah.
Yo, this is
This is so.
Is that
I
song?
feel like a better man in this.
Now,
chair.
Sean, what, just for all the listeners who maybe think that we're divas and that we've been crybabies about this, especially Mike Bassick, who has his gamer chair in here, how would you evaluate the status of these chairs? I sent you the picture. Chiafalo, I told Chiafalo and Wilchuk, I said, send me a picture of the chairs and the height and everything. Do you think they need replacing? Do you think so?
Absolutely. I mean, look,
this is the one I'm on.
they're
I'm
made in
getting
China.
scratched.
Those are made in China.
China.
You're selling those. I'm selling those for $150. $200.
Oh man, these are
is
$750 to
fantastic.
$1,000. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Anything else we need to know about the options over here? What do you think?
That one, the Evo also has a lumbar support, so it's
Okay.
adjustable up and down for you. But, we offer a lot more stuff than just chairs. So we can do anything in a commercial space. We do a lot of hospitals, hotels, all sorts of stuff.
Dining room chairs.
I'm working with you on that. Did you see
We'll talk in the commercial. We'll talk in the commercial. We can keep it station related, but I want your company name out there. We're going to get all this on the fan cam. We get a video. So how's this going to work here? We're able to pick out a chair and have new chairs for the
Absolutely, yeah. Go ahead and pick out a chair that you want. We'll take the rest back. Make sure that Peyton gets one as well.
No!
Wow.
No! Are you kidding me? Sean Young rescuing the radio station. We have fan text sponsor, phone line sponsor, and now we're going to have a chair sponsor.
There you go.
So we're going to put y'all out there. What website, place to go to?
Yes, sir. WilsonBauhausinteriors.com is the website. So
Okay.
I texted it to you or messaged it to you so I can do that again. So, yeah. If you
I got it all. What do you think, Chuck? Give me.
These are 10 out of 10. All I want to know is, yes, I need to Scotch guard this because Hagelin is going to sit in this at some point. He's going to spill something. There's all kinds of stains everywhere on these chairs.
They're all warranted too. So.
We need perfect. We need Scotch guard. We need all this is my chair.
Bro, you saved us.
No problem.
You saved us. Sean Young on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I think this is worth some airtime.
It's pretty good. And then Bauhaus, is it Bauhaus?
That's correct.
Okay.
I want you to get photos, social, all out videos. Everyone come in and try out the chairs.
Oh,
Sean,
they're so great.
Thank you. You saved us. You are the man.
This is amazing.
Sean,
you saved our asses,
thank
literally.
you.
Where's your company? Where
It's
y'all
based out of
located?
Dallas. So, yeah, we're right by Love Field.
Okay.
So not too far at all. We also have a 70,000 square foot warehouse.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pretty big.
Awesome.
It's almost as big as Sean's new house.
Yeah. You're the man.
Awesome.
Thank you. I still need free chairs, though. Discount chairs. All right, let's test them out. And let's also get ready for Below the Belt and recap day one of the madness. And the one we want kicked out of college basketball the most, it's not Calipari. It's this freaking athletic director who's trying to take credit. That's next on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to
Injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel's first, 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Oregon is going to dribble the clock away, and the Oregon Ducks still haven't lost in the first round since 2013. The 11 seed knocks off the 6 seed. Oregon, a winner over South Carolina, 87-73 the final score.
Call on Westwood 1. I cannot have Bobby sitting higher than over me right now. Although, you know what? Whoever's leading the tournament should sit in the highest chair. Whoever's leading the morning show bracket,
Well, in that case, hang on.
Dude, Yeah,
you should get no chair.
Look, RJ already knows how to adjust the new chairs that Tolo Sean Young brought in. Dude, I always tell people, they're like, all right, we're getting into a radio station new, and is there anything that you think we should? I said, man, morale is a hell of a drug. All you gotta do is throw a little morsel here and there.
Morale's high.
All you gotta do is throw us some new chairs.
That's it.
A little bit here and there, and listen to the enthusiasm in the building today. I hope KMC is not on remote. They might be.
They are.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's bad for them, though. That means G-Bag is
shame.
going to start claiming chairs before they can get them.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you got your chair. You satisfied? You good?
I am so satisfied. I haven't even tried the other one. The Evo is the other one. The Evo.
Yeah.
I haven't even tried the other one. I'm not even sure I need to. This is so comfortable on my behind.
What would you say? Like with the height difference in these chairs, I'm a good foot taller than Choppy right now, as he's on the lowest setting. I
would think so.
Like
This
right
is
now,
very
I have
weird.
to look way down on you to see you.
This is very strange. I can barely see Peyton over the computer. I'm not sure. I'm gonna raise myself up here.
Did you get yourself one? Did you take one back there for you?
I did not. I had to run back here while Sean was still previewing them to y'all, but I'll take one, the purple one for sure.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and social them out. So thanks to the Tolo. I said, you're not going to realize the radio advertising you're going to get out of this. Holy crap. Every show's going to be ranting and raving, hopefully. So thanks to Tolo Sean and his company. All right, leftovers from the bracket yesterday. I kind of want to start with this athletic director, the freaking clown of the week.
At Long Beach State. That is
idiot.
You think he's an idiot?
Yes.
Yeah,
He's a douche.
He's a joke.
So you ever backstory, Dan Monson is the coach there. He's been the coach there for 17 years.
Was.
Yeah.
Yeah, was. So
Well, explain that.
So he had been there for 17 years, and on Monday of last week, he was told, and I guess according to him, they mutually agreed to part ways. Dan, by the way, was the coach at Gonzaga, late 90s, their first Elite Eight run. He's there for a couple years. He leaves to go to Minnesota because they did so well. He failed there. Mark Few takes over Gonzaga. Gonzaga is now this powerhouse. And Dan Monson goes and spends the next 17 years at Long Beach State.
Which apparently Mark Few with reporters the other day trashed the Long Beach athletic director for doing this to Dan Monson. He apparently went off when he was huddled with reporters on this.
And Mark was not happy last night either, because during the Gonzaga game, they're showing the end of the Kentucky game on the Jumbotron. And he was not happy that the fans were watching the game instead of the Kentucky end of the Kentucky game instead of the start of the Gonzaga game. So anyway, Bobby Smitherin tells the Associated Press before the game that he was just doing it to try to inspire the team.
Oh my gosh.
That's why he fired him.
Light a spark.
And give the full quotes, because your recapping of it is not as insensitive and gross as the actual quote.
He says, "My belief and hope is that by doing what I did and the timing of it, they would play inspired. And that's what they did. I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but it worked."
But it worked. What a jackass.
He's a complete jackass. Like, the way I imagine him reading this is, do you remember the two bleep holes segment that SNL used to do, the skit they would do where the guy was just chewing gum? And he's like, that's what I imagine
it was
doing.
in the last 20 years. I have no idea, because SNL sucks.
That's what I imagine this guy doing while he's standing there. Just like, be like, yeah, I was just trying to motivate my basketball team. It worked out. So I don't know what you guys want. Yeah. Just a total D-bag.
Very,
like, how
very
arrogant.
D-bag.
Like, to me, it's,
he's going to get this guy hired somewhere else instantly.
Oh, Dan still wants to coach.
For the likability.
Yeah, he still wants to coach. And I'm trying to think how old Dan Monson is. I mean, he's probably not.
I mean, you have
in
Google.
His 40s. I know. I'm trying to pull it up, and it's not pulling up yet.
He is 62.
62. Okay, so he's not. Yeah, because the Dan Monson I pulled up is 90.
Okay.
Different guy, right? So,
Sister Dan.
He's not a spring chicken, as the kids would say. You could get him a job. Like, he'll find a place. But this is one of those, like, what do you really want? What do you want to be? You're Long Beach State. Who has ever been successful at a Long Beach State, right? This guy's been in the tournament, like, he goes to the tournament like every 3 or 4 years. 4 times in 17 years, but every 4 years he goes there. All right, and this year he went, and they shouldn't have gone. They were not going to go unless they won the tournament. They won the conference tournament. They went on a magical run. Now, are you going to find somebody better? What are you going to do? Are you going to find somebody that wants to be there 17 years? The coach at Oakland, who just beat Kentucky last night, this is his 40th year there. Some guys find a spot. They want to stay there forever. Stability. Now, you're never going to win at Oakland. You're never going to win at Long Beach State. Now, it's a stepping stone job. Let's say you get the next Andy Enfield. Remember Andy Enfield? He was at Florida Gulf Coast.
Yeah.
You get a guy, you pop, you go to a Sweet 16, and they move, and they jump ship. Is that what you want to be? You want to be a feeder team, or you want to be a team that's got a stability? They had to make a decision. I don't disagree with it. I mean, I don't know their situation, but
don't tell us this was intentional.
Right. It's not intentional.
Yeah, this is a total CYA comment. You need to just not talk. That's what you should be doing. You should be declining interviews right now, or just
let the guy have his spotlight.
Speaking very generically. If things talk about it, you know, people are asking questions. Say, look, I'm very happy for Dan. It's been inspiring to see the way that the players have rallied for him. They clearly love him. That's why we've had him here for 17 years. We have a lot of respect for Dan. They thought it was time to move on, but we're enjoying these last week. Like, there's so many different ways you can say it other than, yeah. So you guys came over here to give me my flowers, right? Because I got this team to the tournament by motivating our basketball team. Right. This guy's an idiot.
Yeah. And then you have the upset of the tournament so far. Oakland, Michigan, taking out John Calipari and the Kentucky Wildcats. And afterwards, Kenny Smith gave some brilliant analysis on TV.
You know, I think, the Kentucky-Oakland game was a dynamic loss in terms of expectations of fans around the country. So that was probably big, but overall, probably. Yeah, I mean, hey, but it just keeps going.
Good job, Captain Obvious.
It keeps going.
Captain Obvious over here. That was a dynamic loss by Kentucky, Ernie.
Yes.
So what we're looking for.
I love that. See, that's the difference with them. And if someone says something generic on the other networks, they're probably not getting called out and just blasted.
No, they're probably getting praised.
No, yeah. No, and like you hear there, like Clark Kellogg is just having like an asthma attack, like giggling at it.
What the hell is that a dynamic loss?
I don't know. And that's what was like so hilarious. It's just the like dismissive way Charles repeats it to Ernie. That was a dynamic loss by Kentucky, Ernie.
Yes.
The way he says it just makes me crack up. Well, but I love that they'll call it out.
Well, yesterday, so every year I try to monitor. I didn't do it as much yesterday. Tied up, Franco meeting, all that.
Yeah.
But every year, everyone likes to monitor the amount of college hoops that Barkley and Ernie and Kenny actually know. What sense did you get of that yesterday? Because I think their strategy, again, I did not watch as much yesterday. Charles' strategy, they rely on Kellogg for personnel. Charles' strategy, along with Kenny, I think, talk to me about the way the game is going stylistically.
That's it, yeah.
They got the big man advantage. They're too small. They hit too many threes. The pace, because they can't talk about the actual player.
Yeah, I caught a lot more of the left go Candace Parker,
B team,
Jay Wright, and Seth Davis. Well, it depends on which channel you're on, right? Because I think the Tennessee game had the left go one. That's what I saw last night, and then during the day too. But I saw a little bit of the Barkley team, and it is typically what you just mentioned. It's Kellogg going more in-depth on individual players. Charles and Kenny talking more generic about the teams and who they think might be there. That's more of what it was. They do break the game down, I think, better than a lot of college analysts do. Because a lot of the college, now outside of like the Greenbergs and the Billises, they do a great job, but they break the game down better than Seth Davis and John Rothstein. They're not there for that. That's what Charles and Kenny are there for. And it's more fun. It's a lot more fun. They're just entertaining people.
It was hilarious, though. You can tell that like Charles has not been watching, because there were like 2 or 3 different times yesterday when they'd be in halftime or during a pregame show, and he'd be talking about something. He'd be like, and that guy, what was his name? What's his name, guys? And then they'd say his name and be like, yeah, that guy, he's pretty good. Yeah. They're like, yeah, he's been their best player. He's like, yeah, he's good. I haven't seen him before. He's good.
That Zach Edey guy.
That's a good basketball
player.
Man.
He's really tall.
Have we reached the point where we laugh at it, or you're disgusted or turned off as a big-time college basketball fan? Like, this is insulting. Give me someone who can break this down.
I don't care.
No.
To me, it's like, I get it. Nobody watches college basketball. There's a select few people that watch college basketball every single week, and I'll watch 50 games, but I get that most people don't, and you can't get mad at it. It's the way the world is.
I have zero issue. This is the way I've always thought of these sorts of things. I have zero issue with somebody who's not up to date with the players and key figures and everything else because I know Barkley knows basketball. So Barkley can tell me what just happened in the first half of the game. Barkley's going to analyze it correctly. You're going to get good analysis on, hey, they need to be doing this. I didn't like this, blah, blah. The fact that he just doesn't know their name or whatever else, or he doesn't know their backgrounds, that doesn't bug me. He can sit there and tell me what's happening on the court in the first half.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorneys text line. Thank you for checking us out on YouTube, Twitch, and the Fan Cam. Have you settled in on your chair? Is that it?
Yeah, this one.
Is that your one?
Not moving.
Yeah, I think this is it. I haven't tried the other one. I'm gonna try the gray one out just to sit in it.
Yeah,
but I think we've got one.
Why do these handles turn?
You can move. You can they're completely flexible. Not only do they like turn like sideways, you can like shift them out and in. Like they're almost like magnetic.
Oh.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Okay.
Wonderful. Yeah, I like it. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Fantastic.
I feel like when I lean like this, like I feel like Captain Kirk or something. Like just sitting in my chair.
You're sitting pretty high. It's like a director.
Yeah.
And I wonder, is there a height too high to sit where now it's a little bit of a pompous look?
Yeah, Bobby's.
Yeah.
What he's doing right now. Could the J.J. McCarthy hype train carry him all the way to the Commanders and the number 2 pick? Roberto has it next. And below the belt, right here on the Fan.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls. You have been dealing with joint pain. That's it. Joint pain. Knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles. So when you get that joint pain, what do? You go to QC Kinetics.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Which is worse? Taking J.J. McCarthy second overall?
Yes.
Or putting Kentucky in your Final Four?
Oh, man. I would do both.
Yeah. Would you take him second overall, J.J. McCarthy?
No. I mean, it doesn't matter. I would just take whoever.
I mean, I don't know. You put McNeese State in the Sweet 16.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could. This very much seems like something you could psych yourself into.
I'll tell you this.
J.J. McCarthy is the guy.
I don't like Jaden Daniels. I don't like
Jaden Daniels very much either.
I like Michael Penix a lot better. I wouldn't take Jaden Daniels too. I would take either Penix or McCarthy or Drake May.
Well, that might be what the Washington Commanders do. At the very least, here's the thing we've settled on, it appears. J.J. McCarthy is not getting out of the top 6 of the NFL draft, it appears, which means Sean Sharif's take will be very much on the line.
Oh, man, I can't wait. I can't wait to be right.
I know you can't. Now, before we dive into that, I got to remind you guys, tomorrow, since I just made the March Madness reference, tomorrow, 3:30 till maybe 5 in the morning, Sean. Maybe I'll be out until 5 in the morning on Sunday because I run my own life. 3:30 p.m. tomorrow, Richardson Bar and Grill, 1411 East Campbell Road. Going to be hanging out there, drinking with Will Chambers. Will might get cirrhosis of the liver out there because he's so depressed about John Calipari and what Kentucky did. But you can come out to Richardson Bar and Grill, hang out with some of the listeners, talk Cowboys trash, watch March Madness, 1411 East Campbell Road. Now, this J.J. McCarthy hype or buzz that's out there existing. So the Washington Commanders, J.J. McCarthy's pro day is coming up. It was just today. Today is J.J. McCarthy's pro day. So last night, the Washington Brass, all of them, GM, head coach, offensive coordinator, a contingent of Washington Commanders flew out to Ann Arbor on Thursday so that they could get a little one-on-one time. They're taking J.J. McCarthy out to dinner. So the coveted dinner spot the night before the pro day, which is a big deal. Teams will fly in the day before. They try and get that time to spend with them. The Washington Commanders are filling up that spot, and now there's some talk of like, well, look, I mean,
Morton's back in my day in D.C.
It's a good spot. It's a good stop.
Look at, J.J. McCarthy has, a lot of people have thrown out comparisons. I don't think it's a good one, but a lot of people throw out some comparisons that they think he's Brock Purdy-like when you watch him throw the ball.
Do you think he can make as many big-time throws as Purdy? Because to me, he's a... Oh.
Yeah. No, okay. I do. Yeah, I think his greatest trait to me...
That worries me a little that you said that, but I'm not going to get off my hot take.
That is... I have McCarthy in the third round. So, it's not it's not like I've got him way up at the top. Right. But to me, McCarthy is...
He's got a better arm than Brock.
One of the most impressive things about J.J. McCarthy is... It always stands out to me when I'm watching a college quarterback. Who's not afraid to just attack the middle of the field? Who's not afraid to attack between the numbers? If you're willing to do that and take risks and have that confidence to throw it, that says something, especially if you're doing it with good ball placement, you're throwing with some anticipation. McCarthy does show that. McCarthy, wasn't asked to do a ton of it at Michigan, but when he was dropping back, he had the confidence to do it in big spots against big time defenses, and he did it pretty consistently.
He's got a good arm, and he throws well on the run, which I think is key. He was not asked to do a lot. So he never really showed that he can do anything. So we don't really know. It's all projections.
Well, that's what it comes down to. How much are you blaming Harbaugh for the restraint?
Also the weather too. I mean, Michigan is it's not easy to throw there either.
Harbaugh's style, right?
Yeah.
Harbaugh's style versus McCarthy's capabilities. I'm choosing to say it's more lack of capabilities. It sounds like you guys are leaning a little bit towards Harbaugh's style restricted him.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing is that when he was asked at the end of the 22 season, when he was asked to start really slinging it around, end of the season against Ohio State, into the CFP, early part of this season for Michigan, when he was asked to push the ball downfield and throw like a volume passer, he did it well. And he didn't always.
Dude, he was leading the Heisman at one point this year.
Yeah, there was a time where when you'd watch J.J. McCarthy 2021 where I was like, that dude will never, he can't throw the football. This is, I don't know how Michigan's ever going to win a national title with this guy.
He's improved a lot.
He showed a lot at the end of 22, and then he built on it into 23, and he did it against top defenses.
I didn't see it in their playoff stretch last year. I watched the games. Did you watch the games?
Against TCU?
And I saw, I'm talking about this past championship.
Oh, this past year. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking last year, last season.
The previous season.
Okay, gotcha.
The past championship, just like the final three games, I was like, okay, there's a play here and there. But I remember against Alabama, I'm like, all right, this Michigan offense is broken. It's run the football, or that's it. It was power football. But that's what's going to be fun about this. Well, someone's going to be right, someone's going to be wrong.
And so if the idea is, though,
I will be right and RJ will be wrong.
If you see a little Brock Purdy, which build-wise, they're similar. Brock Purdy's 6'1.5", 212 or something. McCarthy's 6'2", 219 or something. They're similarly built guys. It's easy for a lot of guys to go, oh, it's a Midwestern white guy quarterback. People, I think, see that and they try to make connections that way. I don't think they're totally similar, but there's some aspects that are probably the same. I think
he's more athletic than Brock.
I think they see the game. I think they see the field and the play develop similarly. But think about who is running things in Washington now. It's a whole bunch of guys who came up through the San Francisco way. And we hear about Kyle Shanahan saying, like, the thought with Kyle Shanahan is, I want the right guy for what I do. I don't necessarily need Patrick Mahomes. I want the guy who fits what I do. And on just a playing field of who's the more impressive looking athlete or quarterback talent, you'd probably say that's Trey Lance over Brock Purdy. Just like physically what they can do. But that's not what happened, is that Shanahan realized, we read that or played that quote during the Super Bowl week. Shanahan said after the first training camp, he's like, I think our third quarterback's our best quarterback.
Look, I mean, you could have great skill sets at the quarterback position and be a bad decision maker, and you're going to be limited. You could be a great decision maker and have bad skill sets, and you're still going to be limited because you don't have the ability to, out throw if you're off, if you're a little late, you can't out throw that. He's got a really good arm. Like he's got kind of a cannon, McCarthy. So that's good for him. The decision making
cannon based upon that throw test at the combine.
I mean, that's what all you can go by.
You can go by all his years in college football playing.
But I mean, if
I didn't see it, like, whoa,
right? But we don't have a gun. I wish football put a gun on the field, like a radar gun.
Oh,
stop it, Bobby. Right? I want to see because
yeah, then Kelvin could still be here.
Yeah, right. Because J.J. McCarthy threw the second fastest ball at the combine. I want to see that because there's a difference between throwing the ball in practice and like how fast you throw it in the game. Like maybe you're just trying to put touch on it. Like Tua could throw harder than he throws. And, he just lobs.
We've seen Tua's. There's been enough football. We've seen Tua's arm capability.
Yeah, but his arm capability, like he could throw the ball 60 yards on the field.
Oh, I think.
Yeah, so, with little velocity.
So that's a question.
Well, that's the question because you can't throw a 60-yard ball with little velocity.
I remember I've asked this question before.
What do you mean you can't throw a ball with little velocity?
It's not gonna.
Some guys can throw more of a rope, and some guys can't. Just like in the outfield.
But you're okay. What I'm saying is that you're talking about the trajectory of it.
Yeah,
like you can throw a 60-yarder on a line.
Yeah.
Versus a lob. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what I was about to say is that. I've talked to different talent evaluators about this before where I'll say, hey, when you see somebody with arm strength, somebody who can throw the ball down the field, but it kind of gets there, would you say there's a different classification between arm strength and zip? Like, is zip something different than the strength to get it there? Is there to me,
I don't really have a great difference.
But to me, I think it's similar to the idea of the difference in when it comes to baseball of control and command. Like, what's the difference between control and command? And somebody said, well, control is the ability to throw strikes. Command is the ability to throw quality strikes, throw them exactly where you want to. You're commanding it. Similar sort of thing. I think having that zip. I think McCarthy, clearly the tracking showed he could throw it with some zip. I don't know that it always shows up on tape that way, but he does. I think he's got a decent enough arm to do it. Now, J.J. McCarthy ends up with the Commanders. This would be...
Well, either way, we can have all these discussions. You have him as a third. If they took him at 2, you'd be happy about it.
Sure. To me, I'd be happy if they took Jaden Daniels, too, because I think I have Jaden Daniels behind McCarthy. But for you, Sean, when you look at the idea of, okay, if the San Francisco contingent that's been really good at their talent evaluation is on board with this, if a guy like Cliff Kingsbury, who's considered kind of a offensive savant and a talent evaluator looks at it and goes, yeah, this guy can make it work. If they were to take McCarthy after evaluating all the quarterback process, would that concern you at all? Or would you just go, oh, this is a carryover from the Snyder days. The Washington contingent is still stupid.
Well, I don't care what no, it's not going to change my mind. But if Cliff Kingsbury and Dan Quinn are like, this is the guy.
And it may not matter. Because even though they're meeting with them, Washington, Vegas is not buying it. Vegas has, believe it or not, they have on the favorites to land J.J. McCarthy. There's a team with minus odds on them, Choppy. The Minnesota Vikings are minus 115 to get J.J. McCarthy. Now, the Vikings are picking 11, but they just picked up pick 23. There's a big thought that they're going to package that and they're going to try to get ahead of the Giants at 6. Because the Giants, if you look at it, they are the next best odds on there at plus 350. And so the idea is people think the Vikings are trying to get up to 4 or 5, get out of that top 3 cluster where Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, Drake May, all those guys go, and then go take J.J. McCarthy. Because there's been building buzz about McCarthy being thought of really well in the New York Giants headquarters.
Minnesota can absolutely move up. The Patriots are apparently open for business with their pick. And there's a story out there that they might be willing to move on from the 3rd pick in the draft. If it will be a draft day trade, it will be an on-the-clock trade. So let's say they really are high on Daniels and he goes 2.
Right.
Or they're high on May and he goes 2. And then wouldn't want to just take the leftover, right? That's the New England thought, is that maybe they wind up trading out of that pick, and any number of Giants or Washington, or I'm sorry, Giants or Minnesota could trade up for that.
And you think that'd be stupid?
I think it would be stupid for New England to trade down. I do, and I went back and looked
because your philosophy is dime a dozen.
Yeah, not even I guess you could say dime a dozen. I just went and looked at the last 10 drafts. All right, so I was like, all right, you have the choice of the first quarterback taken or the rest of them, right? Or like the next one or the next couple. And how many times did the first quarterback taken? I've always had this philosophy with other positions. The first one taken was always better than the next one taken. Or are we just that bad at evaluation?
Save that, because that's a really good long segment. Speaking of Patriot quarterbacks, what's this Apple TV clip? Is this Tom Brady being petty?
Tom
Brady?
Tom Brady.
Is this the petty clip?
Is this?
You sent it, Chavi. I'm sending you. Al Michaels, number 15, cut sheet.
This is
1-5. Is that it?
Oh yeah. Okay, so this is. You can't.
I can't what? Let me hear it. What?
I'm going to Peyton here.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm going to Peyton here. You got to label it better than that.
No.
All right. So the Apple TV thing, which nobody has.
I don't.
They've got this Patriots documentary going, and this is how petty Tom Brady is, because Tom Brady has a hand in the production of this with 199 Productions. Listen to what they cut out of the special.
So we have a situation here in this Apple TV Patriots show that is a level of petty that I have never seen before. They edited out the word "Foles" from the touchdown call by Al Michaels during the Philly special. This is the call by Michaels, obviously saying the word "Foles" because he's the one who got the touchdown. Caught Foles touchdown. So what does the Apple show do? Caught touchdown. They edited out the word Foles. It took them longer to do that than just to play the thing anyway.
Look at that. They edited out the name
why?
Foles because Tom Brady is so petty. And the Patriots are so petty about losing that game to Nick Foles. Why else would they edit it out?
Because I'm like telling you, like just hearing the way it was cut there, it's like montagey, like stylistic, like caught, touchdown. Like it's an audio editing choice. That is not like there's zero chance Brady told them not to do that.
And when we praise Tom if he did, like, Michael competitive.
Michael would have done that.
Dude, is Foles' name said in the entirety of the documentary?
I don't know.
I'm sure it is.
We don't have Apple.
Apple TV.
You tell us. You're supposed to cut up this
I'll
whole thing
share
anyway.
your login. I'll share my login.
All right, there it is. Below the belt right here, 105.3 The Fan. Choppy gets you set for the madness of day 2 next. But first, let me get you set for lunch and dinner.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Gets it inbounds, but it's stolen away. Breon pass, driving, jamming, and putting an exclamation point on this game for North Carolina State. 80-67.
Oh, day 2 of the NCAA tournament. The other day 1, you can also call it that. Right? If you really wanted to, the other day 1. Because this is day 1 for the teams that didn't play yesterday. So half the field of 32 is set, and the other half of the field of 32 will be set by about 11 o'clock tonight, as you got games galore going on today. Real quick, yesterday, ton of upsets. Not a ton, but enough. You had a 14-seeded Oakland beating Kentucky.
First half of the day, boring. Second half, better.
Yeah, boring. So you had a 14 seed in Oakland beating Kentucky 80-76. Oakland's in Michigan, by the way, not the Bay Area. You also had 11 seed Duquesne, or Duquesne, as I'm heard some people call it, 71-67 over BYU.
Are you going to play the McCarthy drop?
It's just like anything.
Did you send it to Peyton?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'll get it.
Okay. What was the? I want to brush over that game, but I can't.
Okay.
Duquesne screwing my bracket as I had BYU in the Elite Eight. I thought BYU was making the comeback. I was like, okay, order restored. Better teams here.
Yep.
It's going to happen.
They had outscored them in the second half. They were making a nice little run. It got up to about 14, 15 points. And then with about 10 minutes to go, BYU really started to chip away at this thing, and it got back to, right there to a tie game. I think it was tied at 60 at one point. You get to Oregon. Oregon, an 11 seed, beats South Carolina 87-73. NC State, an 11 seed, beats Texas Tech 80-67. That's really it at all for the upsets, unless you consider Michigan State a 9 seed, 69-51 over 8 seed Mississippi State. I don't really consider those upsets. So you had 4 real upsets yesterday. We've said the other day, there's about an average of 5 in the first round, so you only need 1 today to get your match.
What other upset stung you guys? Nevada.
Duquesne,
Now that's McCarthy. Why was he talking about them?
And how does he not know how to pronounce? He's from Pittsburgh.
I don't know. I think he's saying it's like a regionalized thing that they say is sort of like a colloquialism or something. But he said that
Duquesne,
there's a play in there called Dukes or Duquesne. It's like a call within the offense, and McCarthy was calling it Duquesne, and apparently Dak had told him it's Duquesne. He's like, well, he's like, well, what do you want me to call it then? Duquesne or Duquesne? And Mccarthy was like, it's your offense. Call it whatever you want to call it. If you want, I say Duquesne, but if you want to call it Duquesne, call it Duquesne. And if I say Duquesne, you know what I'm talking about. It's just like anything.
I had Nevada beating Dayton. I had that locked in, and that freaking comeback that hurt me. That was a 10-7 that I had. Drake. That hurt me big time.
Drake hurt, yeah.
As well. I went with a lot of these 10-7, 7-10s, and Washington State ended up beating them.
They did. And
overrated rapper and team. I'm just kidding. I can't speak to his music a ton. I like it.
We could, and we're one game away. And the 11 seed in this today is a favorite over the 6, so we could have all 11 seeds moving on.
Wow.
If New Mexico beats Clemson, and New Mexico's a 2.5-point favorite. That's the team that's coached by Richard Pitino, Rick's kid. It's got Eddie House's son on the team, Jalen House. They're a live dog from a seed perspective, but they're a favorite. They are a favorite in this game. Go figure, and that is coming up today at 2:10 on True TV. So here's your slate for this afternoon, Sean, Bobby, Peyton, Ryan. It gets going at 11:15 on CBS, Northwestern and Florida Atlantic. This is in Brooklyn. Florida Atlantic is a team that some people didn't think should be in it. That they got the benefit of last year's run. Anyway, they went to the Final Four last year. They returned just about everybody, and they're 25-8, and they're a 4.5-point favorite over Northwestern. You got Baylor at 11:40. It's on True TV. If you want to catch a flight to Memphis, about an hour and change flight, you could go to the game. Tickets are as low as $2.
$2.
You get the super last row of the upper.
So they're right. Caitlin Clark is out doing the men's tournament.
I know, right? I think it may be like single seats only. But that's Baylor Colgate, 11:40 on True TV. San Diego State UAB, 12:45 on TNT. Marquette and Western Kentucky at 1. All right, then you get back to the 145 game. It's UConn and Stetson. That should be an absolute blowout. New Mexico and Clemson. Do you like how these are staggered every 30 minutes, or do you like we're better where they're all at the same time?
No.
I've always loved the way it's staggered.
I love, well, especially now that I've got the YouTube TV like 4-box. When they start at like the same time, I can just watch all of them at once. So it's like I'm sitting there just kind of waiting around for a game, and I don't like that.
Yeah,
the staggering is great.
Stagger, because now they're on all 4 different channels. I like the stagger. When they were all at the same time,
but they've staggered it for a while.
Ever since they've gone to the 4 networks. Remember, it used to be on just CBS, and that's all you had?
Yeah.
Oh, it was awful. So New Mexico, Clemson, Yale, and Auburn at 3:15 on TNT. You got Colorado, Florida. That could be a good one. A&M, 5:50. TNT, you could get tickets for that for $4 right now in Memphis. A&M against Nebraska. Duke and Vermont. Tickets for that are $150. That just goes to show you the difference in something like that game's in Brooklyn. It's a college basketball hotbed. $150. Memphis, not so much. $2. Charleston against Alabama in Spokane. You got Longwood in Houston. That game is also in Memphis. James Madison, Wisconsin. TCU tonight. They play against Utah State. That game is in Indianapolis. Tickets for $150 for that one. TCU and Utah State at 8:55, and then 9:05. Final game of the year. Final game of the night. Bobby's favorite.
Final game of the year. Is the eclipse tonight or something?
Final game of the evening of the first round. St. Mary's and Bobby's Grand Canyon Lopes.
Boy, this is breaking out to be a very interesting schedule today for our bracket. And by interesting, I mean like not as interesting as you would normally think it would be. We were so in lockstep with our picks. There's 16 games today. 11 of the games, we all picked the same winner. And so, like, here are the games today. St. Mary's and Grand Canyon. Peyton and RJ picked Grand Canyon. You and I took St. Mary's. A&M and Nebraska. There was some split there. This is the one that might burn me. The Duke-Vermont game, I took Vermont. Now, none of y'all have Duke going past the Sweet 16. So it wouldn't kill me too bad, I don't think. And then all of us today, except for Peyton, took James Madison.
So what burned you the most yesterday? What else can really burn you today? Pepe, you are in last right now?
No, I'm in last.
Oh, sorry. Well, you second to last.
Yeah.
All the same.
I just
all the same down bottom with you guys.
We got to have a new category. Just like there should be another last place because I'm just going to finish in last. Like, just put me there. That's
isn't this truly amazing?
Wow.
But you watch the most.
I talked myself into things.
And again, it doesn't mean you don't know. Obviously, this is why we love the tournament. It's crazy.
I just talked myself into things. Oh, I can see Sanford doing that.
Yeah.
You know, because Kansas is missing their best player. All
yeah.
Right? Because and I didn't and they got knocked out.
And they probably should have. I mean, I forget the situation of the horrific call.
It was 1 point game, 15 seconds to go.
Who was up?
Kansas was up by 1.
Okay.
So 15 seconds to go.
Who would have gotten the offensive board? The play was still alive.
There's 2 Sanford guys that were there. They had already grabbed the ball.
Okay.
So it was inbounded, and they were trying to trap. And so when he caught the pass, he threw it ahead. So it was the Kansas player and then 3 Sanford players down there. So when he missed that dunk, he fell. So there would have been just Sanford scoops it up, goes back down the court, and can hold for the game-winning shot. And it was a clean block.
Yes.
It was a bad call, but I can totally see how it happened. Like, I can totally see
how the call happened.
Yeah, I would have, when I first saw it, I was like, that's absolutely a foul. The problem here is that you can't review it. That's the biggest problem.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't foul there, but that's one spot. I thought it was a terrible call. I thought it was a very, very bad call. But
so what else is clenching your rear end today with outcomes?
I'm the only one with the Elite Eight still intact, baby. My biggest concern is,
like, who do we need to lose for him to come back down to earth?
Oh, for Bobby to come back down to earth?
Well, I don't know. Come back down to earth. We're tied.
So
let me raise my chair.
You need Vermont to lose.
Raise my chair a little bit.
Need Vermont to lose. Honestly, Marquette losing would be good for us.
Oh,
he has Marquette in the Final Four.
I have Marquette going a ways. Let's talk about the difference in basketballs that you have a problem with.
Okay.
I do not have Marquette in the Final Four, by the way.
Is this your thing? Oh, you Marquette in the Elite Eight. Okay,
yes.
I saw that as Final Four. I don't know why. I don't like the way this thing looks. Well, look, it's right here. It looks like Final Four.
Yeah.
The way you do the thing, it's just Elite Eight. So there are basically 2 basketballs that are used for the most part in the NCAA throughout the course of the year. There's the Wilson Evo, which is what they use in the tournament, and there's the Nike Elite. I only did research on the SEC teams, but the SEC teams that use the Wilson Evo is like your Arkansas, your A&Ms, Mississippi State, and South Carolina. That's really it. A lot of the Adidas schools use the Wilson Evo. That's what is used in the NCAA tournament. And you're seeing long droughts. It's a stickier ball and lighter. The Nike Elite is used by a lot of Nike schools. Right? They have a Nike. And
how are they using different basketballs within the sport?
I don't know. But I was doing this thing because I noticed that.
And who gets to decide what ball's used in the tournament?
The NCAA does. So
the NCAA should sanction. It should be one basketball.
It should be one basketball in the regular season for all the teams.
Yes.
Every team should use the same basketball they use in the tournament. And these teams have contracts. You can't get out of these contracts. And if you notice, so like last night, Texas and Colorado State played a very difficult to watch shooting matchup. Both teams used the Nike Elite basketball. They were using a different basketball in this game, and it is a very different ball. Very, very different. My school, Tennessee, we 4 of our losses this year all came with that basketball. And those are all of our worst shooting nights of the year.
Track that. How did you know that?
I'm a loser.
Okay.
I'm a loser.
That's detailed.
Yeah, so it's
3 of our 4 losses
like
came with the other
we
ball.
lost to A&M. It was our worst game of the year. We lost to the SEC tournament. It was our worst game of the year. Mississippi State on the road, one of our worst shooting games of the year. It won at South Carolina, 35% we shot. All with that basketball. Maui Invitational, couldn't shoot. All with that basketball. That is a real problem. And like the people who are in the know in college basketball, like we've got to figure this thing out. And they should do the same thing in college football because college football does the same thing. They use you can use whatever ball you want. You've got to figure out what ball you want to use as an organization. And just if the NCAA wants you to use the Wilson ball, the Evo, which is a great ball, that is the ball that most AAU teams use nowadays. Like my kids' team in middle school, they use the Evo. Why this is not standard and every school uses the same basketball blows me away.
Is the Ohtani cover-up already complete? We'll talk about it next on the home of the World Series champs, then crosstalk with KMC right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But man,
Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel's first, 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Dallas Mavericks get the win over the Utah Jazz last night at the AAC. Daniel Gafford, Maverick season high with 24 points. They had 18 dunks in this game. Mavs Slamma Jamma, that's a reference that I think Peyton knows because he watched a 30 for 30. Was it a 30 for 30?
Slamma Jamma?
Yes, well done. Good job with Wally Sharback. And that was just, it's nonstop throwdowns that this team has had. And again, I'm waiting to get the alley-oop tracker since the All-Star break. There's just no way that teams are throwing it down as much as the Mavericks, and that includes Kyrie Irving, Chop. And the Mavs are now the sixth seed in the Western Conference. They would face the Minnesota Timberwolves today. So the Mavs are playing well, 7-3 in their last 10. Jason Kidd said it. Gafford has hands. He's given us something we have not had in the middle in a very, very long time, despite the Dwight Powell extensions. Now, what comes after this? You get Utah again, so take care of business against them. They don't play until Monday. So the Mavs have a nice weekend. You get the Jazz on Monday, at Sacramento on Tuesday for the first of back-to-backs against the Kings. Then you get the Rockets with Dylan Brooks getting in a fight last night with the Chicago Bulls. But you're about to get 5 straight on the road for, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yep, 5 straight on the road for the Mavericks after a long weekend off.
Yeah, and look, I mean, this is now that they've finally gotten past Sacramento, something that they've been trying to do for a little bit now, past them in the standings, they're in a position now to...
What's up with the Kings, by the way? I mean, I know no one gives a crap about them nationally. They were supposed to be 2-3 seed in the West.
The next step.
Yeah.
Yeah, and instead, like, Oklahoma City's the one who's really, like, kind of seized that mantle. But they, there's that opportunity there with Sacramento. Even though they've lost twice to Sacramento this year, that's an opportunity to really put some distance between you and the play-in or some of these play-in teams. You've obviously got Phoenix still behind you, but this is a good opportunity for them over the course of the rest of the schedule. There's some difficult games on it, obviously. Oklahoma City's the finale, but you've kind of shown you can play with Oklahoma City since the trade. Warriors are on there. The Heat are on there. You're 3-0 against the Warriors and Heat this year. This sets up nicely for them it's within reach for them to get to 50 wins.
You've got to take advantage of it. You got to now, like, you got to watch out. Then you got to ask yourself, would you rather stay where you are and get a better draw, or get higher in the seed, right? And which does nothing for you other than it gives you a kind of an ego boost, right? It's pride. We got higher in the seeding. No, man, like, you want to stay away from the 1 seed generally. Generally, you do. And in this year, you want to stay away from. I don't necessarily care about avoiding Minnesota or even Oklahoma City, because Oklahoma City's never really done anything in the playoffs.
You got injured and
attrition,
injured and inexperienced.
Injured and inexperienced. It's all about just avoiding Denver. It's about avoiding Denver. Be on the other side of the bracket as Denver. That's it. Just avoid the Nuggets as long as you possibly can. And hope they get picked off.
Dude, Joker last night had 20, 12, and 11 with 4 minutes left in the third.
Is that good?
20,
like a good
12,
day?
and 11.
They don't have Derek Lively over there, so you gotta have the Jokic stopper.
Yeah. What's the card that stops the Joker in? Is there anything a Joker just gets thrown out? What games is the Joker in with cards?
Joker's wild.
Okay. We'll have to come up with something.
I don't know what stops the Joker.
I don't know how to play regular poker, so
you don't.
No, I'm not a good person to ask.
Really, you're not good at it. I figured you would say.
No, I'm not good at it. I don't know how to play it.
Oh.
I'm sure once I learn the rules, I'll be the best at it, but I don't know how to play it.
Just like pool.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the only thing Will Chambers has won at life the past week. Is pool against Bobby.
If you say anything with enough confidence, you hope somebody will back off and then not call you on it.
Yeah, that's true.
Sometimes you get called and you get exposed.
What's going on with Shohei, or as you are calling him,
Parlay Ohtani?
That's good.
Parlay Ohtani. So the latest is Shohei's people want the law enforcement to investigate the theft. I don't know.
Bobby, that's important to you, right? That shows you something.
That to me, the fact, if you are going to say, hey, we're calling for like a criminal investigation of this or whatever else, if that's a bluff, that's a strong bluff that you're making up a story, because if law enforcement gets involved and they find out you were lying the entire time about it, well, that can become like a felony for wasting police resources on like a crime wasn't committed.
Well, listen, y'all can live on that world. I like to live in the salacious. I like to live in the seedy underbelly of society. We call it Roanoke, but I like to live in that kind of seedy underbelly here, okay? And I'm going to live in the conspiracy theory world. This is where I choose to this is where I choose to lay my head at night, in the conspiracy theory world.
Harlem was listening during the J.J. McCarthy. Maybe he's still listening.
Very nice. I talked to a couple of people that are, one is a handicapper, one's a professional gambler. Both said this is completely being misrepresented. One said it's being misrepresented for one reason, that in order for him to owe $4.5 million, the interpreter, he would have to be the worst gambler ever, and just keep going. Here's a $50,000 bet, and now I lost. Now I'm going to bet $100,000. I lost. Now here's $200, and you got to lose like 10 or 15 times in a row to get there. Otherwise, if you just go by the average gambler and the amount they win or lose in terms of the percentages of winnings versus losings, in order for him to owe $4.5 million on your the normal VIG is 10% of your bet, right? So 10% of your bet always goes to the house. That's a protection. In order for him to lose that, he would have had to have bet upwards of $90 million in total wagers over the last 3 or 4 years. A guy who makes $300,000 is not doing that. He doesn't have the capability of doing that.
Okay, so I have a theory of my own that I was kicking around when I heard you going off on this morning. Is it possible that the way the interpreter represented it he was represented as, I am placing bets for Shohei, and that's how he got the action or whatever else.
Line?
Yeah, and that Shohei did not know, and then when he lost them, he went to Shohei and said, man, I'm in all this debt, and Shohei was like, oh, I'll pay it for you. And then that's how you get the disconnect of Shohei did think he was paying for something, and the money was also able to get put up because this guy was representing it, like basically being traitorous to Shohei and telling the bookie or whoever else, I'm making this bet on behalf of Shohei
That
Ohtani.
is a tremendous point. That's complete. That's the only way, really, this bookie allows that, because as a lot of people posted on social media, and the guy, the Guns Show is his Twitter name, which I already my best friend. He brought up the point. There is not a bookie or a bookmaker, a casino in the world that is going to have a guy who's making $300,000 to $500,000 a year, which is the interpreter's estimated salary. They said $300,000 to $500,000 a year. There is zero that would let them roll all these gambling losses to up to $4.5 million. Not a single one in the world that would allow that, because you can't pay it back. And there's not a single one that would allow them to do that. So either Shohei knew about it, or he was placing bets for Shohei.
Right.
Or Bobby's thought, which is that the guy lied to Shohei. And this is what this is what Major League Baseball is praying for right now, I bet. Is that the guy lied to Shohei, said Shohei is paying this kind of money for PR services or whatever he could be paying for. And he was rolling that in, and that's where he got the money to funnel directly to the bookie. Because there is not a single bookie in the world, there's not a casino in the world that would allow somebody with a $300,000 to $500,000 salary to have a line of credit that rolls up to $5 million.
So
not a single one.
So they know your salary for these types of bets?
I mean, you've got to have the money. You've got to show the collateral of some kind, right?
Yeah.
And his collateral in this case would be, it's Shohei. It's Shohei Ohtani. That's the collateral.
Gosh. I hope this isn't true. I hope these Shohei theories are not true. We have to find out the name of the dog.
The dog's name is Parlay. 100% of the dog's name is Parlay.
Parlay Ohtani. So what do you believe? All BS conspiracy theories aside, what do you really believe as a gambler?
Honestly, I never thought of that. I think Bobby's theory is a really good one. I think what Bobby said is that the guy lied the whole time.
And redirected the funds.
From where they were supposed to go to here. And that's what Major League Baseball wants, too. But listen, and I am fully invested in legalizing gambling everywhere. This is... if you're going to do that, you've got to accept that something like this might happen.
Or that NBA coaches are threatened.
J.B. Bickerstaff, Cleveland Cavaliers head coach, saying he is under siege from professional gamblers.
We've had our own. I personally have had my own instances with, some of the sports gamblers where they got my telephone number and were sending me, crazy messages about where I live and my kids and all that stuff. So it is a dangerous game and a fine line that we're walking for sure. It brings added pressure. It brings, a distraction to the game that can be difficult for players, coaches, referees, everybody that's involved in it. And I think that, we really have to be careful, with how close we let it get to the game and the security of the people who are involved in it, because, again, it does carry a weight.
Look,
did he say anonymous gamblers or these aren't like the mobsters coming out?
I mean, it could be. It could be one of the same. It's not Daniel Negreanu, probably the poker player, but
wasn't Cleveland wasn't that a mafia area at one point?
All the Slovenians.
I think maybe it was.
Maybe I genuinely think there was a big organized crime,
big Ohio mob. Yeah. Look, this is anything that happens, you've got to be able to deal with the unintended consequences. When you invent air travel, don't be surprised if somebody uses planes to bring drugs across the country. Right. You can't be surprised that happens. When you want to allow legalized gambling, don't be surprised that it brings seedy characters. It just does. You have to accept the bad if you want the good sometimes. And that goes with everything, especially this. The moment these leagues got in bed with gamblers, and the moment all these states started getting gambling, we have to 30 states now with gambling, you have to just accept that this is going to happen, and now you got to do your best to try to stop it.
All right, real quick. What's this Marlins audio?
Jazz Chisholm is a very
cover boy.
He's a cover boy. He was on the cover of MLB The Show last year. He was on the Pivot podcast. Now, a little backstory. He was talking about a former teammate of his, and I think Miguel Rojas, who's now with the Dodgers.
Former teammate.
This is his first year gone. So he is talking about those teammates, and this is Jazz Chisholm on the Pivot.
I was already a team leader without being called a team leader. But the vets, you can't be a team leader when you got guys in the clubhouse that's been in there for 9-10 years. Even though they suck, they've been there for 9-10 years. Yeah. And the team calls them the team captain, but they're not a good captain. They're not a good person. You're not even a good athlete at this point. Yeah. You're just here. Yeah. And you're bringing down the young guys that are supposed to be good. Bro, I watched someone get called up to the big leagues, supposed to be top 3 prospects on our team, right? He gets up there, hits a homer. First or second at bat, hits a homer, right? His next at bat, he goes and does the Juan Soto shuffle, right? He's a kid. His favorite player is Juan Soto. He just got to the big leagues. Tell me why he comes in the dugout after he walks, get around the base, comes in the dugout after these vets sit on the side of him and start yelling at him saying, bro, you're not Juan Soto, bro. You shouldn't be doing that. Juan Soto is an all-star, da-da-da-da. You can't be doing that. Bro, what do you mean? He's having fun, bro. We playing kids games. Yeah. That's when I step in and say, bro, y'all better back up off this boy, bro. This man is starting. He's playing every day for us. Why are y'all in his face? Y'all don't even play every day. Yeah. What's up? Get off my man, bro. He's supposed to be helping us win when y'all bringing him down.
Wow, this is fascinating. There's 8 different angles here.
A lot of them. So, David Sampson, who was on the Dan Le Batard show.
Sampson gets me lifted.
He was the former Marlins team president, and he was let go by Derek Jeter. I think he was the guy that was let go by Derek Jeter, right? And
this guy pops off.
This guy pops off on you. He will. And he went off because the guy they were talking about, Miguel Rojas, and Jazz said he's a bad guy. Sampson took big time issue with that.
Let me address something right now. In the hundreds, if not thousands of players I had in my career, Miguel Rojas is one of the best people I have come across. So for him to say that Miguel Rojas is a bad person is incredibly disingenuous. 2, what have you done, Jazz? Nothing. You're not a team leader. You didn't walk in there as a team leader. The only thing that didn't happen to you is you're lucky that Conine and Lowell and some of the other players weren't there when you got there, because they would have kicked your ass and that would have been the end of you.
Whoa.
It is so unbelievable that he did this, and there will be ramifications. He's not going to walk into spring training today and everyone's going to be all jolly. That is divisive. It's wrong, regardless of your view of Miguel Rojas and his talent on the field. He was named the captain because of the respect that the team has for him and that the league has for him. Jazz, you've never even played 100 games except once. The fact that you were on the cover of the show, thank Uncle Derek. That's the only reason you got that. I'm embarrassed for the Marlins right now.
Wow! You'd never see baseball go out and think people like this.
That's awesome.
It's amazing.
That's fantastic. They are on the road for day 2 of the Madness. Find out where you can eat, drink, and chill with the KMC Masterpiece Crosstalk led by
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Turn your mic on.
Congratulations, Tolos. It's the Mike Bassick crosstalk. I know you've been missing it for 48 hours, but it is
How many
here.
hours?
2 shows.
Okay.
Wednesday and Thursday.
Oh, because you got locked out yesterday.
Yeah. I tried to come in the studio, but Sean wouldn't let me. He has control issues. I'm sure he wants to be the mom and the dad
oh my gosh.
In that, so
It's possible now.
You mean like my house?
So, Corey,
yes.
What's coming up on the KNC Masterpiece?
We do have Daniel Gafford, the Mavs dunker. Coming
Really?
Whoa.
At 10:20?
At 10:20. So right at almost the top of the show, we'll be talking about Dunk Man.
That is awesome. I'm excited about that. Yes, Bob.
Mikey, you got I saw Ruben over there. Ruben is like the biggest Daniel Gafford fan in the world. Like we were at Super Bowl when the Gafford trade went down. He was like, "Oh man, I wanted him so bad for the Thunder." So he's gonna be like nervous that you guys are talking to him today.
That is awesome. Now we are at RJ Duke's right now, off of 75 in McKinney. I forget the exit, Kevin. Now it's your
White
turn
Avenue.
to talk.
40A if you're going north.
Interesting.
Off of Central.
I haven't heard somebody say an exit number in a long time. It's always the exit, the street.
Oh, Virginia and Louisiana, if that's better.
Not the states. Those don't touch.
Correct. If you've driven to the state of Virginia or even the state of Louisiana, you have gone the wrong way.
Okay. You would, if you just kept going on 75, you would go through Oklahoma. Would it just take you all the way to Canada?
I don't
believe it does.
75
Eventually,
doesn't go that far.
No,
it would
it
change to
doesn't.
something else, right? And you'd have to get on a different highway.
That would be fun to do one day, wouldn't it?
What day do you
Speaking of
think that's
crosstalks, Choppy,
Yeah.
would you ever want to just drive up 75 till it ends and just stop and be like, I did 75? Like I did it. I did the whole. I did
all of 75.
75 is done. I did it. I drove it.
Well, I'm looking here. You could take it. It looks like it goes. I'm following it here. I am in Omaha. I'm through Omaha.
It goes to Canada.
I think it stops. I think it stops. No, it keeps going through Sioux City, and then straight up. You might be right, Mikey B.
No. The highway
Corey
continues.
has the map here.
It's not called 75. It stops at 75 once you get to Caddo, Oklahoma. It's barely past the Texas
Well, then why
border.
is this a Route 75 here? US 75.
Oh,
There is interstate 75.
No,
That
not
goes all
interstate.
the way.
Interstate 75 goes through Knoxville,
Tennessee and
Knoxville,
stuff,
and Atlanta, and down to Tampa.
That's different.
But
Well,
who knows?
It's basketball time, and
Way
we're
to
at
kill a
RJ
dream
Duke's right now, and I got my full count Carter shirt on. I don't know what Wyatt Langford's nickname's going to be, but I'll get his T-shirt.
Hopefully
here in
better
about
than
a
that
week.
nickname.
But Choppy, speaking of Canada, this is a very important question.
We the North.
How come they don't let Canadian colleges in the NCAA?
Because of Anthony Bennett.
I think it's the whole national word.
Yeah.
National Collegiate Athletic Association.
Not international.
Not international.
Ever think of that?
Yeah, I mean,
Sean, I didn't ask you a question.
like, are there good Canadian college basketball programs? I have no idea. All the good Canadian players can play here, right?
Should they just have one college for Canadian basketball? And just
Yeah.
Like, you guys
What
all have to
seed
go-
do you think that super team would get?
Ooh.
A 5 or 6 seed?
Okay.
I don't know. Steve Nash, Andrew Wiggins, Dwight Powell.
Wait, isn't Shea SGA's from Canada?
Yeah, I think Shea, he represents Converse too. He's bringing the weapons back. Finally, the shoe of the 80s is coming back.
Yeah.
They can't they can't play college basketball though. These are pro guys, so they can't.
But when they were in college, like Dwight went to
Okay,
Powell,
gotcha.
went to Stanford. Shea went to Kentucky.
So they wouldn't have to go to college in
They'd be
Canada.
like, no, you cannot cross the border for college. You have to stay here so we can have a Canadian team in the NCAA tournament.
Jamal
called the
Murray.
Canadians.
Jamal Murray.
Omax Prosper.
Oh.
Max is from Canada?
Yep.
Good for him. I didn't know that. Well,
oh no, are you out of stuff?
Good draft homework.
The Rangers had nobody asked you, Sean.
Oh my God!
This is my crosstalk.
Oh, so are you locking him out in a different way?
Yeah, he gets to talk when I engage a conversation.
Oh my God!
No,
he can sit here and
don't
listen.
do this. This is a bad. Don't do that.
Let's see if his control issues get the best of him, and he starts trying to control the crosstalk. This is I'm intentionally doing it with.
I know. I can tell.
He got
Mike.
his chairs, dude.
I
He
know.
got his chairs.
Well, he's
Hey,
sitting
they're
in
Fantastic.
He also got us 32 text messages. I had to mute that conversation. I was like, it's too much.
I wanted to make sure to have no direction in this crosstalk.
Oh no!
Because,
Why?
because
One
that's
direction.
what almost got me kicked off a crosstalk, and so I wanted to make sure that I went back to no direction crosstalk to just see
So
how
that's
it goes.
the thing that didn't work, and so your thought is,
No,
let's
it didn't
go
work.
back.
It didn't work for the company and for Sean. I want it to work for me.
Mike, can I have a direction real quick here in this crosstalk? Can I?
You know what,
navigate
Corey?
away?
You take it.
All right.
I'm passing the ball.
Thanks, Mike.
Lucas, stop dribbling. You're open. Miss that 3-pointer.
All I was listening to Sean and RJ and Bobby this morning. And they
Wow.
were talking about
High five.
There you go, knuckleballs. They were talking about Wyatt Langford, and maybe we're at a point now. And I think this was Keith Law that said he can't live up to the hype. And Kevin, you talked about Bryce Harper.
Yeah.
His hype was so insanely high,
and he didn't live up to it.
And even with 2 MVPs, it's not good enough because the hype was too high around him. Wyatt Langford's hype level right now, even though he's going to be good, I don't know if he can I don't know if he can do it either. I'm starting to get concerned about it. Even Sean saying this morning, the first thing I want to see, the only thing, the number one thing I want to see on opening day is Wyatt Langford. And I know
He'll be batting third probably too. It's not like they're going to ease him into like last year. I can't remember, was it 5th or 7th? I think it might have been 5th that Josh Young was batting. But here they're going to be like, dude, you're batting if Corey Seager's ready. You're batting right behind Corey Seager, and I'm going to assume either in front of Evan Carter or Adolis Garcia.
Yeah, and I'm fascinated by that conversation because nationally, this dude's gotten all the pub that we're getting here locally right now.
I wonder this. I brought this up about a month ago, Kevin, is Dylan Cruz was drafted 2nd overall.
Yep.
Now, he was from 16 years old from Florida, the state of Florida. He was considered superstar in the making. And he lived up to the expectations in high school. He lived up to the expectations his freshman, sophomore, and junior year at LSU. He led a team to a championship last year, and they had a lot of great players at LSU, and obviously Paul Skeens was drafted number 1. But Dylan Cruz really struggled in AA in a very short amount of time last year, and he really struggled in Major League spring training. I just wonder, has there been that big of a – if Dylan Cruz was way better than Wyatt Langford at this time last year, and then the gap closed and you got to the end of the College World Series and you're like – gosh, I remember watching it going, I'm not sure if Dylan Cruz is better than Wyatt Langford. I would still take him because from age 16 to 21, Dylan Cruz was better, without a doubt. There was no question in anybody's mind Dylan Cruz was better.
And we
than
talked
Wyatt
about
Langford.
it. Kylie McDaniel was like, no, Wyatt Langford's better.
Yeah. And so in the last 6 months, and that's all it's been, in the last 6 months of life of a person developing, Dylan Cruz is now how far behind Wyatt Langford? And I don't even know if he really is, but like now we look at Dylan Cruz as like, thank God we didn't get Dylan Cruz. Yet I think he's going to be an all-star
fantastic
center
player.
fielder
Yeah.
for a long time.
Yeah, well, does Dylan Cruz have 30-inch thighs? No.
I want to ask Dylan Cruz what he does for his leg workout. Not that
Cruz or
I'm going to
Langford?
do it, but just so.
I mean,
like-
Langford?
Sorry, who did I say?
You said Cruz.
Oh,
Dude,
yeah.
Langford's legs are massive.
He's the same size on the back of his baseball card as Mike Trout, 6'1", 225.
It's crazy. But like I don't know if this is like a kid thing. Like there are people at the gym that are like they look like they're high school, college age. I'm like, what world of HGH did y'all grow up in that I missed?
Yeah,
like these
all
kids are
getting creatine.
massive today.
Do you think at all it has to do with the hormones we pump into
In food?
animals?
Yeah, I bet it is.
Oh, yeah.
I have
But I
no
don't
doubt.
know that kids obviously are eating the same chicken we're eating today, but maybe we ate different chicken and meat back in the 80s.
Yeah. When it mattered, when we were growing and we were going through puberty, our food didn't have the hormones today's does. I mean, these kids are massive. I've never seen I'm like, what happened? When did 16-year-olds start looking like Erica Bagu out there?
Yeah, and then the city.
Erica
of Plano.
Badu, the singer?
No,
No.
Mike. He was in the Under Armour commercials, and he was a cowboy.
We must protect this house.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you what. Hey, Kevin.
Yeah.
My time's almost up. But Cowboys linebackers, the history from like 1995 on has been tremendous.
Has it?
I mean, who else had a swiper?
You hate
Dora
that
the
guy.
Explorer.
I mean,
as a football player.
Yeah, as a person who could play NFL football on one leg, I mean, how much more impressive does it get?
How's
All
this
right,
related
Kevin,
to
where are
me?
we at and what are we doing to start the show off?
We're at RJ Duke Sports Cards in McKinney. If you want to come see us, we'll be opening up more than $1,200 worth of stuff, which will then be given away. But you need to come in and sign up for that. Coming up right out of the gate, let's talk a little bit about the March Madness and then Daniel Gafford at 10:20.
Hey, Sean, thanks for joining us on Crosstalk. You have a great weekend, Sean.
You're not getting a chair, Mike. You're not getting one.
I already bought one.
Oh. Bye, guys. Love you.
Yeah, you can take those chairs and sit in them.
Oh, my God.
I hate you.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at RJ Duke's in McKinney. Here's what's going down today. We're going to break 5 different items at Open, if you're not familiar.
Oh, man.
Open.
I thought I was going to get to crush
Just
stuff.
throw it on the ground.
It's
not opening. I broke it.
5 different items during the show today. Now, you can win some of this stuff by coming to RJ Duke's today and entering their drawing. And I know you're like, how much does a drawing cost? It costs nothing. We're opening $1,200 worth of stuff. Come in, sign up for the drawing, and you can get an opportunity to win some of that stuff. We don't get to take it home, unfortunately, but I have a different surprise for you that's definitely kind of sort of from me. And then they're going to do a live stream on Monday on their YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and you can find out if you won. In the meantime.
And they got a 50-inch TV here?
Yes, they have TVs everywhere if you want to watch the tournament while you're rocking along with us.
And behind you, they have NBA Jam, and it looks like it's free.
He's on fire!
You're going to have to get out of the way. You're blocking that game.
Mm-hmm.
This chair won't move any further into the table.
You can sit closer to me.
Okay, I could. Now,
or you could sit in his lap.
Here is a gift. There's one for each of you that I'm going to pretend is from me, but is actually from one of the fine people at RJ Duke's.
You just going to throw it to me? Or?
No, I'm not going to throw it to you.
Oh,
it's Abby
gosh.
Ortiz, the next 500 home run guy.
That's
for the
your
Texas
guy.
Rangers.
That's your guy.
He'll be in AA this year. He'll be in Frisco.
We saw him in the batting cage at spring training, and that dude, when he hit, Kevin, you remember hearing him hit? You were like, who is that?
Yes, it sounded different. And look at what it's numbered to.
Mine's numbered mine's numbered 2 of 9.
Mine is 1 of 1. Actually, it's 2 of 10. But yeah, that's that is awesome, dude. Thank you.
Say thank you, Jason.
Jason.
Man,
my name's Kevin.
I'll tell you
I was
what,
looking at you and I was like, I want to thank you, but I'm not supposed to thank you.
Let's just say thanks and let's just have fun opening stuff and do a best of show.
Dude, this is going to be a great show. I can already tell. It's off to a great start. We got lots of great content. And Daniel Gafford joins us at 10:20, man. That's awesome.
He is a good dunker.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. The Mavericks yesterday with 18 dunks, the most in an NBA game in 20 years, and the most ever for the Dallas Mavericks. But let's talk about another dunk, because there was highway robbery that took place in March Madness last night. Let's go to cut number 6. This made me upset because this was one of the upsets I called, and then the referees decided we are going to take control of this game.
Kansas gets the ball in. Ahead to Timberlake on the run.
It's a block.
And he missed the shot.
Did they call a foul?
He went for the jam. Should have gone for the layup. Hit the deck hard.
I got to see the replay. Was that clean?
Yes, sir.
I got to see the replay, though. That was clean. I don't know if there was a foul right there.
Looked like a foul to me, Kevin.
Well, you are the only person on the face of planet Earth that thinks that was a foul.
So that's Justin Timberlake, you said?
No, it was not Justin Timberlake, but I like that play stopped completely. There was a whistle, and nobody was doing anything, and the guy goes, did they call a foul? And I was like, no, they all just stopped for no reason.
That must have been awesome environment, though, that the crowd doesn't even know for a second.
Yeah.
Because it's so loud that you don't hear the whistle.
And you know how it usually goes. When people file out, if you're there as a neutral observer, you logically go towards the underdog. And so this was Kansas-Samford. Excuse me. It was a 1-point game. It was a clean block, and Samford had the ball. And there would still be about, I think it was like 14 seconds left. Now, it's true, on the ensuing possession, Samford took a horrible shot. But I feel I was upset for those Samford kids, also because I picked them to win that game. But they got jobbed after an incredible comeback.
It happens. You know, it's one and done.
Dude, that is the getting job part of it. And
it does happen. That's a good point, Mike. It does happen.
Everybody told me, by the way, like all the experts said Samford's going to win because some dude for Kansas is out and they have no depth.
And they should have won.
Yes.
I mean, like they should have.
Well, when that block happened, what was the score?
It was,
because I went to bed. That was a late game.
It was 89-88, I believe. It was a 1-point game.
Kansas was winning.
Yes, Kansas was winning, and there was still 14 seconds left. But even then, I'm not saying that they would have won for sure. I think they got screwed on that call. But then it was a 3-point game after the free throws, and Samford took a very rushed, poor look at a three-pointer, missed, and that was the ball game. But you just think the excitement of that's what March Madness is made of. The underdog is down by 1 point. They've got the ball, and there's 14 seconds left. Is something amazing going to happen?
Were they trying to rush the three to maybe get a foul, 2-point shot, like tie it, get a foul, and then try and win the game?
See, I don't think so because they were set on a three, and it was just a bad look, and they took it with, I don't know, there was like still 8 seconds, 7 seconds on the clock. It felt very rushed. It was a bad look. They still could have easily tied the game by making a three or taking a better shot. I felt bad for those kids because they made an unbelievable comeback and then just fell
I turned off my television with about 5 minutes left in the Tony Battie game where
Is that Texas Tech?
Where Larry Allen had a pretty solid game. He had a lot of fouls. But, yeah, they stunk. Thanks a lot, Texas Tech. I was really hoping after Kentucky lost, I saw the bracket. I was like, wait a second. If Texas Tech can beat NC State, who's been a pretty bad team until this tournament, obviously the ACC tournament started, and then they won that tournament, and you're like, they shouldn't even be in this tournament. Virginia lost by 700 points to Colorado State. So you're like, I don't know how good this conference is.
Oh, dude, the Virginia loses to Colorado State by like that. And they only scored 14 in the first half. Last night, Colorado State only scores 11 in the first half against Texas, and it was that was the weirdest.
And they were ahead like 6-0, and then they're like, well, we're done.
I mean, the whole first part of that game was boring to me. Like, it really was. Like, it was a 24 to 11 game or something like that.
27-11
and I was like, this is just a gross first half of basketball. And then in the second half, you see Colorado State go, here's our plan. We're gonna get cutters to the basket now. And it seemed like they just were too late on that.
One of my good friends in high school is Julie Lake, and she went on to play at Texas Tech women's basketball. Her son, I forget his first name, but obviously his last name's Lake, plays for Colorado State. Grew up in this Metroplex. I forget what high school he went to. So I was rooting for Texas, but I was also rooting for Julie Lake's son to have a good game. But that was miserable. And then I turn on Texas Tech, and they did score 33 at half, so it wasn't like watching Colorado State. I don't watch a lot of college basketball. So do college basketball coaches not know how to run offensive plays? Like, is the goal to jack up contested three-pointers every time? I mean, I'll give it to NC State. Middlebrooks, who's the white dude who I guess backs up Burns, who's the lefty, who's the 6'9", 320-pound guy, is they pound the ball inside a lot, and then they have the point guard who can shoot and a couple other guys who are decent shooters. But I'm like, I'm watching college basketball yesterday a lot after our show, and I'm thinking, what offense are these teams trying to run? The contested three-point offense? Because it seems like most teams are like, that's what we're trying to do, coach.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Like, outlet the ball. Here's the other thing that makes me so upset. Why do I have to keep looking at the 45 to 80-year-old coach on the sideline? Have you guys not played basketball before? Push the ball!
Now, I want to go...
Because my other part is it did feel like in a lot of these first round games the lower seed has a plan in the second half.
Yeah.
If I can just keep it close in the first half, just playing, muck it up a little bit, and then in the second half we'll run a system and catch them off guard and catch them by surprise and maybe get a late three.
I like Oakland's system. Give it to the white dude and have him shoot 75 three-pointers.
Let's go to
he did shoot a lot of
Let's
threes.
go to cut number 7 then. This is the quote white dude in question you're talking about.
Golke got it back. He wants another three. That one is good. Golke did it again. 10 made three-pointers. A 5-point lead for Oakland.
Now, Golke yesterday, I thought Nick Nepic had an amazing tweet. He went 10 for 20 from 3, had no assists, took no 2-point shots, and he goes, so this guy is basically me playing intramural at the gym.
I watched the post-game show. You might have seen this when Clark Kellogg had this stat. I forget that kid's name. He's number 3.
Golke?
He has approximately 353 shot attempts this year. I think it's 8.
8 2-point shots.
He's only made
shots
6 of them?
all
Is that
year.
what
No, I thought it
All
was
year.
only 6 2-point shots.
Okay.
8 2-point
He's shot
shots.
8 2-point shots the whole season. He
Wow.
shot the ball over 350 times. Only 8 times has he actually had like a layup or.
So he's committed. He's committed
Yeah.
to this
But
idea.
how does Kentucky? I don't get this.
Oh, I can answer.
Calipari. The dude had 7 3-pointers at halftime, and I guess he only had 3 in the second half, and he did get fouled on one and went 2 or 3 from the free throw line. But at what point do you call a timeout and go, hey, the white dude, number 3, deny him the ball?
Well, let's take you to cut number 12 for what I'm sure is John Calipari taking all of the blame for what happened in the game.
You know, we had some guys that didn't play the way they'd been playing all year. We did everything we could. We knew the zone would be tough, but we missed shots we don't miss. And, the preparation, I thought they were in a great, trying to keep them loose, but when the game started, you had some guys not play to the level they could play.
So if you missed that, the plan we had was great. They just didn't play well.
They didn't execute, Kevin. I know a lot of people get upset with that.
Now, I believe I have this correct.
They didn't trust the process.
They did not. I am now unable to view this tweet. Did you see what one gentleman decided to tweet out about Kentucky basketball and this game?
Like, is it a famous person?
It is not.
Was it Will?
They're famous now.
I have no clue.
So Kenny on Twitter, that's at Kenny FEHR3, said the tweet has been taken away because he's now locked his Twitter account. It was something to the effect of, if John Calipari is let back into Lexington,
yes,
I'm going to make January 6th look like a kid's birthday party,
Yeah.
a kindergarten's birthday
I saw
party.
That, dude.
It got all of the traction, as you can imagine.
Who picked it up to make, because this sounds like a person that would have 52 followers.
They have 900 followers.
Okay.
And so
all 900 retweeted it, and then all of their followers. It was a pyramid scheme.
And then people started tagging the FBI.
Oh,
and then instead of deleting the tweet, the guy went into, hey, stop tagging the FBI. I was clearly kidding. And then, I'm not going to do anything to John Calipari. And I felt it just got really bad for him really quickly. And now he has clearly protected his tweets. And one of the things he said was, my average tweet gets half a like. And now we're here. It had thousands.
471,000 views is what I have it at right now.
Holy moly.
7,000 likes. So that tells you something.
Yeah. There was a lot of quote tweets and comments too, but yeah. And so to tag on with that, let's go to cut number 11. This is Kenny Smith giving his analysis of what happened in the Kentucky-Oakland game. And Charles Barkley might not have agreed with it.
I think, the Kentucky-Oakland game was I think a dynamic loss in terms of expectations of fans around the country. So that was probably big. But overall,
Probably.
hey, but it just keeps going.
Good job, Captain Obvious.
It keeps going.
Captain Obvious over here. That was a dynamic loss by Kentucky, Ernie.
Yes.
I hear
So what we're looking for.
A plus.
I don't quite know what a dynamic loss is, but it felt like a dynamic win.
Is Barkley your favorite guy in all of talking?
I don't want to say favorite, but
in our face.
It's fun because it reminds me a little bit of me. And it's like he's just having fun in the moment of like, hey, let's break this down what you just said. And I like when people do that to me too, and I have fun with it. So I think Charles is just having fun like, Kenny, We know they lost. They were a 3 seed. We're going to put the word dynamic on it. That's
It was a
how we
dynamic
describe when a team gets upset.
He didn't know what word to use there. I'm pretty convinced that at that moment we've all done that. We're in the middle of it. We're like,
for sure.
crap.
Charles, just use Charles.
You were trying to use
Terrible.
acclimated the other day, and we all of us, me and you, were both sitting there going, I don't know what word we're trying to get to. It happens, man. But yeah, Charles is a fun guy.
It's amazing
Charles
how
is a
many
fun
people
guy.
get paid to talk that sometimes aren't the best at it. Like me. Like, people pay me to talk, and I'm not great at it. I will say words that don't make sense, sentences that don't correlate into sentences, just like what I did there.
Sentences that don't correlate into sentences?
Yeah.
Was that?
Have you ever connected a paragraph? Probably not.
I think you just hit the tab button.
Yeah. And then it kind of indents it, and you're
Yeah,
good.
and I think that's how you do it. Sometimes you forget the tab button.
Don't double space after a period, though.
Oh God, no! Those people are the worst. Get rid of the
Don't double
Get rid of
period.
the Oxford comma too.
Because then they expect more. Right? You hit 2 periods, and they're like, what else?
We got Daniel Gafford coming up. Kevin, let's go ahead.
Etc.
Unless he heard that segment. From the 214, I just waved at you guys as I drove by on 75. Stupid work. Wish I had time to stop by. We're live at RJ Dukes in McKinney. And coming up next, we will talk with Duncan Daniel Gafford right here on 105 The Fan.
I will make January 6th look like a kindergarten birthday party.
You can hear Kevin.
The Fans also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
By Kyrie Irving, that is a wide receiver contested catch, and it's another slam dunk for Daniel Gafford, the man who cannot miss.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at RJ Dukes in McKinney with the man, as Mark Followell said, that cannot miss. It is Daniel Gafford. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How y'all doing this morning?
We are doing fantastic, thanks in large part to you, and I very much appreciate that.
Yep.
And I want to talk about the win, and I want to talk about the dunks and everything like that. But what I was curious about is this victory also, for the time being, moves y'all into the 6th spot, moves you away from the play-in. Is that something that gets discussed at all, or are you like, just keep stacking up W's and it'll take care of itself?
I think the mentality behind that is to just keep moving forward. In all honesty, we're having fun with our success right now, so we're just trying to keep the dice rolling, I would say. So at the end of the day, the conversation about it is not really had. We know that at the end of the day we moved up, but the work paid off for it. So we really just kind of, I would say, give ourselves a pat on the back and take that next step forward to go get this next one too.
What's been that difference between this stretch? You guys look like y'all are completely in sync defensively. On the offensive end, it looks like something we haven't seen in quite some time. What's been the difference in this stretch from whenever y'all had that kind of bad spell?
I mean, in all honesty, it's what Jason Kidd says that before every game, chemistry and trust. We're out there, we're building something, and we're just having fun playing basketball together, in all honesty. And at the end of the day, we trust each other on defense, on the defensive end, and just in all honesty on the offensive end as well. We got guys that gain a lot of attention with Kyrie and Luka, and those guys find each other and put trust in us to make sure we make the plays on the back end whenever, they can't really do anything with two guys on them at the end of the day.
I know, obviously, if y'all make the playoffs, this is something that everyone is used to and you'll eventually see. I was curious, are there any kind of particular challenges that come along with playing the same team back-to-back in the regular season? I mean, I know it's a different arena, and I know you've still got a few days, but your next game is against Utah again. Are there any challenges with seeing the same team on back-to-back days?
They always say in this league it's hard to beat the same team twice, in all honesty. That's what kind of like I've been taught ever since I've gotten into the league. So with that being said, we just have to come in and make sure we pay attention to detail like we did in the first game and kind of facilitate and do the things that we did for the win that we had here at home. So, because I know for a fact that they're going to be in a position to where they adjust, they make the game plan different, and they try to throw different things at us down the stretch to where it's going to be something different that we see on the floor come Monday. So we just have to, I would say, pay attention to detail, lock into our game plan, and just be ready for anything, in all honesty.
Daniel, you and P.J. Washington getting traded at the deadline. I'm sure that throughout the history of the NBA, it can be tough to go to a new team in the middle of a season with limited practice, but you two guys have seemed to fit in very well. Can you talk about how it's been, it looks like an easy transition to a new team?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, the transition for both of us has been great. From what I've talked about with him, he's just, just another day, taking it one step at a time and not really trying to rush anything. When it comes with getting traded, you really can't rush anything because, you get here the same day you get traded and you're in a hotel, you can't really do anything, and now you have to get used to a whole different scheme, a whole different flow, a whole different, like I would say, change of scenery, in all honesty, which, I mean, it worked out for both of us, given the situation that we both were in. So you just, taking it one step at a time is just kind of like what I always just think on with just getting traded, having just like that new, I would say, atmosphere that you would have to be around and getting used to new faces and stuff, just being at certain teams for so long that we have been.
Now, all three of us were really excited, Daniel, when you got traded here. We were in Vegas for Super Bowl week, and we're all talking about it. We kind of had some ideas of what you would look like with us.
We stopped talking about football at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we did. But I even tweeted out last night, I didn't expect this version. I didn't expect like this type of ceiling with you, and it looks like we might even have to, as I said, remodel that ceiling because it looks like there's even more to add to this. Did that expectation, should we have expected it, or is there something different working with this team that's allowing you to be this version of you?
I mean, it's kind of like what I said off the first question. There's just that chemistry that I've built here. In all honesty, I try to make sure that in the past, I've always been that one guy that's always the odd man out because I'm more of a quiet guy. I'm an introverted guy, and I stay to myself most of the time. But I'm kind of actually like branching out, trying to reach out to guys, be able to just be that guy on the team that's like willing to make the sacrifice of just like, the awkward moments, the uncomfortable moments, coming out of my comfort zone and just kind of like being the teammate that I want to be. So that's kind of like something that I've always just wanted to work on throughout just my years of just being in the league. And I've gotten better over the years, but getting here is like it was a little bit more easier, I would say, because everybody came to me. Everybody was like, oh, if you need anything, let me know. I always say D-Live was one of the first guys. He came up to me and he gave me pointers. He told me pretty much just gave me the ropes, Doing that at a young age, that was kind of like one of the first signs to see this, like, oh, yeah, this is going to be good. For sure, because, you got guys actually just like taking that step in that leadership role, I would say, in each aspect of the team, not necessarily just one person. It's more than just one person on this team that I would say took a step in that role.
Do they also tell you off the court things to do? For example, have they told you to go to Nick and Sam's?
Oh, yeah, of course. That was like one of the first restaurants they told me to go to.
All right.
Okay, yeah, we were there one night.
So we were there doing a charity function the night that we thought we saw you, but that's your personal time. Didn't want to invade, but I did want to get a breakdown. What did you order and how delicious was it?
I think it was my first time there, so I kind of kept it light, I would say. I can't even remember. I think I got a New York strip at the time because I wanted to kind of get in and get out quick. I think I had a meeting with my financial advisor, and we kind of ordered a bunch of everything too. We ordered a bunch of appetizers. We ordered the steaks. They came and showed us the crazy steaks that they named after Dirk and they named after Luka. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to be able to play the next day if I eat that steak tonight. So.
Did they put the flashlight on it like that?
Yeah, they gave us the whole just like little display and whole layout of everything that they had back there. It at the time it was dope for sure. Like when family comes in or anything like that, that's the spot that we're going to go to most definitely. But other than that, with just two people, I don't think either of us were going to make it out that night.
Yeah, it was. I think y'all played Phoenix the next night because I remember seeing Eric Bledsoe there too. But you walked in, and my co-host Mike, he goes, "That's a tall guy," and I said, "That's Daniel Gafford," and you were wearing like this gold suit, track suit kind of thing, and I was like, "I can wear that in this restaurant," and they said, "No, he can wear that in this restaurant." How would you describe that suit, by the way?
It's a jumpsuit that I got from the Chicago spot. When I was in Chicago, I still work with those guys a lot. They give me a lot of stuff, too. It's called Pillars. And I love their tracksuits because, I mean, it's one of the tracksuits that I found at the time. Well, jumpsuits at the time that fit me fully. So, I mean, I really can't complain. They always take care of me, and I always make sure I take care of them on the back end.
Daniel Gafford joining us right now on 105.3 The Fan. Daniel, obviously the NCAA tournament started yesterday. You had a good career at Arkansas. Derek Lively played 1 year last year at Duke. I want to know the difference from college basketball to pro basketball because it seems like to me, especially recently, that centers do better in the NBA than they do in their college career. And I know you had a very good college career with your accomplishments, but Derek Lively seems to be better in the NBA than he was at Duke. And I think there's guys like that. Can you explain kind of the difference of being a big guy in college versus being a big guy in the NBA?
I would say, in all honesty, I think it depends on just like the situation at the college at the time, because you got, multiple guys that are at certain colleges. I'm pretty sure Duke was stacked when D-Live was there. So it's not necessarily just like how it was with me at Arkansas. Like, we were stacked, but they were trying to push the narrative of just kind of like me being the face of the program at the time, my second year. So it was just kind of like, I would say more of that, in all honesty. Like, you can have ways to, I would say, make an impact and just be legit in college and be legit the same way you did in college as you can do in the NBA. But I would say, just like I said, it would just be kind of like situational, if that makes sense. But I don't know. With me in my career, I just kind of like did the same thing that I did in college as I'm doing now, set screens, get to the basket, rebound, have our energy, and just be, that guy out there that does all the dirty work,
It doesn't matter anymore. You're in a great situation. You're making good money in the NBA. Were you surprised with what you were able to do in 2019 that you weren't a first-round pick?
I never really even thought about it. At the end of the day, like I was just grateful to be in the position that I was in. You know, my work got me to where I needed to be. Of course, it felt, you know, I could have came out my first year, in all honesty, but you know, I took what I could get at the time, and I, you know, took that and ran with it. Of course, it's like my first year and a half. I felt like I took that for granted in Chicago, and there was a lot of adversity that hit throughout those, you know, that season and a half that I had with them. So once I got to Washington, it's just something that I had to just take. I had to put my next step forward, in all honesty, and just kind of lock into just, you know, the different things that I had to do to be able to kind of be successful in this league.
Now, last night was a blast, Daniel. Like, it was, watching that game was just so much fun. And I'm just kind of, I want to try and get a description of what it's like when you're seeing so many of your teammates dunk over and over. And also, like, that you know, on this radio show, we know how to talk to each other without talking to each other. Going up for an alley-oop.
Yeah.
Are you always expecting the ball's about to be in my hands? How do you know when to go? Like, what? Explain all that for me if you can.
It's just being in the right spot at the right time, in all honesty. You know, I'm a big man, so I got to run the floor. So being in that position is always just a rim run situation. So if a guy sees you and you don't really have too many people around you, they're going to find you. And really just, you know, just picking and choosing just like my spots whenever Luke and Kyrie is doing their thing on the floor, any one of our guards on the floor, in all honesty. And just staying down low and just being ready for anything, to be honest. You know, I can't go up and handle the ball, you know, for the time that I'm in. So I just kind of just get into the seams. I try to wedge rebound. I just try to do all the little things that, you know, are not really paid attention to when it comes to the game in the league. In all honesty, just, you know, being down there, putting my hard hat on and just going to work.
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, I'd love to see the 7-footer dribble up the court and everything. I would obviously love to see that. But we do have to work on something though. We need the other guys to stop hitting you in the pelvic area, dude, because this is starting to get the last two games now. You've gotten some shots. What's going on there? How do we get this to stop? What do we need to do to help you out?
Really, I think it would just be me having to sit down, but I don't think that's going to happen no time soon. You know, it's a physical game. I know what comes with it, and at the end of the day, just like I take it as a sign of respect when it comes to guys, not necessarily kicking me in, you know, the private areas, but just in general.
That's
just,
a weird sign of respect. That's a weird sign of respect.
Yeah, that's one of the weird ones. But in all honesty, the one last night is just, you know, he was just trying to keep me off the glass. So I mean, I can't really fault him for doing what he was assigned to do, you know, and he did his job, you know, to an extent. And I was like running full speed and it just happened. So I really can't hold it against them because, like I said, I take it as a sign of respect because they're trying to keep me off the offensive glass or just in general just trying to run through me when they're trying to get a defensive rebound too. So at the end of the day, I just have to, like I said, put my hard hat on, be ready to, you know, always get hit by at least, you know, 2 box outs a game at the same time down the stretch. And I just have to keep having fun with it, just playing ball. You know, I just, whenever it comes to me getting hit, you know, I take that lick and I keep going.
After Kyrie made that unbelievable shot over Jokic, the left-hander, did you practice that were you like, I got to try this just to see if there's any chance I can do this? And then also watching Kyrie and Luka at practice, is it fun watching them come up with creative shots?
Oh, yeah, of course. It's fun just watching them see just like the things that they do on a day-to-day basis. I mean, Kyrie, he works on all his stuff every day, and you see Luka every day throwing a bullet at the backboard, making a backboard shot. It's just something that, you know, it just amazes me on a day-to-day basis because it's so consistent. You never see them, like, miss more than maybe, like, 5 in a row at the end of the day. And then, no, I didn't practice the left-hand floater at all because, you know, my left hand's terrible. You know, you see me most of the time, I'm either dunking with my right or dunking with 2 hands. So every now and then I may shoot a left hand layup and stare at it, but that's it pretty much. You know, I leave that to Kyrie and Luka.
Well, in the last 21 games, 15-6, third in offensive rating, 12th in defensive rating, and that's been moving on up. We appreciate how well this team's been playing. We appreciate you for jumping on with us and hope we can have you on again soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys for having me on.
Yes,
absolutely.
Sir.
There you go. Daniel Gafford right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, not that you wouldn't root for him anyway, but just hearing somebody like that, it just makes it even easier to root for them. Not that you weren't like, go Daniel Gafford anyway, but I like him even more now.
I know this is the future, as in he's still here. It's not like he's a free agent anytime soon. if the Mavs don't keep Gafford and Lively for about the next 8 years, I don't know what they're smoking over there. Like at some, there's no reason to ever have a Tyson Chandler situation after what we're seeing and how impossible it is from 1980 to 2024.
Yeah.
Have the Mavericks ever had two guys that can play this position on the same team? Like you'd go to Tarpley, Donaldson.
Yeah.
Maybe you would go to Chandler and Hayward. Haywood, sorry.
I think I would, but your point is well made if that's where we go.
Please, basketball gods running the Dallas Mavericks, can we have this for the next decade? We have it set up for 10 years approximately. We don't need centers. We have them here in Dallas.
I just loved hearing him say, everybody on the team is trying to take that leadership role on, considering, Kevin, how we've talked about this team lacked a lot of leadership at time. And they're all like, you know what? Every one of us has to do that part of the job. I love it, man.
Daniel Gafford just right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're live at RJ Dukes in McKinney, where, holy cow, it has been popping already. It's time for baseball nuggets, and I wonder at some point if it's time to open cards.
It can be time to open cards, but also my Evan Carter polls are up on Twitter. Let's see what they say.
Your Evan
next.
Carter poll is always up.
Are you struggling to get Wi-Fi in every room of your home?
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Got him with the splitter. The signature pitch for Nathan Amaldi, who has 5 strikeouts through 3.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through The Fan. We're live at RJ Dukes in McKinney. Baseball Nuggets is coming up in about 1 minute, but until then, Mike, deal with it. I take you to Corey Majors.
Thank you very much. We do have a police officer here. It does look like a McKinney police officer.
Is it wrong that I thought he was here to bust Mike?
I feel like he should bust Mike. I feel like we should get Mike in cuffs. We'll get it on video. Mike can be perp walked, if you will.
The way my life has been in February and March, I'm like, this might be happening.
That's a good point.
I just pepper spray the hell out of him, dude. And then he can't do anything. He's in handcuffs. What's he going to do?
Just not me. I have been in handcuffs before.
Oh, yeah. You're a felon.
No, not a felon.
You're a convicted felon.
You got scrubbed off my record because I was a minor.
Look at you. All right, Mike.
Now Baseball Nuggets.
All right, so if we're opening something, I'm not going to do it because I got to concentrate on my Twitter.
Concentrate.
Which, to be honest, I don't do Twitter too much anymore. It feels like there's more insane people on there than sane people.
Oh, no.
I agree. And bots. Like a lot of bots now.
So I'm not sure if Twitter's any – I still like – whether it's Ken Rosenthal or a Mark Stein, I'm just using different sports, that they do still put a lot of their – breaking information on Twitter, so that's why I'm still on it, or I literally probably would just totally get off of it.
Yeah.
But I do this, these polls, I did the Wyatt Langford ones yesterday.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I saw your Evan Carter ones this morning.
So they came to a conclusion, and I found this interesting, the one that I'll go back to, Wyatt Langford, 29.5 home runs over under. Okay. I got 807 votes. I don't know if that's good or bad, like votes.
That feels like a lot.
It ended up being 50-50.
Really?
Now, I don't think it should be because there's 807 people. I got an odd number.
Yeah, but it's probably a percentage that was roundable.
So it's so close that one ended up being 50-50. The one that got the like 80% or close to 80% no is I put 19.5 stolen bases over under.
Okay.
And I get it. The Rangers didn't run last year, so I don't know if they're even going to give him the opportunity to steal bases. But you have to remember, he hit 10 home runs last year. He also had 10 stolen bases.
Yeah.
So he did steal bases in the minor leagues in his short time, but I don't know if he will or not. So I moved on today to a few categories of Evan Carter for the 2024 season. Now, I did get a little bit of pushback on Wyatt Langford. Hey, why are you putting these over-unders? We're not even sure if he's on the team or not, and I get it, but I'm assuming he's is going to be on the team and be in the opening day lineup and play as long as he's healthy. I believe he's going to be an everyday player for the Rangers. Now, he could struggle in the first month, and they say maybe it's best to send him to AAA. I don't think that's going to happen, but I understand from a couple of comments on Twitter, Wyatt Langford hasn't officially made the team, isn't officially starting the first day.
Fair.
So, okay.
Fair.
We know Evan Carter is. Now,
yes,
I think Evan Carter will play opening day. There's a possibility he doesn't because it is a left-handed starting pitcher on opening day for the Cubs. I'm still 80% pretty sure he will be in the lineup. He definitely won't be batting behind Corey Seager.
Agreed.
They're not going to
not go lefty-lefty.
Especially with a lefty starter.
Yeah.
So I go to Evan Carter. Evan Carter, over-under, 19.5 home runs this year. So can he hit 20 in his real rookie season?
Do we have breaking news?
Oh.
No, I was just going to say, breaking news, our station's back up.
Okay.
It went down?
Apparently, that's what we're being told for about 45 seconds. Sorry about that, y'all.
So I have to re-say everything?
No. You're good.
Yeah, redo this. Start over.
This might be controversial.
So Wyatt Langford,
I voted under on Evan Carter's home runs.
Hey, I'm putting these numbers at tough numbers.
Yeah.
I don't know what they are in Vegas. In Vegas, I don't even know if they have over-unders on Evan Carter. I did not go and see if they're doing that on Evan Carter. But I think 30 home runs for Wyatt Langford would be awesome. I'm not putting it at like maybe realistically, if I put the number at 20 home runs over-under for Wyatt Langford, I think I'll get a lot more. Yeah, he's going to hit over 20 home runs. If I put this number at 10.5, I think I'll get a lot more.
Yeah.
But I'm putting Evan Carter into like, hey, man, this could be borderline all-star, that top 20 outfielder in the game. probably needs to get to 20 home runs if we're going to put him into that category. I know that that's not the only number that matters. I have other numbers, but
I got him at 26.
Hey.
Whoa.
I have him at 25.
Okay.
I think that might be too many. To be honest, I think there's sneaky power with Evan Carter. I really do.
Great bat speed, and as we talk about keeping it through the zone so long, allows that.
And he's a line drive hitter who uses all fields.
Yes.
So it's not like Wyatt Langford's swing. If you're not watching spring training, I get it.
It is
It's spring
violent.
training. He goes after the ball. Like, he is not trying to dump the ball into right field for a single. Now, I will tell you this. I'm probably going to talk about this on Monday. I'm doing the game on Bally Sports Southwest. That game will be against the Red Sox, exhibition game here in Arlington. I've noticed this with Wyatt Langford. He has to get to 2 strikes for me to make this point on television. He chokes up with 2 strikes.
And you love that, right?
I don't say I love it. I don't know. The question is do you want a guy with that much power choking up? Now,
I think I do.
With 2 strikes, he hit the ball 420 feet to center field for a grand slam home run. So it wasn't like, man, he choked up and he can't hit the ball out of the park. I saw him choke up and hit the ball out of the park, but I noticed it his last game. He's still doing it, and I'm not against it or for it. I think as a hitting coach, Tim Hires has to go, I ain't messing with it.
Okay, something I want to do on Monday, because I want you to be able to get to the rest of these questions. I think we should have kind of a maybe rudimentary baseball discussion with people getting their questions answered. Like, why do you choke up on the bat? I'm sure there's a lot of people who have questions that are like, I love baseball. I'm embarrassed to ask some of these questions.
And it's for bat control.
Yes,
We'll get to that
yes.
more, but a lot of guys don't want to do that, especially in today's game.
Yep.
So my next over-under, and
Call
right,
it basic with Bassick.
right now, there's not a lot of votes. If you'd like to go to my Twitter page feed, whatever, it's at Mike Bassick, B-A-C-S-I-K, and vote on these Evan Carter polls. It's 57% right now that he'll have 20 or more home runs. Evan Carter, over or under. This is a big number. I did not make this an easy number. 289.5 batting average.
I went over. I picked the over.
He batted 306 last year in his 62 at-bats in the regular season. He batted 300 in his 60 at-bats in the postseason. So last year you could say approximately he batted 303. I'm sure there's easy numbers to find that, but since he had approximately the same amount at-bats last year in his 122 at-bats, you'd say he batted 303. So I put that at a higher number, 289.5 for your over-under. Corey, right now, that is at 59% over. Do you feel confident in him batting 290 or over? That'll be top 10 in the American League if he does it.
I got him batting 310.
Okay, I'm really glad that you said that, Corey, because in my mind, I was thinking you could have raised that 15 points, and I still think I would have gone over, which I realize that's a high expectation.
I do need to look at this though, because he does walk so much, and that's not counted in the batting average number.
Right, that's on base.
I need to look at that a little more, because I wonder what usually for guys that walk a lot, what their batting average is, because now you've shrunk the amount of at bats and hits. But he's going to force pitchers to pitch to him by the way he approaches.
Evan Carter, over or under, you just talked about it. Walks. I put it at 79.5, and I think I might have put this number too low for Twitter.
I mean,
because I didn't want to put it at 100.
That's still that's a walk every other game, assuming he's out there every game.
72% so far have said over 79.5 walks. And so it's one of those stats that people don't care too much about.
Sure.
But when you look at your OPS, it's on base plus your slugging. And this is where he does a lot of damage, is that I don't know if he's going to bat over 290. I think that's a tough number. I have him right around 295. I would have an over, but barely. The 79.5 walks is going to be interesting. He has such a good eye, but yet he's going to be protected in the lineup. So the question is for pitchers against this lineup, do I want to face Evan Carter or do I want to face Adolis Garcia? Do I want to face Evan Carter? Do I want to face Josh Young? And so that's a tough decision for a pitcher. They're going to feel more confident with one over the other because they're such different hitters.
The one that I think is the last one that I went over pretty emphatically was 89.5 runs. That's another one where you could pop it up 8. And I think I would still go over.
I was thinking about going to 100. I do think
that
he's
would
going to
be
go.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
As long as he's healthy, I do think he can get to 100 runs scored. I saw the other day when Wyatt Langford got kind of a jam shot, but with his power was able to knock it over the shortstop's head. And Evan Carter wasn't stealing, and so a base hit to left field, and he made it to third base easy. It wasn't even tough. It was easy. That's how fast he runs. So to your point, when he's on first and it's an extra base hit, he's scoring without a play at the plate. When he's on second and it's a base hit, a lot of times he's going to score without there even being a play at home plate. So I think that the speed of the Rangers this year is going to be the major improvement. I do think their offense is going to be improved, but one of them is going to be the speed on the bases with Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford is going to improve tremendously.
Yeah, I think so too.
That's my nugget.
I love it, love it, love it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We didn't get an opportunity to talk about the game itself. Do you want to dive back into Mavericks next?
We probably should, but we have to break there, Kevin, because no, we don't.
What do you mean?
We can do whatever we want.
Break cards?
Yeah, we can break
Tear them up.
All right, let's start opening some of these cards that are going to be given away at RJ Dukes. Remember, you got to show up today to sign up, and then you have an opportunity. We're going to open more than $1,200 worth of stuff that's going to be given away Monday on their live stream, but you got to show up to sign up first. Let's talk Mavs, that game last night, the next game against the Jazz, and the week ahead next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at RJ Dukes in McKinney. Here's the deal, and we're going to talk about the Mavericks. RJ Dukes is a shop that I like quite a bit. I also shop here in my personal life, and they have been very good to Peace-a-thon for many, many, many years. And if you're like, that's great, I don't care. Fair enough. I'll give you more information. Hurtful, but fair enough. We're going to open 5 things today. It's going to be about $1,200 worth of stuff. If you're here today, you can sign up for the giveaways. And the giveaways will happen on their social platforms, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, etc. on Monday. But you got to be here today to sign up for the drawings. And the last time we did this, Mike, you pulled a parallel multicolor Wemby,
right,
which got graded a 10.
What?
And is more than $1,000.
Oh, my God.
And they just gave it away for free.
I wasn't like one of those breakers where they see the card and then they put it to the side and take it off the screen and be like, oh, you got
Fart Schmo McGee.
Yeah,
is
you
what
got
I assume you would say.
Filipowski and his.
Nobody wants Filipowski.
I like him. So what we're going to do right here is we're going to open a box of 23-24 Elite Basketball. It's got 2 autographs. We all took 2 packs. Mike has been not 2
I was the
pack,
hot
but
man
2
last
pack.
time I was here.
He was the hot man. So this could be
You're still hot in my
this
eyes,
could
Mike.
be problematic.
I'm bald too.
But also, I want to talk about the Mavericks game because we talked with Daniel Gafford, and he was absolutely incredible. But we didn't get an opportunity to talk as much about the standings, the offensive and defensive ratings, and I think over the last 21 games, 15-6, their offensive rating is 3rd. I don't want to say that's not a big deal, but Corey, shocker, this team's really good at offense.
Yeah.
And so that's been the case all year. It's the defensive rating that's been 12th in the league over the last 21 games, which is about a 4th of the season. 12th in the league, and we talked about if you can get this team to average, they're going to be unbelievable. If you can get them to average defensively, they're going to be unbelievable.
Yes. You know what, Mark, and I'm not trying to take anything away from what you said, is I found this interesting last night on the game with Mark Followell. The top 15 teams in three-point percentage all have winning records.
Huh.
And so he was talking about this. The Mavs are, I believe, 7-4, and I can't remember the exact stat, but it was like when they're not shooting good three-pointers, and it used to be like almost impossible.
Yeah.
Like they had to make a lot of three-pointers. I can't say what I was about to say.
A crap load.
S-load, yeah.
It's one thing that Mark Followell said last night. They need to get corrected before the playoffs start, because if they think they're going to win in the playoffs by this 30% three-point shooting, they're probably not, because so many of the best teams are solid, good three-point shooters. So, yes, the defense is improving, and it's kind of like this issue's getting better, and now this issue's popping up. But I do think three-point shooting is more correctable than when you didn't have Gafford, when you didn't have P.J. Washington, and you said, hey, be a good defensive team. Well, it's impossible with the people you're putting out there. I do think it's possible they improve their three-point shooting while staying as good as they are defensively.
I hope they can be more efficient shooting threes. I don't necessarily need the same volume, though. That's one of the things that I don't need, because they can fill it up with 2. And I know that's not as valuable of a shot, but yeah, those things are happening. And when it was Bullock and Dorian Finney-Smith out on the wings, they didn't feel like they could attack the basket the same way. They couldn't dribble. They couldn't do these things. You have guys that can do these things. They feel comfortable going to the basket, and that's added a different, not only athletic element to this team, but it's added a component that now the defenders, this is on the offensive side still, but opposing defenses have to go, crap, these guys they can't shoot, they can't make threes, but all they're doing is dunking in our faces right now. How do we stop it?
Well, if you can continue to do that, the 18 dunks was the most by the Mavericks ever in a game, and the most in any NBA game in 20 years.
And they had, 25 fast break points last night?
Are we
because
Lob City?
Their defense is we are Lob
We're
City
Lob
right
City.
now. No, we definitely are.
Take that, Clips.
Yeah, and again, their defense is forcing fast break points because they're able to get out on the move. That play that Luka made last night, where he dives down on the floor, throws it to Kai, throws it up to Derek Jones Jr., and it's a dunk. Like, that's what this team can do because Luka and Kyrie and those guys are actually playing defense.
By the way, Mike has started, and I would also recommend if you get the opportunity to jump on the Twitch or the YouTube to check out some of these cards as we go along the way.
So
or you
far,
could
I
just
gotta-
see them in person at RJ
Yeah,
Dukes.
come out to RJ Dukes off of 75, exit 40 letter. A. And, I got a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, die cut card. I got a Steph Curry Spellbound card. Now I got Carmelo Anthony, which is so interesting. How in the world is he getting all these commercials?
Yeah, with the suit.
Did he get better at basketball? And I forgot how just above average he was for his career. And they're like, let's throw him on Corona. Let's throw him on this one. I'm like, I guess this is the power of playing in New York. This is a card of him with the Denver Nuggets. It's a beautiful card. But I'm just like, wow, Carmelo is on a lot of commercials right now. And I'm like, he wasn't that he was good. I'm not taking away probably an 8-time All-Star. I'm guesstimating here.
Yeah.
But, man, he has a lot of commercials right now.
Well,
Magic Johnson, Colin Sexton, he got hammered last night. Lost.
I'm going to go and argue my pack is going to be better than whatever you have. By the
I
way,
got Matisse Thybulle. We almost tried to sign him.
there are 2 autographs.
My pack kind of stunk.
In
by
these
the
packs?
In this box.
There's 2 autographs.
Very first card that I pull, a crafted purple Victor Wembanyama right out the gates. So, like I said, it's all being given away. So come on up to RJ Dukes because you have to sign up. I'm not going to, like Mike said, I'm not going to be at Backyard Breaks and slide
show
this off
of
the
Wendy
camera.
whenever we're here.
Man, this is the show of, my next card's an autograph.
You beat me because my pack, nothing against my pack. This would not be. Elite has some really good stuff. My pack wasn't the best.
Keegan Murray autograph right after that. So a Wemby purple and a Keegan Murray autograph right out of the gate. So hooray for me in this pack.
Okay.
Then a green Dr. J, Jarris Walker, rookie card, Josh Green, Zubac, and Quentin Grimes.
Okay.
So I
You
feel victorious with my
You
pack.
won. I let you pick first too. I said you pick.
That was the one I picked.
Okay.
Yes.
He knows what he's doing today.
He does know what he's
All
doing.
right,
Usually I
let's
do
see
not.
if you know what you're doing.
I got a Luka Doncic card. It has an
Spellbound.
N on it.
I
have no clue
love
what the
those
N
cards.
I have all of the Curry last name in Spellbound. I just think they're really cool.
So there's 6 of those that spell out his last name.
Oh, okay.
Dude!
I just pulled an autograph as well. Greg Anthony.
Yeah.
Good old Greg Anthony right there.
Running Rebels.
Yes.
That's right. They lost to Duke in the
Well,
finals.
those are the 2 autographs, so I lost.
Yeah, in
Oh.
your face, Mike. I
you
got a
almost
numbered
dropped that
card
card.
for
That would've
Jarace
been-
Walker, numbered to 95.
That's a very good card. That's a rookie card.
Julian Phillips, Vucevic. I got a Kuminga, and then, oh man, there was 2 more left in there. Jalen Green and DeMar DeRozan.
All right.
So you're losing so far.
I've
Your
lost.
face.
I mean, the autographs are gone. The only thing I can pull, I guess, is a Wemby number.
one.
So now we're the
card.
hot boys. Is that what
But
you're saying?
I don't want to be the
We're the
hot
hot boys
boys
over here, man.
This
We
is-
got hot hands.
This is
I don't
really
wanna
fun.
Be the hot boys.
Oh man, I got a guy who plays 3 games a year. This is awesome. His name's LaMelo Ball. For those 3 games though,
They
he's
said he
really
might come
good.
back again next year. We'll see how that goes.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, the Mavericks, as you go about this, they have officially moved into 6 for the time being. There's 12 games left, and I realize the Mavs, Suns, and Kings all have 29 losses, and you're going to play Sacramento coming up twice. So nothing is, like Gafford was saying,
Still,
nothing is done, and you're going to play Sacramento twice this week.
This is the weirdest schedule, though, Kevin.
With all the back-to-backs?
Well, even the back-to-back thing.
Osar Thompson, Orange.
They played last night. That was a Thursday, Kevin, because today's Friday, if my records are correct. When do they play again next?
Monday.
Is that 4 days?
They're doing the smart thing. The NBA is like, we don't want to compete with the NCAA Saturday, Sunday games.
And then the next run is it's like Thursday?
The next one is weird to me because then the very next night they play Sacramento.
Again.
They stay in Sacramento but don't play till Friday.
Yeah.
So they play the same team in the same arena Tuesday and Friday.
Yeah, it's weird, but I'm really looking forward to this stretch because, Kevin, I've been saying that this stretch against Sacramento is going to be huge. Take care of Utah. Knock them out of the way. Get it done with. Do it easily. They showed last night. There's no good defense on Utah's side. They're bad. They're a poor defensive team, and they couldn't stop anything in the paint. And they probably won't in the next game either. But you take care of them, move on, and then you get to Sacramento. This is where you can do some damage in the standings, which, Kevin, I know you've been very concerned about over this time.
Absolutely.
And when you look around the NBA, the Mavs got help last night.
They did.
Thank you very much, Atlanta.
Wait a second. Yeah, you looked at last night's scores and you're like, okay.
And the Pelicans lost, too.
Yeah, so then when you start looking at Kings lost, Pelicans lost, and so you're like, okay, this is these Utah games, you better win. The great thing is two teams that thought we have a very winnable game on our schedule, they lost. So that
Brandon Ingram now might be dealing with some issues that will bounce him out.
Your boy, Zach LaVine.
Oh, my son loves Zach LaVine. I got an Elite Series Silver Kyrie, an Elite Orange die-cut Donovan Mitchell, and an orange parallel of the best player in the NBA, Nikola Jokic. Add that to the purple Wemby insert, the Keegan Murray autograph, the Greg Anthony autograph, all of that, which will be given away on Monday, but you got to sign up today to be part of the drawing.
Well, at least my second pack beat y'all's second pack.
That is true.
My first pack lost.
The Osar Orange is good.
Yeah. Kevin?
Yes.
Daniel Gafford was an absolute blast to talk to. But the thing that I really liked about hearing from him is how much more they are becoming a team together.
Right.
And I wish I would have asked him who kind of initiated that for you, because he said, I'm trying to take more of a leadership role on and just connecting with the guys, reaching out to them and having conversations. And I wanted to know, was that a mandate from Kidd? Did they suggest it? Is that something you saw? I wish I would have asked him, is that something you saw that this team lacked? Because he's right, man. When you have chemistry the way they do, you see Hardy on the sideline last night on all those dunks, and he's just doing his, oh, my God. He's doing all these things, the whole sideline. And Dwight Powell's perfect for this, right?
Yes.
This is where Dwight Powell can excel. When he is cheering, that everybody's right there with him, and he knows when to cheer. This team, though, they're all excited about what each other's doing, and that's a positive, man.
Baylor plays today, right?
Correct.
Do you remember when we got to interview Scott Drew after they won the national championship?
Yes.
And he said there's so many players that don't want to be towel wavers. And you get to stay in the NBA as a towel waver because most everybody that gets drafted is a star in college, a star in high school. And so guess what? Nobody's going to get to be a star besides Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
That's it. We're sorry. Luka's our star. If you get drafted by the Mavs, Derek Lively, Omax Prosper, you got to figure out how to fit in with this star. If you get drafted by Oklahoma City, too bad. We got our stars, Shea and Chet Holmgren. You got to figure out how to fit in. Can you be a towel waver or a role player? That's how you get to stay in the NBA. If you refuse to be a towel waver, we send you over to Europe. We're not going to let you shoot us out of games. And so I do think Dwight Powell, in a way, yes, he's got to play a lot of minutes in his career. And I won't say anything more about that. But he's going to stay in the NBA probably another 3 years by just being a great towel waver. And there's something to that. You get your NBA salary. You get more pension time. You get full
teammates like having you around.
Right, yeah. And it's like, dude, I love having him in practice. He makes me better. He has a positive attitude. He waves the towel on the sideline without any type of being mad. The guy that sits there, nothing against Christian Wood, and he's better than Dwight Powell, but Christian Wood refuses to be a towel waver, and then people refuse to pay him money.
Yeah, true. The Mavericks victorious yet again over the Jazz. They'll fire back up with the Jazz on Monday, and then, of course, like I said, 2 straight against Sacramento. After that, the Mavericks with a big win. Dunkapalooza. Most dunks in a game in the NBA in 20 years. Most Mavericks dunks in a game at 18 ever. And I realize the 2 points count the same, but if it's like a mid-range jumper versus a dunk, you're talking about that
take
hype
the dunk.
level. For sure.
I'll take the dunk every time. What do you...
I think it's discouraging to the other team when you keep dunking every 2 minutes. There's another dunk. You're just like, son of a gun, because then the coach is like, we can't stop that. Like, in a way, like a contested layup. I know you don't want to give up layups, but you're like, we might be able to stop, like, contested stuff, but when a dude is just slamming it with no contest, you're like, timeout. Hey, like, this is way too easy for the other team.
What happened with Malone in Denver, right? He got tired of seeing them rebounding.
I've never seen that in the history of the Mavericks. Another team get mad that we were rebounding too much.
Coming up next, it will include a story I've never told you guys. It happened last weekend. It was unbelievable.
Why haven't you told us?
Because I tried.
Were you embarrassed?
On vacation.
No, I tried to push it out of my mind. Angry gamblers, John Calipari, and this one dude with shocking opinions at the Dallas Card Show. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? We'll do it next, right here, live from RJ Dukes in McKinney on 105 through the Fan.
RallyHouse.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And by Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-3.
Yep.
Absolutely. Now,
and that's why I love these tournaments, Kevin, because Cinderella teams get those kinds of announcements.
You know what? I'm glad that you said that, because in Forgiveness Friday, we're going to have to attack a couple of these things. By the way, I also like the person who came in delivering stuff to RJ Dukes that said, "Hey, I'm the FedEx guy." That's how he introduced himself, and it was awesome.
Was he saying
his
like
favorite segment?
It was his favorite segment. Was baseball nuggets.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I remember.
You forgot.
I totally forgot what he was saying. What was so great? I forgot.
Yeah.
Thanks for reminding me.
It's really cool to because I'm seeing a lot of new faces and old faces too that are popping in today. New faces being people I've never seen before. People and old faces are people that traveled far because I've seen them in Fort Worth. I've seen them in Arlington
about old people
when we did Buffalo Wild Wings. So this is awesome. I love coming here because every time we come here, it's packed up.
Ryan told me, who owns the shop, he told me to tell you because he was embarrassed. Thank you for helping his business thrive.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
So he's a little embarrassed.
Kevin, I'm going to say you're welcome to you. I'm going to say you're welcome to you.
I'll tell him.
Relay the message.
I will tell him. Now it's time for a little Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness? Or did somebody tell you this story? I take you to the Dallas Card Show last week. I'm going to warn you. This takes a stunning turn and might bring up some bad feelings.
Is this like the cornflake story?
I think it's worse.
Oh my gosh. Good luck, Tolos.
So I was standing at the Texas Roadshow booth. They're very nice folks. We've done shows out there in Mansfield. I hope so. You've been there.
I bought the Bird Magic cards from them. That's right.
And so I have at least one person who can absolutely back me up on this story. This dude comes up and we're chatting some about the DAC thing and everything and the lawsuit. He goes, "Well, I'm a defense attorney. And let me just tell you this."
Oh, no.
Most of those charges and cases that come up, he wasn't specifically talking about DAC. He was just talking about in general, are just made up BS.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, yeah, fair enough. And then it took a hard turn. And he goes, "For example, do you remember Larry Nassar?"
I do remember Larry Nassar.
I was like, yeah, I do.
Isn't he in prison?
Yes, he is.
Did he get injured in prison too?
Well.
Yeah.
He was charged with sexually assaulting at least 265 young girls and women. This guy said, take Larry Nassar, for example. Did you know in reality, only 10% of those people actually got sexually molested?
Okay.
The other things that happened, I don't really think count as molestation.
Yikes.
And I was like, uh-huh. And I looked at the person from Roadshow, if they want to reveal their identity. I go, did that dude just defend Larry Nassar? And he goes, I think he did.
Because only 10% of the cases.
Yeah, which in that case would still be 26 or 27 people. And then he goes, but I didn't even count some of those other things. And I was like, sure?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're saying here. Does that person deserve Forgiveness Friday? Because they were clearly mad about, frivolous lawsuits. I'm just not sure if that's the guy that you bring into this conversation to prove your point.
Yeah. I mean, although he was trying to make a point with that. I don't know that he was trying to defend him.
Okay.
But
it
I do
felt
think
like he was.
He was look, here's the, I think he's, I'm not trying to defend this guy.
Okay,
Kevin.
good.
That was a weird conversation.
It was a weird conversation. Like I said.
Does this happen frequently at card shows? Is that what
I have weird conversations, but they do not usually revolve around, you know who's not so bad.
You know what my favorite conversations are at card shows? Because I've run into these. Like when you walk up and you see a card of an old-timey player and you're like, oh, I'd like to take a look at that. And then you learn a story about those guys. And you're like, oh my gosh, like Ray Caldwell, Kevin, who was struck by lightning on the field and then got up and finished the rest of the game. Like there's all sorts of wild stories of baseball players and athletes.
If you told me you got struck by lightning, I would be in amazement that A, that happened, B, that you survived. If you told me that you did some activity, let alone completed a baseball game after that,
I'm down for a month.
Yeah.
I'm like, look, I'm gonna go reboot
Or
over
you can
here.
run faster than anybody ever.
You're the Flash.
Flash?
You're the Flash now. I got struck by lightning and everything.
I don't think.
Yeah. And you know what? And then I
Then
guess
you're looking for spiders to get bit by and see if you can get that power too.
some guy would walk in though, Kevin, and be like, only 10% of those cases.
Oh, my God.
So then you just have to punch him and move on with life.
Yeah, only 10% of people with lightning get superpowers.
Yeah.
Don't say that. Don't put that on the
Is
world.
that really the number?
No.
Because I'll take that
I
percent
think the
chance.
number is 0.
Okay.
But if it was 10%, don't you think people would go out there and try to get struck by lightning?
How many of us are always trying to get bit by spiders? Mike just pointed it out.
No.
We see spiders and we're like, what color is that one? And you're like, oh, it's red and blue. It's time.
Don't let a red and blue spider bite you because you think you'll get superpowers.
I think it's a ladybug.
No, that's red and black.
What? There's no spider that's red and blue.
Not that you know of, except for that one that bites me and turns me into
Are you
spider.
telling me you know all the spiders, Mike?
Yeah, you've never seen all the spiders.
There's not a human that knows all the spiders.
I think there's more spiders.
You just put something on me like, oh, I bet you don't. Yeah. Now you name the person who does.
Somebody out there. I bet there's a spider dude out there that knows.
I'm sure there's
pretty
people
much
that
all the spiders.
Study. There's probably stutterers too.
Uh-huh.
There's probably people that study spiders that know the majority of them. But
I take you to spiderplanet.com.
Thank you.
The 6 unique red and blue spiders with photos. The red-headed mouse spider. The blue-faced peacock
That's
spider.
the one I think you want.
The long-jawed orb weaver.
Uh-huh.
Look, it's red and blue, Mike!
Yeah.
And
not all of those have big enough mouths to actually bite us. So we have to find just the right one so that we can get injected.
Oh, look at all these red and blue spiders!
Those are beautiful.
Don't you want to study spiders more now?
Good-looking spiders.
They're
You
healthy.
should spend more time at spiderplanet.com.
I don't feel like they're blending into their environment well. I guess if they're living on
You don't
kind
know where
of
they live?
flowery products.
Yeah. Or
like-
Texas state flags.
Yeah, or they go to Kroger and they're in like the cookie section where they put the frosting on there or something.
or the Rangers gear.
Like, yeah, I'm like,
You don't hear a lot about Kroger. You don't hear enough about how it's friendly to spider blending.
The friendly neighborhood Kroger spider.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
So, Kevin, can I get forgiveness? Because the last 2 nights, I haven't really paid much attention to my wife.
Oh.
The Stars game was on the other night, and I was
Sure.
very invested in that game.
Does she know we're in the middle of a playoff race?
And I don't think she quite understands that. She knows whenever it's playoff time, she'll ask, "Is it playoff time?" And that's when she gets interested.
Okay.
And then last night, I was very invested in all of the basketballs. So I was like,
the
"Hey,
colors of them."
I guess she left and went to go have drinks with somebody she works with." And so I was very caught off guard whenever I realized. I looked over and I was like, "Where's my wife?" And then
drinks with somebody.
yeah, it was a woman, Mike.
All right.
And so, you know
Hold
what?
on. If your wife ever goes out without you, you're like, whoa.
My wife went out without me last night, but she asked if I wanted to, and I said nope.
Yeah, I don't even. She just was gone, and I didn't even notice.
Oh,
so
no.
I feel like I need to make it up somehow. Should I get her an Evan Carter rookie card to make her feel better?
I feel like getting a present for somebody that you know is really a present for you is a mistake.
Okay, all right.
I don't think you should go, here's this Jack Nicklaus autographed golf ball I got for you. She's going to be like, the actor?
There's 68 right now?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm all about this. Let's go ahead and do it. Do we still get Sweet 16? Does it pair up
excuse
that
me.
way?
No more than 80. My apologies.
Okay.
But still,
I'm in.
Then you're going to add a whole bunch more of these nonsense games that nobody cares
I'd never
about.
heard of Wagner or Howard.
It's Wagner!
And yet I was fascinated by that game.
Let's just start off the season with a tournament.
Sounds great to me.
Like, why not?
We'll call it the tip-off.
I'm not going to lie. If you put all the teams in there, I think there's like 320-ish.
It would take the whole season.
I kind of would want to see that.
And then, Kevin, I'm interested in regular season college basketball at that point. At that point, when you're like, hey, Corey, are you watching this Southeastern Chicago, Mississippi game? And I'm like, no, why would I ever do that?
Right, but
I
like,
would
it's
be
an elimination game.
It's an elimination.
Whoever
you get
wins,
one game.
Whoever wins plays Kentucky. They'll probably beat them.
That college team gets one game that year, and they lose, and they're out, and they're like, dang it, that was was our one game to play in college basketball.
One shining moment, your season is over.
Yep, that's it.
I don't know any of these players. Like when Oakland played, not that I followed Raleigh Marshall's career, but I remember him being on the Mavs and being from Oakland, and John Radigan having some sort of connection with Oakland because I believe that is a Michigan or Wisconsin school.
I think that's
it's up there.
Yeah.
I think it's in California.
It's
but-
not. There is in Oakland, California, but
It's in Michigan.
It's amazing to me on how I know nobody in this tournament. Like a player, I'm rooting. Baylor's about to play toothpaste, and I'm rooting for Baylor.
Colgate, in case you're wondering.
I thought it was Crest. My bad.
No, Crest is the NIT with Aquafred.
But I don't know any of these guys, and I used to know. You know, when Juan Dixon and Steve Blake, these weren't transcendent players in the NCAA or in
I got scared.
or in the NBA, but you knew them because they were around for a while and they were playing Elton Brand and Jay Williams and you see Shane Battier, who stayed for 4 years. And I'm not saying these kids have to stay. I get it. They have the freedom to choose what school they go to and the freedom to choose to leave. But it does make this tournament a little bit tougher when I'm like, I have no clue who are on these teams.
Now, a few more people for Forgiveness Friday. Have y'all noticed, excuse me, let's try this again from the 806. Do I deserve forgiveness? My girlfriend's birthday is tomorrow, but I'm on my way to RJ Dukes to spend my paycheck.
Yeah!
But I also need a gift. Casually just drop it in there. Be like, oh, hey, who's your favorite, whatever sport you pick, player, because we were having a conversation about this, and then pick up an extra card.
Yeah, or buy the NBA Jam arcade game and take that to her. And then then that's something y'all can do together.
I guess they would probably sell
Everything
it.
has a price, Kevin.
That's right. That's what the $1 Million Man told me. His son had a different interpretation of that.
That's
From
true.
the 817, I ignored my wife at the casino one time and she hooked up with Wayne Newton. I believe that is the plot to Vegas Vacation.
That's Sparky.
Wayne
the
Newton.
fourth.
We saw him in Vegas.
Did
Wayne
you?
Newton or
Did
Chevy
you?
Chase?
Yeah.
He looked different than he did whenever I first saw him on
Wayne
that
Newton?
movie. Yeah.
Wasn't that his son?
No, that was him.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think maybe.
He's had that many surgeries?
I didn't want to say that, but
But his hair, jet black still. That's amazing that he's able, whatever vitamins he's on.
That's called dye.
You don't know that.
100% I know that.
You never even say like 99.9%. You're like 100% I know.
I wonder this. Who's the oldest human in the history of mankind?
That still has their original hair color?
That still has brown or black hair and it didn't turn gray. And I'm not saying all of it, but he's completely black hair. That is just for men or whatever product he's using. I've seen Emmett Smith and Keith Hernandez. I know what's happening.
Keith Hernandez. He did do that with his mustache.
What a weird drive-by on Keith Hernandez.
He did it just for
I
the
know.
commercial.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the
She's
fan.
going to like it too.
That's
That was
a different commercial. Coming up next.
Is a baseball and football player.
It's time for Gridiron Gravy. The Cowboys on offense. How many holes are there to fill there? We'll talk about it next and probably open some more stuff live from RJ Dukes in McKinney on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
First and goal at the 8. They're going to run Pollard up the middle of the goal line. Pound it. Run it in. Touchdown, Pollard.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at RJ Duke's in McKinney. Got Gridiron in just 1 second. Plus, Mike and Corey are going to be opening some more stuff that's going to be given away. I do want to throw this out there because I understand where this person coming from. From the 214, you guys are confusing me with all these different kind of cards. I was thinking about collecting, but now I'm not so sure. One thing I will tell you is this. If you love the Rangers or baseball, brand new 2024 Topps just came out. Get into that. That will be a simple way of beginning your collection. Now, one of the cool things that RJ Dukes is doing out here today is we're opening a lot of higher-end stuff, and you're like, I can't afford that. Well, come in today, sign up, and it's going to be given away on Monday. You could get it for free.
Every time I've ever been associated with RJ Dukes, it's been high-end stuff.
Yes.
Like when we've been out at card shows.
He likes
and
to
he's
treat
just come
people
by.
right.
He's
Yeah.
phenomenal, dude.
But they
This is
have
amazing.
plenty of boxes here for
Yes.
$25,
Yes, they have
$15.
packs.
So
Yeah.
if you're like, I don't want to spend that much money, and I'm not a pack guy. This is to me, it's fun. It is addicting, and it is
Yes.
gambling
And stressful.
and it can be awesome, and it can be I like buying what I want to buy.
Mhm.
So
you can do
look,
that too here, right? Like
yeah,
you can walk
oh,
in and be
yeah,
like,
but
hey, I like this card.
like instead of
singles,
spending,
yeah, absolutely.
like instead of spending money on packs and hoping I'm getting a cool Evan Carter card, I just buy a couple of cool Evan Carter
Yeah.
cards. Like everybody collects differently. Make it your unique thing. It doesn't have to be what everybody's collecting.
Yes.
Like if you want to do this, have fun with it. If you think I'm going to do this to make money, you're going to lose. Just going to let you know, most of the unless you want to
Probably.
open up a shop and like make it your life.
Yes, then you
got a good chance. But if you just want to, it's more for fun than it is like I am now going to make a life out of this. Like
Yes.
it is tough to do.
No, I agree with that. All right. Right now, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy while also that is happening.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what we didn't get the dip.
There it is. Good job,
All
Chris
right.
Strong.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I don't say anything more. Cowboy fans don't. want me
Okay,
to say
Mike. We know
anything,
why,
so.
Mike. We get it.
Go
Although
Cowboys.
somebody did text us, Mike, and they like your bit, and they go, I need forgiveness because every time Gridiron Gravy comes on, I scream, often imitated, never duplicated, you're 5-time Super Bowl champion, Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
Now, as we get into this, Mike, you're opening Leaf Limited, and here's a great example of the high-end stuff.
Panini.
There's only 15, Panini Limited. Yes, it used to be Leaf Limited. Thank you. There's only 15 cards in the box, but I believe you get 3 hits per box, either an autograph or a jersey card. So this is definitely higher end stuff. If you want to come see us in McKinney at RJ Dukes, you can sign up for the giveaway, which will be happening on Monday via their social platforms, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. You know what social platforms are. All right, Mike, how we looking? And we'll dive into gridiron stories.
Look, hey, Super Bowl quarterback Brock Purdy, baby.
A Super Bowl loser, Brock
Good
Purdy.
point.
Yeah,
That
he's
is a good point.
But not a loser.
Well,
Micah Parsons.
He also lost the game.
Yeah,
Well-
but he did, on his podcast, he
Yeah.
never loses.
Okay.
That is a very good point.
Oh
Is
man,
that a checklist?
this guy's having a great career.
Is that Desmond Ritter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome to the bench. And Deontay Banks autograph card.
Okay.
See, I'm cold.
Yeah.
I don't want
this
any
is
more.
This is not the best start.
I'm cold.
I
You
will-
guys pick a pack. I'm not opening
Kevin's
up
hot
anymore.
right now.
I'll take the left
Kevin.
pack.
Sexy guy.
Uh,
Is that what I mean by hot, or was?
I know.
Okay.
You
All
can
right.
have the other one. Obviously, look, my hands are cold. I shouldn't be opening today.
I wanted to throw this out there. I don't know if did you watch any of the progress of Bijan Robinson's bracket yesterday?
I did.
He is
Better than me right now.
He was 16 for 16 on
Yeah.
the first day. He is part of the point.
He picked Oakland?
Yes, he did. He is part of the 0.00038% of brackets that are still perfect.
Still?
Yes.
There's only that few? I mean, there's
After-
lots of brackets
after
out there.
one day.
Yeah.
And he is one of them.
I think the one I'm in with Jared has like 400 or 500 people in it. It's
Oh,
insane.
wow,
I did not
really?
know that there were going to be that many people, but payout could be pretty significant. But that's pretty massive right there. That many people, and it's a wonder that last year I had a perfect bracket through the whole thing. You know, like this year it's a bit of a struggle.
All right, I got my hit in my pack was a Tank Dell jersey auto numbered to 99. So a nice hit right there. In your face, Mike.
That's why. Look, it's not in my face. I passed along. I know I'm cold. My hands are cold. I'm going to open up a whole bunch of trash. I know it. That's why when you pass the pack along, now I'm passing the pack along
Okay.
for everything to change inside the pack, so then it's something good.
Do you pass it to the left hand or the right hand side?
I
Pass the Dochi to the
I'm just-
left hand
Is
side.
that drugs? Is Dochi
Yeah.
drugs? What kind of drugs is it?
Well,
I just assumed it was pot.
I'll tell you this: the first time I ever heard that song was I was at a bar in Denton. So if that kind of gives you an idea.
Is Denton
At
a drug
UNT,
area?
at
I don't
UNT.
know.
Well, I mean, it was
Like
it was a
you just added more.
our school
complexity
colors
to
are
this.
green, if that helps at all. You know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Are you saying marijuana?
Yeah.
But marijuana turns like when you smoke it, it's not green.
But
What?
okay, Mike, you're not talking to the
I don't
smokers
know.
out
You're-
there right
I guess
now.
you're a pro marijuana guy.
like a professional or for it? Which one are
I
you
don't
saying
know.
there?
I don't know. Like you know so much
I
about
do.
it.
I do know a lot. All right, I got a hookup here.
All right.
All right.
Holla.
We're gonna start things off with a Malcolm Humphreys or a Marlon Humphreys card. I don't know. why I
Get
said
to the
Malcolm.
good
Hurry up.
ones.
Okay, I don't
we
know.
don't care about the comments.
I don't know what a Josh Allen card is.
Who
That not a
cares?
good one? Aaron Rodgers
Comment.
card.
Look, how is he standing
Matt
upright?
Stafford card there.
Oh, I got a Matt Stafford too.
That one's numbered.
Yeah, tell me about
That
it.
is numbered. It is 66 of 99. I don't really know. It's upside down. And then a Hendon Hooker.
There's no way. There's no way this is. Is it? It is.
I told you it's 66. But you flip it over, it's 66 and 99 on
But
both
it's not
sides.
66 and 9.
Yeah, it's not 99 of 66.
This is a numbered Hendon Hooker card to 200 with a little patch inside there.
And
so.
all of that will be given away. Now, Corey, you also have an autographed jersey to open up. While you work on that, let me tell you this. The Lions did release Cam Sutton.
At least it wasn't Hendon Hooker.
Because of the high-speed chase?
Yes, because of the high-speed chase, because of the arrest warrant, because of probably a variety of things and being sought out by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, they decided to move on from him. Now, also, this will give you some insight into which direction the draft is going as of now. Betting odds for the second overall pick. Jaden Daniels is the favorite at minus 200. So now it looks like it would go, obviously, Caleb Williams, a massive favorite to be 1. Jaden Daniels, the favorite to be 2. And Drake May, the favorite to be pick number 3 in the draft, though we still got some time. All right, Corey, you've got your Fanatics authenticated autographed jersey.
Do I pull it out of the box?
Yeah.
Is that what I do? All right, here we go,
They can
guys.
put it back in the box.
But do
sometimes
I like?
you can keep it in the box and give it away as a gift.
Okay, all right. I will. So go ahead and pull it out.
Yeah, take your time.
All right.
God, Mike.
It is an autographed Leonard Fournette jersey.
Hey,
back when he was a Super
From
Bowl
a Super
champ.
Bowl champion, not a Super Bowl loser.
they're not all as good as you would hope, and sometimes we have to deal with
Do you
that.
not remember when he was at LSU and we all thought he was the next Adrian Peterson, and we were like, "Oh my gosh, this dude's going to be
And
amazing."
he got drafted by Jacksonville.
But you can frame this and throw it
Ruined
up on the
him.
wall,
Of
right?
course.
Is that what this is?
Of course.
Dude, this is sharp, bro.
Or you can buy,
Wear it?
sell. You can sell or trade it.
Wear
yeah.
it to your Tampa Bay games.
You?
Why not?
I wouldn't.
Okay.
but I
Mike
guess-
said, "Why not?"
I guess you could.
Mike said, do it. I'm
All
saying,
right.
all right, I'm listening to Mike.
Mike said, "Go for it."
Mike seems to have more fun than you, Kevin.
By the way, yeah, big shock. NFL officials, they are backing the proposed hip drop tackle rule change. I know the NFLPA is against this. The NFL has come out on record and said, hey, injuries happen at such an exponentially higher rate on this. We would like a proposal put out there. But the NFL also said they will not ban the tush push, and they will leave it as
Good.
is. No Jason Kelsey, no problem. We will keep the tush push going.
I wonder this. Do you think it'll still be successful without Jason Kelsey?
Yes.
Because nobody else seems to make it super successful.
They know the technique. The guards on that team know the technique. So if they can teach the technique to the center, but he was very special at what he was doing, staying low, getting under the defensive tackles. That allows everybody to get a really good push.
And then, since we asked the question, I just want to hit this real quick. How many holes do you view on the Cowboys offense? Because I know they're going to try to tell us Brock Hoffman's the dude. He's ready to go. We got left guard figured out with Bass, or maybe you want to flip them. They're going to tell you 0. How many holes do you really think are on the Cowboys right now offensively? At least 2.
Third string receiver or the third receiver.
Okay.
Because you believe Jalen Tolbert's the guy right now. Nothing told me that last year. Your running back. I mean, they signed people. I know everybody's like, it's time for Deuce, and I'm like, are we serious about this right now?
not.
He's going to be a good work body. I don't know how they're going to use him any other way. But maybe he could be an explosive player, but this team wants to be big and physical.
So third receiver, running back, 2 offensive linemen?
Yep, at least 2. At least 2.
And so we were talking about this yesterday with defense. We feel like 3 or 4. Offense, now you're looking at 4 is.
And how do you feel at quarterback, you know?
Well, you can't change that for now. A lot of people think maybe then you're missing 7 to 8 pieces. And I feel like the Cowboys believe that's decidedly lower going into the draft, and that makes me nervous. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at RJ Dukes in McKinney. Coming up next is Dane Dunning, ready to take a big step up this season. Let's talk about it next right here on the Fan.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at RJ Dukes in McKinney. If you want to come out for some great card deals, if you want to come up, follow their socials and get involved in the potential giveaway. There's also multiple TVs where Baylor is already beating the crap out of the toothpaste, as Mike would say, and we've got FAU and Northwestern on the TVs up here. Lots of great deals on cards. Sign up for that giveaway, and you've got us, Corey.
It's pretty cool, man. I just heard a guy point at Mike and say, I'm glad he keeps you two in line.
Absurd.
I'm not sure how to I'm shocked right now. I'm hurt.
Are you appalled?
Not appalled.
Okay.
That's pretty
Okay.
far, but I'm really in a state right now, Kevin, where I love being here. I didn't love hearing that, though. That was frustrating.
Okay, what about this from the 214? Guys, and you know that you know me. I'm the big Tampa Bay fan who is engaged in numerous confrontations with staff on the fan text, extolling the Bucs' chances with Tom Brady to win Super Bowl 55. Could y'all ship that Super Bowl winning Leonard Fournette jersey to me?
Where is he living? Is he living around here?
I don't. If he's living around here, you need to get up here and enter the giveaway.
He lives in Tampa.
Oh, I don't want to violate the rules of the giveaway and be like the Backyard Breakers and just try to cheat people. Or, I'm sorry, not cheat people, go, oh, I don't know what happened. It was not that card. Look, it's very well documented. They do shady stuff. And I also wonder if they're directly in business with Panini and get loaded boxes from them.
Panini's never had a bad incident.
They've had many.
They've never had any players
from
like with
fake
pins.
autographs to never getting redemption cards sent back. They've had a lot of issues, and they're Dallas-based. They need to get it together. Well, or maybe not, and that's why I think
Fanatics taking over.
Yeah, that's
Fanatics
maybe
is the one now.
Maybe that's why things are going to go the way that they're going to go.
Kevin, you're taking shots.
Take them all down, bro.
Was anything that
Let's
I
go talk
said
to the deep state.
Was anything that I said untrue, Mike?
Kevin taking shots.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Do you know anybody in deep state that you want to take shots at?
Look, don't get me into trouble because never mind. I'm not answering that question. There is no answer that can get you out unscathed to that question.
Okay.
Let's go to cut number 14 if we can, because I want to talk about this gentleman right here.
The 2-2. And that's in there for a called third strike. Sinker right at the bottom of the zone. It's a 1-2-3 shut down third for Dane Dunning.
Dane Dunning. Now, Corey, you have brought this up.
You're welcome.
And thank you. And I wanted to do a bit of a deep dive on this based on something that Chris Young talked about with Dane Dunning. We had Dane Dunning on in spring training. He was tremendous.
The personality on the guy, the way he thinks, and it sounds like he's thinking about pitching all the time. Like, he's constantly thinking. He even said at one point, I like to tinker with my pitches whenever I'm playing catch. And I know, Mike, that's how all throwers do. They're like, how do I grip it and all that? But just listening to him talk about it, like he's thinking about the game a lot.
And I apologize where I saw this. It was probably Evan Grant or Kennedy Landry. They have been doing a fantastic job cranking out Rangers content. Is right-hander Dane Dunning had been struggling to keep his body in line all spring, and the results had shown. After his last outing, this was a few days back, a minor league game, GM Chris Young could be seen demonstrating how he was falling off the mound to a pitching instructor, and they made the adjustment. Just think about that for a second. The GM is not just making moves, making trades, making signings. He's going, this is what I'm seeing when he's coming off the mound. This is why I think it's incorrect, or perhaps this is where an adjustment can be made. That's an amazing level of extra value from a general manager.
Yeah, and Jerry Jones has spent 30-something years doing this, right? And
Yes.
so you're technically an expert at that point. But Jerry doesn't know, as the GM of the team, he doesn't know players that way.
Sure.
He isn't having that conversation with the coach. He walks into the coach and he's like, why did this happen? Whenever they have those meetings on Monday or Tuesday or whatever, he's like, was this the plan? Why did this happen? Explain that to me. Chris Young's coming in and going, guys, are we seeing the same thing here? Because I saw this, and Bochy with the years and years of experience, Maddox with the years of experience, they're not answering the question with like, hey, we have to put a diaper on you and like explain how all this works. He knows. They're all trying to get the same thing, and so he knows how to make moves because he knows what his guys are. I love hearing that out of our GM, our baseball guy.
Now, the game right after this, we say this all the time, spring training, take it for what it is. But this is not usually the kind of pitcher I think of Dane Dunning as. The game after that against Cincinnati, he gave up 3 hits and a walk over 5 innings while striking out 8. Now, he's been trying out his forkball, which we talked about quite a bit. Threw it nearly 20 times on Wednesday. It's become a usable pitch, but he struggled with command on his fastball until that adjustment got made.
Yeah.
And so I'm really encouraged by this, but what I wanted to get into is we've talked a lot about if Dane can do what he did last year, we'll all be happy. For the season, 12-7 with a 3.7 ERA and 172 innings pitched. I get that we'd all be pleased with that, but my question is then, do you view that as the probable ceiling for Dane Dunning, or do you think whether it's a new pitch, whether it's getting off the mound better, whether it's whatever, he can still get better?
I think that's close to the ceiling.
Okay.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope he can put up a 2.5 ERA and compete for a Cy Young. But that's all I need and want from him. I hope it's better. I'm not, but man, to go 12-7 with a 3.7 ERA, his WAR was 3. I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull these up because it wants to give me all the spring training stats right now on league leaders. I'm like, I just need to see who he's around, because if I start naming some pitchers he's around, I think we're going to be like, no, staying there would be tremendous.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You shook your head no pretty quickly.
I think there's another place for him because of how bad he seems to want it. I think, and also having him around guys like DeGrom and Evaldi and Scherzer, not that he is those guys, but he knows he gets to watch how they train. He gets to watch how they work. He gets to ask them things about what they think. And he is not the kind of guy that's just going to be like, I know it all, I'm fine. He is discussing with these guys. And I think he wants to be, man, I would love for him to be a 2. Like, I really, like, if he could be a 2, that would be amazing for this team. I think he can be.
Would it be amazing?
And the other thing, Kevin, I want to add to that is I think Maddox, like his whole pitching philosophy, try to throw it where they're not. You know, we're working low or staying low unless we need to go up. But that's just to send a message. But we're staying away. We're going to be stubborn with our pitching style. And you guys, and location matters. And Dane Dunning, as he's healthy, we see when he's healthy, he is very good with his location.
I know you said it too, and that would be unbelievable.
It would.
If Dane Dunning could show that he is a playoff pitcher, a playoff starter,
yes,
would we not all be like, awesome?
Yes.
I know you have higher expectations, but if you can show Dane Dunning is a playoff starting pitcher,
yes,
we're all pumped, right?
Absolutely. And I guess right now it's weird because Cody Bradford and Heaney are your only 2 lefties. And they add Lorenzen, and now I'm like, well, who's getting pushed out here? Because it feels like it would be Dunning. It feels like, or
I do not believe that will
it
be
feels
the case.
like I'm trying to figure out who gets pushed out on this conversation, because you got Evaldi and Gray, and then your 2 lefties. Maybe it is Heaney because he can do the long relief role. Maybe it's Bradford. I'm not exactly certain there, because we were told at one point that Bradford was getting his starting spot.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's a different story for a different time. But there's a lot of right-handed starters. Evan Grant said Lorenzen told them this morning that he's going to be in the rotation, as we discussed yesterday, Kevin.
Just not to start the season.
It'll be a while.
Right? Yeah.
But that's the expectation there, so who loses their spot? But with Dunning specifically,
there'll be plenty of injuries. I hate saying that.
Yeah, he gets his
opportunities. You're going to need
opportunities.
about 12 starting pitchers this year.
Didn't he have like an 11 and 12 strikeout game last year too, or a couple different games like that? It's impressive. That was his best. That was his, the best that he's done. But I'm looking forward to him adding more to it.
If he strikes out more, he's going to pitch less innings. He threw 172 and 2/3 innings. The more you strike out, And if it takes you a little bit of time to strike them out, the less innings you pitch because your pitch count will be up. That's the one thing about strikeout pitchers that they deal with is how many innings can you pitch. I'll just give you an example. Spencer Strider last year struck out 281 people. Dane Dunning struck out 140.
Yep.
281 to 140. Spencer Strider threw 14 more innings.
Wow.
And he started all year. He had 32 starts. Dane Dunning had 26. I'm not telling him not to strike out people. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Dane should not strike out people. But if his strikeout number got to, let's just say in 172 innings, it got closer to 200 strikeouts.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can throw 172 innings. That would be great if he threw the exact same amount of innings somewhat and then struck out a guy per inning. But I think Dane Dunning, I'm not saying he can't get a little bit better, but I love who he is. He eats up innings. I think he can be a good middle-of-the-rotation guy. I love his attitude. I love his – if you are really healthy at some point in July or August and you wanted to put Dane Dunning for some reason into the pen, he would be like, probably disappointed. I'm a human being. I have an ego, but I'm going to go do it and do it to my best of ability. His WAR's not the perfect stat. Don't get me wrong here. But in WAR, he had a 3.0. I'm looking at guys ahead of him by about 10 spots at like a 3.3, 3.4. Max Scherzer, Pablo Lopez, Luis Castillo, Spencer Strider, Sandy Alcantara. These guys just had a WAR of just a little bit more of him. So to jump up to like that 3.3 or 3.4, it doesn't seem like a lot, but then you start reading those names.
Those are names held in high esteem.
Yeah, I'm like, man, if he can do that. Just for example, Evaldi, last year 25 starts, obviously because there was an injury in there. His WAR was 3.1. And Dane Dunning's was 3.0. So if he can be around a 3 WAR again, like in that number, I'm going to be so pumped. To get to a 4 WAR, now you're to Shohei Ohtani, only 23 starts. I didn't know that Jordan Montgomery had a 4.1 WAR last year. Zach Wheeler, Zach Gallen, Senga for the Mets. Kyle Bradish, I didn't know that his WAR was. It's weird. He had a 12-7 record, exact same 2.83 ERA. I know there's more that goes into WAR, but so if he improves his ERA by approximately 1 point, he improves to a 4.9 WAR and would be top 5 in Major League Baseball. Obviously, the people who led the league in WAR were Garrett Cole and Blake Snell, 7.5 and 6.0. They both won the Cy Young.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens.
I'm pumped
with Dane Dunning.
I'm pumped for Dane Dunning. He's needed on every ball club in baseball.
Yes.
And I think he's going to be a solid middle of the rotation guy. I hope he's even better than that. I just don't know if we should start putting those expectations on him, but in a way it might be needed with what you're starting off with.
Well, and for example, Corey, I want to throw this out there. Year 1 of arbitration, that's what he started this year. He makes $3.3 million. And so when you talk about the ability to go out, out and spend.
Hey, I want that.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mike. Kevin's all rich over here with his gold
I'll tell
bars.
you what, move the decimal spot over 1 and I'm still in good shape over here.
I'm really happy with that.
$33 million. I'm just kidding.
I'll take that.
No, absolutely. but my point is, for a baseball player, in a pitcher, we pay way more for other people, and you
have
need
a bargain price.
You need that allows you to go out and spend. If you had another Dane Dunning on this staff at that price and that ability level, you would have re-signed Jordan Montgomery because you wouldn't have had another out the door pitching expense.
Yeah.
I think you might have been able to make that happen.
Somebody did text in and they said, "Hey, hold on, what is Maddox for? What's Bochy for if Chris Young's giving this pitching advice?" And my reply was, the dude is legitimately an expert at
pitched
pitching.
12 years in the major leagues. I might be
You
low
consider
on
that an expert in pitching?
Yeah.
Like he knows what he's talking about. I'm fine if my GM knows pitching and wants to talk to a player about some stuff.
I know Chris well. He was a different pitcher than Dane Dunning. Dane is keep the ball down, sinker ball type of pitcher. I know he's changed.
Chris had a big curveball, didn't he?
Yeah, and Chris threw up in the zone, but when you're 6'10", you have an advantage of throwing up in the zone.
It gets on you
or
a lot faster,
a little bit above the zone. But I mean, I'm not saying it was simple, but I mean, I watch Dane. I've told you for years when he starts going Ferris wheel instead of merry-go-round instead of Ferris wheel. And so when he starts getting this way, if you're watching on and he's talked about it, time tries to keep him in that tunnel. But when he starts going side to side, that's when he gets off. When his body starts falling towards that first base line, that's when he gets off.
And he legit talked about that with us on the thing that we discussed. I was like, I remember Jonah telling you this, and he smiled and was like, I know exactly what you're talking about, and said, that's just Jonah doing the thing. He's communicating with me. I love that. And that's another thing too, Mike, about watching games and having you on the show, is that I'm looking for different stuff now that I'm like, oh, I never noticed that before, but we're seeing it. And you get it from this show, the Baseball Show Record.
Damn right you do. And then don't forget, on Thursday, opening day, Derek Holland will be in studio with us for the entire show as we get ready for opening day. And I know it's still a long shot, but we are still working on what would be a crazy guess for opening day.
Hey, Colgate's not doing that Oakland thing today, are they?
No, they're losing by 20 points. By the way, did you see Northwestern FAU at the half is 20-19?
What's wrong? Colleges forgot how to coach offense. It's not that hard. You can carry, you can travel. There's a whole bunch of ways that you can get easier baskets.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, live from RJ Dukes in McKinney. Coming up next, we will open more cards, maybe a autographed mini helmet, plus Mike likes it. Plus, outside of your bracket, which March Madness teams are you really rooting for or really rooting against?
Plus.
And why? Plus. It's the Corey Majors Show next right here on the Fan.
21 plus.
The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Victory secured by Texas. The Longhorns in the Elite Eight last year have a win into the second round this year. 56-44 in their opener against Colorado State here in Charlotte.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, tell me about the appearance, and I'm going to tell people why they must get there.
Saturday at 3:30 for food, drinks, and college hoops. 1411 East Campbell Road in Richardson. Bobby Belt and Will Chambers, I believe.
Is that that you don't sound sure about that?
Yeah. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Yeah, go see Bobby. See Bobby for some at Richardson Bar and Grill.
And I
really sold that one.
Yeah, I hope it is Will, because then you have to get there.
Because he had a dynamic loss last night.
There it is. Yes, it says Bobby and Will are going to be there. It's on Sean and RJ's Facebook page. You can join Bobby Belt and Will Chambers at Richardson Bar and Grill on Saturday at 3:30, 1411 East Campbell Road in Richardson.
Continually, yes, you should go for that. But continually last night, Bobby was posting videos and pictures of previous Will Chambers interactions to describe what he thought his mental state was.
How
with
was he
Kentucky
doing?
Losing? Not good.
Not good. I think one video was, I'm having a bad effing weekend. And so Will's not doing too great
So
right
if
now.
you showed up and want to be friends with Will, that would be great. If you want to show up and be like, oh, hey, who's Kentucky playing today? Oh, too soon? Then he could punch you. I don't know.
Ask him if he's going to the Elite Eight game
Sweet
in
16.
Dallas.
Yeah,
because they're playing Friday and Sunday here.
And by the way, in the commercial break, I made contact with a Tolo who works at Panini, and they have thoughts and want to try to make some stuff right. So I appreciate that happening.
Yeah, I
right
have
there.
some friends at Panini, and I like them. That's why I didn't join
Oh,
in.
I know why you didn't join in.
With what you were saying.
I'll tell you what, that's my friend over at Panini, that guy that was texting in. I've met him a few times.
Yeah, no, he's been up to
I will
places.
accept his apology if you give me a 101 Wyatt Langford.
Oh, my gosh.
I dare you.
I'll tell you what they make of Wyatt
I'm just
Langford.
joking. I'm just joking. I love him, dude.
There's a Kaboom USA of Wyatt Langford.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
so awesome. but
Yes.
It's so expensive.
Why are we talking about cards?
Well, we're going to open some more cards real quick. And I want to tell everybody this. I know we're here from 10 to 2, but you can sign up throughout the day and enter the drawing. So, like, let's say your kids are super into cards and they're like, but it's not spring break and we got school. Pick them up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hopefully you're going to pick them up anyway.
Leave them at school.
No.
Hurry up. Get here fast.
Good life lesson.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
Yeah. Do you know how to walk home yet, kid?
Bring them to RJ Dukes because I got a bunch of cool giveaways for the kiddos happening as well. You can sign up for their second chance March Madness bracket, and you can sign up, follow their socials for all this stuff that we're opening today is going to be given away on Monday. So even when the show's over at 2, you can still come up to RJ Dukes and enter into these contests, get the kiddos up here for free giveaways. So the deals continue even when we're gone.
You're telling me. So you're telling me.
Oh, no.
That this store is open even when we're not on air here?
Yes.
That is amazing.
They have gotten much of my money when we have not been on air.
So I
here.
can just walk in anytime that their sign says open. Is what you're telling me?
Yes.
You can come
That's
in
awesome.
here and watch basketball right
Yes,
now.
you can. Yes.
And buy a card while you're at it. Or
Absolutely.
a helmet. Or a
You
mini
should.
helmet.
You should do that. Now,
Or that NBA Jam game.
I don't know
Everything
if
has
that
a
is
prize,
for,
Kevin.
Okay, fair. That is a fair point. We're going to open some more cards, Corey, if you want to grab one of those boxes or that mini helmet. But also what I want to know is...
Which one do you want me to grab?
Let's do the Archives baseball.
All righty.
Which teams, outside of just because of your bracket, which teams do you root for or against in March Madness and why?
I root for the Texas schools.
Okay.
I really don't have... This is weird, I think, to people who went to college in Texas.
I get that.
I don't have a hate for Baylor or Texas or TCU. I know that, obviously, I was very disappointed with Texas Tech. I was really hoping that they would win last night, and then they would win again, and then make it to Friday night at the
American Renaissance.
Yeah, because I went.
I don't think I said that right.
I went when they played Florida in the round of 32 to make it to the round of 16.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
One of my favorite experiences was I saw Duke, even though they lost, played Michigan State in the Sweet 16 down in Austin years and years ago. We're walking down 6th Street, and there's an open-air bar, and I didn't realize it. I have a Duke jersey on, and people in the bar, they turn, and in unison they go, "Go green! Go white!" Scared the crap out of me because it was just people yelling at me at a bar. All right, I've got the first Topps Archive Signature Series 2024.
Does it have yours have Acuna on the front?
Yeah.
It does.
Does that mean Acuna's inside?
It means no worries.
Okay. Acuna Matata. Thank you.
Thank you. My autograph is Eloy Jimenez, number 227. So number 23 out of 27, Eloy Jimenez autograph right there. And remember, come up to RJ Dukes today, sign up for their giveaway on their socials on Monday. Corey, let's see if you can beat that. Eloy Jimenez numbered out of 27.
All right,
Eloy is good when he plays.
Yeah, that is true.
When he plays,
That- and
definitely
that's
the factor
the
for
key
him.
right there.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to open this box up and let them see it first before I even say what's on there, Kevin. So the video has been said. This is Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
I was really hoping that was Bobby Witt
Lourdes.
Jr. because I couldn't see
Oh,
it.
it didn't have. You saw the junior
I
on
did.
it though. That
And
is
it looked like a blue jersey, and I thought maybe.
Yeah.
What is yours numbered to?
Oh, mine is numbered to 99, Kevin.
It looks like y'all's hands got a little
colder. But I will tell you this. People buying stuff at the shop, their hands got hotter because in the commercial break.
Dude, pull the 101 over there.
Yeah.
Your face, Mike. You've never had a 101.
I have.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool, man.
Bryce Harper.
I'm proud of you.
I really thought right there you were going to say Sue Bassick. I really thought that was going to be
that
like
was
a
your
com-
chance.
Yeah, she doesn't have a twin. Is it 2 of 2? If you're triplet, are you 3 of 3?
Yeah,
Don't tell your wife
Well,
you're
if you
1
have
of 2.
if you have both
She's
of
not.
them, though,
She's not a twin.
Are you sure about that?
I'm 100% sure.
Okay. You're 100% sure she doesn't have a twin.
100%.
You were there whenever she was born in the hospital, and you
No,
know that
I
a
was
baby
not
wasn't
there.
stolen.
First of all, I wasn't even created yet.
Oh yeah, you're younger than her. That's
Yeah.
right. That's right.
How much younger are you?
Years.
11, almost 11 months.
Okay, so yeah, true.
What if I'd have said almost 11 years? That would have been interesting.
I'd have been like, that's awesome. So that was the 2024 Archives Signature Series. Eloy Jimenez coming out of 27. Gurriel out of 99. Out of those, we have opened a ton.
And we're not taking them home. You
No,
get them.
unfortunately not. I mean, that would be amazing if we could. All right. From the 214, I strongly root against Baylor because I remember them making a big deal out of the Aggies leaving for the SEC. And so that was my question. I get why you're rooting for or against certain teams because of your March Madness bracket. I understand. But are there teams that you root for against, like outside of that? Because yesterday, it didn't turn out well, but I was definitely rooting for Long Beach State.
Oh yeah, you were.
And hoping that their
Mike
coach...
was giving us upset alerts all day long.
And their coach, who got fired but was still getting to coach, he was doing the things, and they came up short. But for a while, I was like, oh.
How do you feel now, though? Those kids, now they're stuck at that school, and they also can't go. Like, that coach is never going to be able to coach again.
But they're probably still by
coach
the
at another
beach,
school.
right?
Mm-hmm.
They're still at a school by the beach, right?
And Long Beach, you love that beach. That's always been your favorite beach. You've
Yeah,
always
it's
said that.
infinitely better than Short Beach.
Okay, yeah, no, I've always thought that
I
too.
don't know. How long is an average beach?
Forever, I think.
Well, no, it can't be forever. Because
I don't know.
If you just keep walking the shoreline,
yeah, but
you'll eventually go into the water, right?
Or the Arctic. You
if
know,
you're a bad walker,
no, there's all land is not connected across Earth. So at some point, you would hit the water. It's not a forever beach.
I guess, it is. Yeah, he's right because you run into Canada.
Yeah, but
And
they
that's
have beaches in Canada, dude.
It's all frozen.
But it's still a beach, though. It's just different. And then you're going to get to Panama, right?
Uh-huh.
And then there's a canal
You
there.
got to swim to Panama.
No, you get to a Panama Canal, and then that attaches. There's a canal. You just walk across the bridge, and now you're on more beach again. I'm presuming.
I don't know about
I'm not a
any of
beach
that.
expert,
If you're
Kevin.
in Hawaii,
Yeah. Because all the different islands are not connected, so it's not forever.
But
beach.
if you just walk in kind of the circle of the island,
That's
it
true.
goes on forever.
But
But if you start at one place and go around and meet that place, now you've gotten the circumference of the island.
True.
Yeah, so that would be the distance of that island.
From the 214, I root this person, not me. This person roots against Duke no matter what. And that is an unfortunate thing.
I root against Duke just because of you.
Which is weird to me.
I mean, I like you and everything, but it's fun just to be like,
I started liking Duke when I was 5 years old, maybe 6, at the Final Four in Dallas in 1986 when they lost to Never Nervous Purvis Ellison.
He's a good draft
at
pick.
Louisville. So I have liked them forever, but they are definitely the most hateable team along with the Cowboys that I
Was
like.
that like, help me out here, was this like Danny Ferry, Johnny Dawkins?
Yes.
Who else was on the team?
I think Billis was a coach, an assistant on that team, maybe,
Okay.
and not actually on the team. I think.
All right. The bracket always has something to do with like teams that I'm looking at that I'm excited about. B, the other thing is there will always be a story that's very interesting. Like Steph Curry at Dayton that year when he was in the
Elite Eight?
Yeah, it was
Was it?
amazing
Yeah.
to watch him play, and you were like, whoa. So I will get attached to a story pretty quickly. Like that absolutely will happen. I love the Cinderella stories for sure. Though I mean, everybody likes an underdog. You like to root for that.
Of
I don't have a
course.
very like UNT, maybe occasionally they'll get in. They're probably going to be winning the NIT most
I know
times.
Brandon was rooting for UTA to make it in.
Yeah, Oklahoma is kind of hit or miss, and I can't root for Texas because they just don't end up doing what I want Texas to do. So I always find a team, though, that I'm like, I'm in on that. I can definitely get down with that team.
I like this from the 214. You learn something new every day. I never knew all land was not connected. And then a follow-up from the 972. It's called Pangea, Kevin.
Pangea was connected,
Sign
yeah.
God.
Yeah.
But not anymore. We don't
Yeah.
have Pangea anymore.
How'd that happen? Like, what happened? Did it earthquakes, plate shifting? How did
I thought it was tectonic plates that shifted.
Yeah,
Who's sure about Pangea?
What do you mean? Have you not looked at Earth?
If that's your question, I guess I'll
Have you not
say
looked
no.
at it, Mike?
Yeah, I see that
looks like-
South America and Africa look like they could fit together. I totally get it.
Yeah.
But other spots you're not so sure?
I don't know.
I've never seen it.
I need to do more research into Pangea. I mean, I get it. It was all together and, earthquakes and stuff.
I guess
pushed it
my
all
question
apart.
my question is, will we ever get to a point where whatever was attached at Pangea, it floats? Are we getting closer to it wrapping around and hitting on the other
And
side?
re-Pangeaing?
But now our other coast is connected to their other coast. That's what I'm concerned. How far is the distance between, and how long has it been that distance? Is anybody measuring? What are we doing here, people? Get to it. What is it? Sea people?
Like when Columbus
Seamen.
went across the ocean.
Yes.
Is it further across the ocean now?
Yeah, it's a good question, Mike. Thank you.
I want to say yes, but I don't have any statistical data that I've looked up to
When he
back
sailed
that
the
up.
Ocean Blue, I'm pretty sure it was like 2 days that he got here, and now it seems like it's going to be longer to get here.
I need to make sure I say this correctly. For the 682, I root against Texas because Luck the Foghorns. I needed to
Good
make sure.
And I get that there's real hate between schools. I love it.
Yes.
If you're an Aggie or a Longhorn, I don't think you're ever going to root for
No.
the other school. I totally get that. Just like Duke and North Carolina.
Yes, and that's Texas and North Carolina were both on my list.
I mean, there's part of me now that they beat Texas Tech that
you want NC State
a little bit. It's like it's a Cinderella and Burns like.
He's a giant.
Like I love that his dad's like, that's not a charge. I'm like, I think you murdered the kid getting to the basket. Like, and then his dad's standing up like, I can't believe this. I'm like, he outweighs him by 80 pounds and slammed him to the ground.
Did you see them walk out for the game last night with their speaker, Niners
no,
style?
no.
And like the hype machine on that, they're walking out, and he is literally walking. When you're just kind of putting around, that's his pace. I'm getting to here whenever I get here, and everybody else was all getting hype, and he's just like, I am lumbering my way to the court.
Some of these are amazing. From the 469, I don't specifically root for any college. However, this person will always root against the Aggies because one time, 15 years ago, a friend of a friend was a D to me. Could have been Ed Werder.
Well, I really do want to ask Broadus this.
All right, ask him.
Does he watch did he ever watch college basketball as a scout and go, hey, that might be useful? Like, I don't know.
Tony Gonzalez.
Are right now the Cowboys, probably I'm using a
He
bad
wants
example.
the NC State kid on the Cowboys offensive line.
The dude is seeking out contact. The dude has unbelievable hands. Like, you can see that he has a lot of coordination. He's 6'9" with long arms, and he's lying about 275. I don't know what he really weighs, but it ain't 275. So
he's a red zone target
I'm
waiting to
just
happen.
wondering. Dude. I don't think he's fast enough to
you
get
just said
open.
He has great hands. All he has to do is walk to the spot.
I don't think
Turn
it works
around.
that way. I don't even know if he can touch rim, to be honest. And he's 6'9". I saw him in the game. I watched the whole game last night.
Unfortunate.
I'm sure he can dunk and touch rim and everything, but he ain't getting much lift off. I don't need to jump as an offensive lineman.
That's true. You just need to push.
And so I'm just wondering if, like, a real scout, Broadus obviously at one point was a real scout, if they're watching this college basketball and going, hey, can we call up NC State and see when this kid's done with basketball and see if we can put a helmet and pads on him and see if he can just keep people away from a guy for 3 seconds? Supposedly you get over $300 million to do it. I heard Michael Irvin say 3 seconds, $300 million.
From the 325, they said screw Texas because screw Texas, but then after that it says gig 'em. So really it's screw Texas because we're Aggies.
I really
definitely
hope
get that.
A&M beats Nebraska in the former Big 12 matchup.
Would you be rooting for Texas A&M against Houston then?
I think I would, because I know how excited my son would be. I think Houston has a better chance, but Houston is the typical college basketball team that I'm watching in the tournament. We don't know how to score the basketball, but we can definitely stop the other team from scoring the basketball.
Can I also say I root against UConn for both basketball and non-basketball purposes?
Did you date a girl at UConn?
Look, here's the deal. Am I still bitter about the 1999 season when Duke had maybe the greatest basketball team of all time and they lost to stupid UConn in the finals? Yes.
UConn was just better.
No, they weren't.
They won.
Yeah. There's
only one way to prove it.
I mean, you can play the game, and whoever wins is the better team.
Or have the refs in your pocket. In 2004, yeah, I'm still not over it.
I love
or
it.
in 2004, when I think it was Emeka Okafor took us out in the Final Four. Or is it
Great
because
number 1 overall pick.
the first girl that I was ever in love with, she went to UConn, and it didn't turn out super well. She was my Sue, Mike, and it didn't work.
Because her team lost, or because they beat Duke.
You told Jess this?
She knows who this person. I mean, in terms of your first love, not in terms of your soulmate. Jess is my soulmate for sure.
Sheesh.
Well, I actually don't
This is
believe.
a tough
Actually, you know what?
conversation.
Let's take another hard turn. I don't believe in soulmates. I do,
my
however.
gosh.
Look,
Does
if
Jess know this?
Yes, she does. However,
Wow.
Does she?
I don't. I can't remember.
She wants
I don't think
to,
she
but
does.
her soulmate doesn't agree.
I don't think she does either. But we are great for each other, and I'm so happy that we're married.
Adrian's my soulmate.
Good recovery
yeah,
from
Adrian's.
Kevin there.
I can
This is
I
a
can
great
tell you
start
this.
for you.
Adrian's always been my soulmate. I could tell.
Yeah.
There's pictures of me and her in kindergarten. We didn't even know each other, and we're there together.
You're on a 10-0 run right now to start this game.
And I mean, like I can tell things.
What?
You can tell things.
Yeah.
This
no
is a
other
dynamic loss conversation now.
that no other person can tell because we're soulmates.
Mike, I think you would like this bit. When I went up to UConn, people knew I was from Texas. I would when I talk to everyone, I'd be like, well, howdy. And I would just talk in as much of a country accent as I could. And she was like, why are you talking like that? I was like, I think it's funny.
Then you go better.
That had not been created just quite yet.
Oh, okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, I know you texted back to this person. I'm trying to catch up, but I appreciate this very much from the 903. KNC plus B is the best show on 105.3. I try to make it a point to have my radio on or my Odyssey app every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Thank you guys very, very much for that. Y'all have helped us crush it in the ratings, which makes life better across the board. Now,
hold on. What do you mean by crushing the ratings, though? Like we're
number one.
What? So
Really?
Artolos are
Good for us.
You were in the meeting.
Yeah, you were there too.
Well, who said it?
Somebody in our office.
I was not
Can I
listening.
just point something out real quick in this Northwestern
think
Florida
Kevin said
Atlantic
it.
game? There's 11 minutes in the second half to go. They've already scored more points in the second half than they did in the first half.
Upset alert.
So
I want to point something out too, Kevin.
San Diego State.
You see the homie over there wearing the Rangers?
I know, it's beautiful.
Batting practice
I
hat.
can't
That is
stop
a
looking at it.
gorgeous
That
hat,
is
dude.
cool.
I want that hat so bad. I'm going to take it.
They have it.
Right
It's
here?
No,
Oh.
they don't sell hats here.
You don't know?
Autograph.
They sell
hats.
autograph helmets. Hey, let's get to Mike Likes It.
I said Mike likes it.
Okay, so Mike likes it. You guys are going to have to pick one of these 7. This is from MLB.com. It's the 7 outlandish predictions. So obviously they are going.
I picked number 3.
Okay, good.
5.
Number 1, Jackson Holiday will win both awards, the MVP and the Rookie of the Year in the American League.
Get rid of that guy.
If somebody's going to do it, it's going to be Wyatt Langford, right, Mike?
Thank you. You know, this Jackson Holiday love.
It
I
could
get
definitely be
He's
Jackson
probably going to be
Holiday.
really good, but I don't. The hype that Wyatt Langford's getting, I'm sure around the nation, people are like, come on, slow your roll. I feel like with Jackson Holiday, he's going to be a great MLBer for a long time, but I feel like slow your roll just a little bit on this Jackson Holiday love.
His body, Mike, is he
he's-
still looks 12.
He's little.
He's a little
I don't
guy.
think. I don't think
Great
people know
power,
this.
though.
He's not close to his father's size and never will be. He's a little guy. He's not 6'2" and 230 pounds like his dad. And I don't think at 21 years old or 20 he's going to grow another 4 inches. He's like 5'10", and I would guess 180 pounds would be my guess of his size. All right, next one. So you guys are definitely no on that, and I'm definitely no on that too. Next one. The Dodgers will completely miss the postseason.
See, I think they're going to be a wild card team. I do not think they're going to completely miss, but wouldn't a wild card team still be a pretty big disappointment?
Arizona and San Diego aren't bad.
Not at all.
Colorado is.
Oh, wow. This is actually pretty interesting, Mike, if you want to take a look at that.
Prized infielder Jackson Holiday does not make the Baltimore Orioles opening day roster.
Oh, in your face, MLB.com.
From Bob Nightingale. So that's pretty interesting right there.
I mean, the thing is Gunnar Henderson, they said last year in the playoffs, we're not moving him off a shortstop. So now Jackson Holiday is probably a second baseman or third baseman, and I don't see anything wrong with that. Now, they've benefited. They've had Adley Rutschman and Gunnar Henderson win the Rookie of the Year recently, which has added extra draft picks to their team. Maybe Adley Rutschman, it wasn't in the collective bargaining agreement yet. I do know that for Gunnar Henderson, it was. So anyways, looking at that, and maybe did Adley Rutschman not win it? Was it Julio Rodriguez?
Yeah, let me double check.
So
that. I'm
anyways, I
sorry.
could be wrong about Adley even winning that award. So number 1, Jackson Holiday, just sent down to the minor leagues to start the season, would win Rookie of the Year and AL MVP. That's probably a no for me, too. The Dodgers will miss the postseason. That's your second outlandish prediction from MLB.com. Obviously, they're going pretty strong here on what won't happen. Obviously, the Giants, too, are a pretty good team. Number 3, who picked number 3?
I did.
Oh, I hope you're wrong, because it says the Rangers will miss the postseason, too.
No!
That's number 3.
I would like to change my pick to number 4.
It does say that Bruce Bochy's previous World Series winners didn't reach the postseason the next year. So this has happened. They're not saying it's Bochy's fault, but they're just saying how hard it is to win the World Series and then next year repeat, or next year even make the playoffs. So that's number 3. Number 4, this is a little bit like, okay, I can see this, but it says the A's will be better than you think. They lost 112 games last year. So, I mean, that one's not such bold prediction as the first 3 are, that the World Series champs won't make the playoffs. The Dodgers, who spent all the money, won't make the playoffs. Or
they got news over here.
Wyatt Langford has made the opening day roster for the Texas Rangers, according to our guy, Jared Sandler of 105.3 The Fan. If you're wondering about Wyatt Langford, you don't have to wonder anymore. He is on the Texas Rangers.
Tell me, Mike, who predicted this?
Jared Sandler on...
I predicted this!
What day?
Wait, like back when we did the signing. After we did the signing at Worth Collecting in Waxahachie.
Because we were putting percentages on it, and you put a very high percentage on it.
I did too. I said 100%.
Hey.
Kevin said like 85%. I said 100.
Corey just beat you.
Together, that's 185%.
That's 185% though. So this shows
Over under
a believer.
Wyatt Langford 185 hits this year.
Oh man. I'll
Over.
say under.
Once again,
That's a lot of hits.
He's saying he's the optimistic guy, Corey. Yeah. I'm the optimistic guy. Once again, another under for Wyatt Langford, and you went over.
Yeah, he might hit 285 this year.
That would be an all-time record. That would be an all-time record.
Number 5, I'm running out of time here. This is kind of from a Rangers perspective. Who cares unless you trade for him? Patrick Corbin will be an all-star and a midseason trade chip. He signed a 6-year deal with the Nationals after they won the World Series. He has not been the same since. It says here his ERA of 5.62 was among those with at least 300 innings pitched. That's kind of been after the championship. He's really struggled, but they're saying he's on a big contract, that Patrick Corbin here coming to the end of his contract will be a good pitcher again, and the Nationals will look to trade him. All right, so here are your division winners, they're saying. They're saying, remember, these are outlandish predictions. They're not saying we know this. They're saying the Mariners, the Phillies, the Blue Jays, the Royals, and the Pirates will win their division.
Whoa.
If you had to pick one out of the 5,
I'll take the Pirates.
The Pirates win the NL Central. Corey, out of the Mariners, Phillies, Blue Jays, Royals, Pirates, you pick one. Who is going to win their division? They're saying these are 5 outlandish predictions of division winners.
Well, Kevin, as we noted while we were at spring training, I guess I got to go with the Royals, because I did predict that as long as Will Smith's on their team, they will win the World Series. And if they don't, I have to grow a mullet, and Kevin has to grow a skullet if they do.
Okay.
That was the agreement.
That's
but
fine.
I do.
That's not going to happen.
Here's a deal, Kevin, that I want to add to this conversation. If Will Smith gets traded to another team, I'm going with the player, not the laundry. All right.
That is not the
so
deal
if Will
we made.
Smith gets traded
That's
to
not
a
the deal we
contender,
made.
that's just how it's going to be. It's all about the attachment of Will Smith.
I do like the first sentence about these 5 teams. Spaghetti, meat, wall.
I love
One of
spaghetti.
these has to stick, right? Right. So I do think the Mariners and the Phillies have the most likely probability of winning their division, even though you do have Texas and Houston, and you do have Atlanta in the National League East. If I had to pick one, I hate saying this, I don't think so, but I would have to lean towards the Mariners.
Okay.
Out of those 5 teams. But I do like the Royals, I think, are going to be way better than people think. I just don't know if they're going to win that division. And then the last one here, as I scroll down a lot more, the Diamondbacks will return to the World Series, and this year they will be the champions.
Man, that is a bold prediction. I don't happen to agree with that prediction, but that is a bold prediction.
Remember,
to be sure.
these are outlandish predictions.
Yeah.
These are not, this is where you get close to the season and just think, starting next week, when this week's over, we will never have another week for 6 months without at least 5 games of Rangers baseball.
I love it, love it, love it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You can start your collecting
Wyatt
needs.
Langford's on the team.
He is on the Texas Rangers. We are live at RJ Dukes in McKinney. We still got an autographed mini helmet to open up, and you still have an opportunity, especially if you want to bring those kiddos after school, to sign up for their Second Chance March Madness giveaway, to sign up for the cards that are going to be given away on their platform, social media on Monday. A lot of fun stuff happening, but all of it pales in comparison to the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Well, Kevin, we're going to discuss butts for just a little bit.
What's that
But
now?
I think butts and why they're important in sports. But before we get to that, I think we're going to have to do a good 10 minutes on what the Rangers roster just did, because I think that's very important on the Fan.
As sports news breaks.
Yeah, breaking news.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and this is a weird breaking news, and it's not sports related, but I know this has been the talk of social media forever.
This is tough.
Kate Middleton, the Princess of Wales, has been diagnosed with cancer. So I know she had a surgery and then she disappeared from the public spotlight for a while, and then she showed back up, did a picture, and didn't have her wedding ring on, and that got people talking and everything like that. But CBS has cut into the NCAA tournament, at least on actual CBS, to say that Kate Middleton has been diagnosed with cancer.
Yeah, when I saw her on the screen, I was very excited, and then I saw the cut line, and I was like, "Oh no!"
Yeah,
the lower graphic said that. And that's because I was excited
sucks.
because
Sucks.
she has been missing and everything, and I was like, "Yay!" And then so hopefully we can rock out with this thing. Back to you, Kevin.
Well, I mean, it's time for the C block. It's still your segment. We did get really great news about Wyatt Langford.
Let's go after this right now. I know, Mike, you're holding the. Do you want to go ahead and open that right now?
The Fanatics mini helmet.
Yeah,
While
this is
you're
the
talking,
last. This is
I'll
the
open
last
up. This is the
product. No,
last
I'm not
thing.
even. Don't even wait while I'm talking.
You guys got a little bit cold.
We did. Mike's back in to heat it back up.
Step back in.
CJ Stroud, is that who we want?
Oh my gosh, that would be awesome.
Yes, CJ Stroud is the one we want.
What about Jordan Addison?
Okay,
That's
I like that
dope.
one. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
I like that
the
one.
Vikings helmet's dope anyway.
It's
But
in a red or
that
pink
dude can run.
pin,
See that one?
So
That is a sweet autograph.
Jordan
All right,
Addison.
we need a mic to make it hot yet again. I wish I would have said it just like that.
Yeah, go ahead, and Chris Strong, if you can go ahead
I wish
and
I
pull
wouldn't
that
have said
one.
it just like that. And by the way, if you're wondering how much does it cost, you come out to RJ Dukes today. Even if our show is over in McKinney, what time do you guys close? 8 o'clock is when they close. You come out today, you can sign up for the Second Chance March Madness bracket, get an opportunity to win a gift card here. You can sign up and enter the drawings for all this stuff we opened today, which will be given away Monday at 11:30 on their socials, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. Plus, it's just a great shop. They have really good prices, and they're always good to us for Peace-a-thon. Love this place.
Yeah, or you could buy that helmet right now for $1 billion.
I mean, sure.
I guarantee you.
Ryan's like, yeah,
He said
okay.
give or take. Give or take.
When you said everything has a price, you come in with $1 billion bill.
I bet
that's fake.
I bet they're struggling to keep Wyatt Langford's in their
Okay,
building.
this is Bill Jones. You know who Bill Jones is, Mike?
Dollar Bill.
He tweeted this out, and it's got a Bochy conversation happening here. But here's the words from Bill Jones. Bruce Bochy makes it official. He told rookie Wyatt Langford he has made the opening day roster. Bochy says he can't think of seeing a player who's vying for a roster spot having a better spring. And that's a lot of people were like, dude, he hasn't done anything yet. He hasn't even, and I keep saying that. He hasn't stepped on foot onto a Major League Baseball field, not in a regular season game or even any postseason games either. But the fact is, they said, look, we're going to give you the chance. You have to earn it, though. He did. He went out, and he was the best player in spring training for the Rangers for sure.
Well, I asked Bochy on Saturday. I asked him about his history of being in spring training, and I even referenced Buster Posey.
Yeah,
because he's probably the best player he's ever had. That took him from rookie in 2010 to a World Series championship. There's a lot of people that contributed for San Francisco in 2010, but I was thinking, hey, did Buster Posey, did he impress you this much possibly out of Florida State? I didn't know. I have no idea who's ever done these things that Wyatt Langford has done in his first ever spring training / first ever big league spring training. And he was like, I hope that Wyatt Langford, when he comes up to the big leagues, this was before it was official 6 days ago. He's like, I hope he has a Buster Posey impact on this team. And he's like, he's shown the ability that he might be able to have that type of impact on a team. But he was saying, I can't think of anybody. He named one dude, and I'm sorry I'm forgetting. It was Xavier Nady with San Diego. Obviously, Nady had a nice career, but not anywhere close where we're hoping that Wyatt Langford has. But he remembers him being really impressive in spring training for him with San Diego. But he was like, yeah, this is very uncommon. This is very tough to come up with anybody who has done what Wyatt Langford has done in spring training, and that was 6 days ago.
The other part about this, when we talk about the hype, and I really did enjoy hearing that conversation because Keith Law is probably right. The hype is outrageous. Somebody said on the fan text, they said, I don't see anything about Wyatt Langford except for from Rangers accounts, and that's fine. You'll get it at some point. It's going to start rolling your direction.
Kylie McDaniel, I use as another example, said that was the best prospect in the draft, and now that's all played out, Kylie's swooped back around and been like, I told you.
Yeah.
Like, it's early, but I told you this is why I thought he's the best.
The point I wanted to make here, Mike, though, is that this is a championship roster. He made it. He earned. They don't need to put butts in seats. They just won the World Series. They don't need to do any stunts here. They don't need to do anything that's like, hey, let's rush this guy up here. He's gotten this spot because he belongs on a championship roster. That's why Mike is so excited. He realizes that Chris Young's not just walking out there going, man, I really got to get the fans excited about something. No, we're already excited, dude, because we get to defend a title, and we're a really good baseball team with Corey Seager and Marcus Semien at the top of this thing. Now you're adding this to it. This complements what the rest of this team can be, and actually might give it gives it more power and better hitting throughout the entire roster.
To your point, there wasn't a spot available. Let's just be honest.
Yes.
You had Evan Carter in left. You had Leody Taveras in center. You had Adolis Garcia in right, and you had
Jankowski back,
backing up. There was no spot available here.
And he said, "The hell there isn't."
Right.
And this isn't gonna be he's on the roster. I realize there's some injury concerns for the Rangers going to the start of the season. He's going to be playing a lot,
and I won't be surprised if he's batting third.
And
like it's not. I don't think.
Amazing.
I don't think they're going to slow roll him into batting sixth or seventh. Maybe they will. I do think on opening day, as long as Seager's healthy, it's going to be Semien, Seager, Langford as your first three hitters. And if Seager isn't healthy, it might be tough because you do have Steele for Chicago, a left-handed pitcher. But it might be Semien, Carter, Langford as your first three hitters if Seager isn't ready. But with the lefty starter, maybe it's different.
There's a lot going here because the conversation last year was definitely your three-hole. You didn't know. You had a lot of questions about your three-hole hitter, and it was oftentimes Nathaniel Lowe, and sometimes I think at one point they moved Young up there, and we're like, all right, let's see. And then Evan Carter gets in that spot during the
Adolis obviously was in the 3-4 spot.
Constantly trying to figure that out. This allows you to do so much more with your roster because you have a guy, Josh Young. Don't get me wrong, love what he does for power. He's a hard hitter. But I think Wyatt Langford's probably going to be a little bit of a more consistent hitter that also hits with power as well. A little bit higher batting average that hits with power as well. And Josh Young can settle back into whatever spot he's in there. Maybe it's fifth. I don't know exactly. Again, this could go a lot of different ways based on what Bochy decides to do and who's pitching each day.
2 weeks into the season,
so many
it could
options.
change.
Yeah, and you just mentioned Josh Young. You could conceivably imagine a world in which he's hitting eighth or maybe seventh.
And you're hitting with that kind of power in that spot.
I left you guys dry a little bit on Friday's broadcast when I didn't get back to the booth in time. I'll tell you what I was doing. I'm a former Cleveland Indian, and I know those guys. I know Tom Hamilton, and I know I call him Rosie, who do the radio for Cleveland. They were in town to play Kansas City, and we were talking about Langford. We were talking about Carter. We were talking about the Rangers lineup, and they were asking, they're like, whose spot is Langford taking? And I was like, he's taking Mitch Garver's spot, and they're like, and then he said, so what's the lineup look like? And I went with Jared Sandler's Twitter, and I said, most likely if everybody's healthy, it's going to be Semien, Seager, Langford, Garcia, Carter, Young, Heim, first baseman Lowe when healthy, and then let's say Leody Taveras. And they're like, oh my God. That was the reaction from Cleveland. They're like, oh my God. Like, they're just like, that's a lineup of 9.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's a pitcher's nightmare.
Yeah, and I said right now it might be Walsh or Foscue playing first base or Ezekiel Duran, and they're like, oh yeah, you guys got Ezekiel Duran too.
Yeah.
Like
in most other organizations, we'd be talking about the hype going into him. Can he build off of last year's first half? Here, he's like, man, what a great backup.
Yeah, and that's like when we were talking with Dean Palmer the other day. Kevin, sorry you weren't here for it because of whatever your situation was.
Yeah.
Was he in the bathroom?
Maybe. But we were
Shut up.
We were talking with him, and when he said that line, it made it up to me when he was like, it was so much fun to hit in those lineups. Like we're talking about Gafford with the Mavericks and all the dunks that they're doing right now and how excited they are for each other. Can you imagine what this excitement level is going to be like for these guys as they're defending this title for one? But like you just pointed out, throughout that roster, anybody can do damage.
My brother Copy, who was the scout for the Phillies, he reported back to Philadelphia pretty much, this lineup can score 5 runs on you in any inning.
Every time.
Wow. This is where the fear is of playing the Rangers. Like, they were like, look, we get to their bullpen early, we're in great shape. They got Montgomery and Evaldi, which are tough to get to, but if we can get to that bullpen and make them use more than 2 guys, they're very vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
But their offense can explode for 5 runs in any inning. Don't think that because you are at 6, 7, 8, 9 coming up that we have an easy inning. You do not have an easy inning at any point against the Rangers, and if they turn over that lineup with runners on base, and Simeon and Seager and Carter and Garcia are coming up, you've made a mistake. You better get out of those 6, 7, 8, 9 hole hitters. You better get out of that without runners on base when they turn that lineup over, and it's not easy to do.
To add a couple of other things from Jared Sandler's Twitter regarding some of the Rangers connections here, Chris Young did say that Jack Leiter is unlikely to make the opening day roster, but that he's confident he'll contribute at some point.
Wow.
So they hearing that phrase right there is very interesting.
How big of a jump up is that for Jack Leiter? When we were thinking, I guess I'll just speak for me. I was thinking going into spring training, I hope he shows enough to prove he can be usable at some point in this season. Now it feels like he'll be usable maybe in a month.
Yes.
Or
also,
less or more.
You gave somebody $7 million out of the draft.
Yeah. It's time to see. It's time to see that.
It's time.
Yeah.
You're pitching. We got to see if you can or can't. And so I'm not saying he didn't have a good spring. He did. He was impressive at times, but also it's at this point we got to see.
Yeah. The a couple of other things there. Shane Green, Chasen Shreve, and Danny Duffy were informed they have not made the team, and they are considering their options.
Tell me that again.
Shane Green with an E at the end.
35-year-old relief pitcher, I think.
Chasen Shreve.
And that's somebody who we talked about as having potential. Danny Duffy.
Our guy.
Yeah.
That's our dude right there.
But he had started there had been a little bit of struggle after a good start.
The other thing you do as a general manager at this point, you start getting your feelers out and go, if these guys
who's going to get picked up
have options to leave, who is going to get picked up, and can we start talking to their agents and say, we really want you to go to Round Rock to start this year, and we really believe you're going to help our big league team. Please don't go anywhere because you don't want to lose the depth that you created with off-season signings.
A couple other things, Kevin. Duquesne. Yep, that's what I was saying. One of their professors has emailed the school, his class, and said, class canceled due to March Madness. Go celebrate. I'll figure it out, Professor Healy. And I freaking love when professors do something.
Professor Healy.
They're like, hey.
What's
his
an
name?
issue with that?
What do you mean? That's his name,
That
Mike.
sounds like in a movie. I don't know. Am I missing something? Professor Healy.
That could just be
his name. Yeah,
Jeez.
It's just a man's name, dude. And you know what, Kevin? I wanted to get to it. I think we're going to have to tease it for next week. We could do a little bit of this butt talk because...
Do you want to do butt talk next?
There's only one quote I want to read from Andy Reid, but that's really pretty much it. So we can rock that out.
All right, let's get a butt quote in. We'll talk about the Mavs. We'll talk about March Madness because you got a game coming down to the final buzzer that we are watching live at RJ Dukes. We'll chop it up all next as well. as Masterpiece of the Week right here on 105 through the Fan.
We make sure hackers don't mess with Texas. Telesystem's job is to allow business leaders to sleep better at night knowing that their cybersecurity, networking, and communications stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. IT is about trust.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Oregon is going to dribble the clock away, and the Oregon Ducks still haven't lost in the first round since 2013. The 11 seed knocks off the 6 seed.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at RJ Duke's in McKinney, where Baylor is whipping that ass.
Hey, oh, wow.
Hey, I'm sorry, that behind.
Jeez. Wow.
While Florida, they are.
You're such a Bear fan.
There are people here. Florida Atlantic and Northwestern are going down to the wire, and there is a review happening right now. Corey?
I just wanted to add one other line from Bochy.
Tell me.
Because I love Bruce Bochy. We'll have him probably next Tuesday, I believe, Kevin, as we get in, because Wednesday they do have an early game, I believe. Anyway, don't worry about that. It's a long story for another time.
Yeah, sounded confident.
It's a lot of stuff I got to get to. Evan Grant to Bruce Bochy. This was your intent all along, wasn't it? You hoped he would make the team. Bruce Bochy. I don't think we hoped. We knew.
Wow.
So the guy, he said last year, I mean, we discussed this at that point too. Last year he was like, look, everything's on the table. We're looking at everything. And they were watching him mash. And they were like, oh, man, look at this kid. And then they gets to spring, and it's like he just keeps doing the mashing.
What do you do by March 10th when the dude's the best spring training player in all of baseball?
You go, hey.
Like, you're like, I hope he makes the team. And you're like, well, Ronald Acuna Jr., he ain't better than him right now. Mike Trout, he ain't better than him right now. Shohei, he ain't better than him right now. I'm not saying he's better than those guys overall, but I'm going off of spring training. You're like, should this guy make the team? Well, what human being is better than him?
Yeah, it is.
And then look at this from the Dallas Stars, Kevin. Posting a picture and said, is DFW ready for Wyatt squared? As Wyatt Langford and Wyatt Johnston are just crushing.
I mean, and he's doing phenomenal, as obviously the Stars are in the midst of it.
All the Wyatts.
It's just super cool that opening day for the Rangers is in 6 days. They're the defending world champions, and they have the most buzzed about player in all of baseball right now. Yeah. Those are all things that are happening, and we happen to have the games. And one of our co-hosts, one of our co-hosts is going to broadcast like 50 of their TV games this year.
So if you want to see him play his first ever game in Arlington for the Rangers, I get how close to impossible it is to get the opening day tickets or opening night. And then the Saturday and Sunday, there's very limited tickets available, but you can try to. I will tell you, Monday, they play at 7 o'clock against the Red Sox. I'm assuming Wyatt Langford will play. I'm just on ESPN's website. It says tickets as low as $7. On Tuesday, they play the Red Sox at 1 o'clock. I can't promise you Wyatt Langford's playing in both of these games. Tickets as low as $4. Obviously, it's a Tuesday during a work week, during a school week. But if you want to go see them play Monday or Tuesday, they are playing the Red Sox, and there's a good chance Wyatt Langford will play in those games. So I'm just saying, if you want to kind of get a very cheap ticket and go see Wyatt Langford play, it's a exhibition game against the Red Sox. Maybe you get to see Wyatt Langford play in those games. And I'm saying, hey, get your tickets early. This is another reason people are going to want to watch the Texas Rangers play around the country is Wyatt Langford. And I'm going to throw in and Evan Carter, but Wyatt Langford obviously getting a lot more buzz. But you have, remember, Evan Carter is a year younger than Wyatt Langford. So when you're looking at this, Wyatt Langford making his debut against the Cubs, he is a year older than Evan Carter.
And if Florida Atlantic and Northwestern are going to overtime,
upset alert.
Florida Atlantic has nobody to blame but themselves. So they were up by 2, just missed the front half of a 1-1, which gave Northwestern the opportunity to tie the game.
At Duncanville, I didn't like this. It wasn't fair. But, you kept more – back in the 90s, obviously, internet was very rare to have, and they weren't keeping high school stats like they were. They made us 0 for 2 if we missed a 1-1. So if we missed the first – Our coach said, if you miss the first free throw, you get an 0 for 2 on your stat sheet. Because you went 0 for 2. You didn't even get to attempt the second one. And
it said he was 9 of 10 in the game today, I think.
Yeah,
So
it just was one of those things where they tried to make that 1-and-1 so important that we're going to put you down for 0 for 2 if you miss it.
Just wanted to also point out how far this Rangers roster has come. I know we were talking some basketball there, but Willie Calhoun has been reassigned to a minor league camp.
For the Angels.
Yeah, for the Angels. And that's like, just look at how far. There was a time when we were like, can Willie be something, because we need somebody on this team.
It is.
And now here we are looking at this roster going, how can we fit anybody else good on this team? Like, it's a completely different
weird
thing.
That 4 or 5 years ago, it was, I don't know in what order you want to put them, but you had Joey Gallo, Nomar Mazara, Rougned Odor, and Willie Calhoun were the 4 pillars of the organization to take us somewhere.
Your core 4, Kevin. Yeah, that was your core 4.
Yes, I do remember that.
2019-ish, that was the future of the Rangers.
Now the future of the Rangers is very bright, very shiny.
I mean, the thing is, too, I said it yesterday.
And the present.
One shining moment.
There's not a position player who's close to free agency.
Name one.
I can't.
Adolis Garcia is 2 years away.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's literally for 24 and 25.
And
Heim is 3 years
Okay.
away.
There you go.
So, for the next 2 years,
about Langford?
unless you decide to
6
trade
years.
somebody, they're here for the next 2 to 6 years.
And don't you agree, in most times when we talk about Willie Calhoun, Justin Foscue is that dude. We can't, it appears as though we can't find a place for him to stay. And it's because you're really loaded.
They haven't made a decision yet on Foscue and Walsh, right?
I have not seen anything.
And look,
one of them will be on the opening day roster because of injury.
And you still have another probably Monday or Tuesday when they're playing Boston here in exhibition games are the day that they will probably tell one that they're on the team and the other that they're not.
By the way, at that game on Monday, our guy Ruben, our engineer over here, will be at that game in the suite. So if you're looking around in the suite boxes, you'll see Ruben hanging out, just waving and having a good time.
And by the way, I guess if Seager isn't ready, I hope he is. If he isn't ready, I think both make the team.
Okay. Yeah, I could see that.
Ruben was asleep whenever I said that, by the
Oh,
way. So, yeah, he was sleeping.
No.
Definitely had his eyes closed. Yep.
I hope that is not true.
He's been sitting like a bird this whole time, too.
Up on the stool? Yeah.
That new Larry Bird commercial where he's trying to hit the bird in the attic, but it's the person who does is it State Farm or Allstate? I don't know which one it is.
You watch a lot of commercials.
Like
do you just fast forward through every
game?
Yeah.
How do you watch the basketball game without
When it goes to commercial, you go and do something else, or I get something else done. You just have an encyclopedic knowledge of current commercials that I do not.
I do love the new one with Shaq for Home Depot. Have you seen where he's wiping the court and he's like, they're like, what are you doing? He's like, 3 seconds in the lane. So he keeps wiping the court for 2 seconds and hopping out of the lane to make sure he doesn't get 3 seconds in the paint. It's a great commercial.
That's pretty funny.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Chris.
Hello, Chris Strong.
Chris, do you know how to shoot a free throw?
I feel like I know how to shoot a free throw a little bit better than
Florida Atlantic.
Florida
you should
Atlantic.
get a scholarship there immediately.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
They choke this game away.
Did you guys have Florida Atlantic?
Hell yeah, I picked Florida Atlantic.
This is the only reason he's so upset.
What a dummy.
They should have won this game.
I think I picked Northwestern.
I picked Florida Atlantic because it was easier in the bracket to put FAU than Northwestern.
Chris, take it away.
Guys, this is Masterpiece of the Week. It's a segment we do every week in which we revisit some of the best, most quotable clips we got earlier in the week. Corey, I'm going to start off with you. You said some crazy stuff when a certain someone walked through the door over at RJ Duke.
I feel like we should get Mike in cuffs. We'll get it on video. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What have you been watching?
Cops.
That was McKinney police officer.
Yeah.
Is Cops still in the air?
I was
Ruben emphatically is like,
Ruben.
yes.
So that's that. He's going to pay attention to that.
People get arrested every day. It's unlimited. It's unlimited television.
I got arrested.
That's not a good brag.
Why do you
man.
brag about that?
That wasn't
much?
a
You're
brag.
always like,
I was just saying I
every
did.
time we go to the airport, you're like, by the way, I've been arrested before, so if you check my record.
Who did I tell that to the airport security
You walk in and you just announce it to the whole airport every time.
No, I'd be much more likely to be like, you know how apart in age my kids are.
Guys, we don't kink shame here on the KNC Masterpiece. That includes both Corey and Mike.
Florida Land.
I don't mind a golden.
They gave up.
Okay.
Let me replay that one right here.
I don't mind a golden. Okay.
Oh my gosh, Mike!
A golden what?
Mike!
Gosh, Mike! You
I don't
can't
even know what
say
I was
that
talking about.
You were talking about showers.
Yeah,
That's
you were
not
talking about
cool.
not a bath,
That
not
is
a bathtub.
not cool.
A golden shower.
No,
I'm not supposed to say
do not. No.
I don't even know.
Hold on.
No.
Hold on,
Gold?
hold on, say it again, just to be sure.
Golden.
No. Space it out. You
And
cannot.
then you
Shower.
shower.
Yeah. I don't even know what I'm saying wrong.
It ain't water. It ain't water running in that shower, brother.
Kevin, let's switch over to
We'll go
you.
I'm not voting for it because I can't figure it out.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, you're starting to piss me off. How about that?
You also definitely said that. I didn't just bleep it out for no reason. And Kevin, this is pretty crazy to say on air.
F that hoe, take the big money.
Yeah, what was that about?
We've realized I probably say the word "oh" too much on the air.
Yeah, because you said that a writer in Louisiana.
Yeah,
though.
well, I can't remember.
Are you guys saying I'm peeing in the shower?
Oh my gosh! No! You aren't alone in
Kevin,
the shower.
Just leave it alone.
Okay.
Just stop now before Mike goes
You're
too
starting
far.
to put some of the pieces together. Yes to that first part, but you're not alone in the shower.
You are not alone. Okay.
Like in baseball? Like it's an open shower
Mike,
situation
stop
there.
asking questions.
Is that like third base?
Kevin feels obligated to answer it to you.
Yes, that is third base, Chris. That is excellent. Back to you, Chris. You're on fire.
Well, let's keep talking about holes. Mike, this is a long one, so I'm just going to let it play out.
See it go in the hole. It can feel good. You think it's going in, but if it just, gets close, but lips out, you're going to feel not as good. You're going to think, dang it. Like, I thought I had it the whole way. I felt I had the right pace, everything.
That's about putting in golf.
But it sounds like you're NASA launching sex, right? We are on track. I repeat, we are on track.
We are in line.
You guys.
It's not us,
The
guys.
runway is foam.
That was funny, though. Good job, Chris.
Thank you. I'm going to try to continue with the funny with Kevin right here talking about the same topic.
No. Let's get kids and get married, but no sex.
That
was the Kellogg guy.
That was about the cornflake guy.
Yeah, that was.
Florida Atlantic's stupid. That was about the cornflake guy. He got married, stayed abstinent his entire life.
Had the kids.
Yeah, they adopted 8 kids and fostered 34 kids. First of all, that is a very worthy and impressive mission. If you want to adopt or foster kids, I think that's amazing. But it is odd to me that he's like, we can get married, but no sex.
Yeah, it sounded like he got all the bad stuff without any of the good stuff.
Oh, no.
This is my favorite. This is maybe my. I'm sorry to interrupt. This is my favorite nickname of all time from the KNC Masterpiece.
That's what they have always called me, Balls Corey.
Who called
Only
you?
during the tournament every year because I'm the one that has the balls to pick certain teams.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Did
they've
you
always
pick
said
Oakland?
that. No, not this time, man. Not this time. This year's tough bracket already. Mooney Moore texted in earlier and was like, "I'm very disappointed after your perfect bracket last year."
All the experts told me to
Struggling
pick
this year.
Sammy when I watched one thing about the tournament. Man, pick old Samford. Kansas ain't got it this year.
I did pick Samford.
Well,
that's because you
hell.
hate Kansas, though.
No, that's not why. I could put that aside for the purposes of winning something.
You love Samford and Son.
That is a good
It's a
show.
great show.
Yeah. Mario Chalmers does it again. They won.
I know.
But it wasn't Mario Chalmers.
Back to you, Chris.
Guys, I know we do this show around lunchtime. Mike, this issue is warranted.
I'm hungry. Snacks.
You like snacks?
Give it to me.
Just give it
That
to me.
could be every day. I gotta tell. I've said this story on air. This
play
is.
it again,
I'm
though. I just wanna hear
starving.
that
Yeah,
right
play it
now.
again. Play it again.
I'm hungry. Snacks.
You like snacks?
Give it to me.
This is a real thing that happened, and it's one of my favorite things Mike ever said. We were going to get pizza, and 11 o'clock, the people are talking, and he goes, hey, where the hell's the pizza? And they go, it'll probably be about noon, and he goes, noon? Who eats at noon? And like,
most of the world,
I
Mike.
feel like that noon to 1 o'clock, a lot of people probably eat lunch then, and you were outraged because you wanted your pizza right then.
Yeah, I was hungry.
I understand.
What are you doing? You're hungry?
What snacks did you have to give me on that show? Because I don't remember getting the snacks we were talking about.
Could have been my peanut butter pretzels. Then I ate them in the meeting, and then you were
Which
really
takes
ticked
us
off
to
at
Corey
me.
Majors. Was it you or was it Mike that's against pretzels?
I like pretzels.
I'm fine with pretzels.
Okay, you said
don't love
at one
pretzels.
point you said pretzels are the food they would serve in hell.
That was not me.
That's not me.
No.
I don't think it was me.
And we were all really excited that you got food in hell. And you're like, oh, it's not so bad. I got some pretzels.
If you don't have anything to drink,
Pretzels are bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you need something to wash that down.
Oh no, from the 214, this segment just made me text my ex.
Oh.
That's probably
like good or bad things.
do you like pretzels?
Yeah.
All right. We're 3 pretzel guys.
I mean, I don't need pretzels.
Yeah, because you get them in hell. That's what you said.
But these pretzels have peanut butter shoved inside
because they
them.
were
I love
plain
it.
pretzels,
Yeah.
and you were like, plain pretzels, that's the food they serve in hell.
Yeah.
And we were just all really excited about that.
In heaven, steaks.
We had a lot of food takes on the KNC Masterpiece this week.
Why people do love mayonnaise.
Yeah.
They do.
That's a random.
I feel like people like mayonnaise.
Yeah.
I know, but I feel like, except for me, you're obligated to like mayonnaise as a white person.
Nobody's ever told me. It's not like anybody came with a pamphlet and said, hey, Whitey, here, you eat
Well,
this.
that just feels offensive and aggressive to say it like that.
But it just hasn't happened. But if somebody did,
okay,
I'd just tell them.
Mayonnaise is gross.
Mayonnaise is fine.
Guys, let me know if this entry to Masterpiece of the Week is against the
You hate
rules.
all condiments,
Not
so it
barbecue
doesn't matter.
sauce. Not barbecue sauce.
Let's hear this.
I will make January 6th look like a kindergarten birthday party.
Okay.
Oh, my God, Chappie.
Here
Oh, my God.
is the time that I'm really glad that I knew that was a text belonging to somebody who's not Choppy from last night. Because if it wasn't, I would have concerns. Of all the people who you were going to guess who might text that, or tweet that, he's the leading candidate, right?
What are you saying about Choppy?
That he would be the most likely to tweet that out of anybody at the station.
Why is that? Because he won't mow his yard with a mask on?
Because his dad intimidated him into posting it.
What's your guys' favorites this week?
All right. I thought it was going to be impossible to defeat the golden one from Mike, but I want to go to Mike's intense details about what his supposedly golf, but really sounds like it's about sex.
See it go in the hole. It can feel good. You think it's going in, but if it just, gets close, but lips out, you're going to feel not as good. You're going to like, dang it. Like, I thought I had it the whole way. I felt I had the right pace, everything.
That's Joe Mazzulla, man, knocking your ball out of the hole.
right
That's what
angle?
Mazzulla was doing to Royce O'Neal on the basketball court.
Even had candles lit.
You don't have candles on a golf course.
I was going to go with Kevin and what he would do instead of he said go ahead and take the money, the way that he looks at it.
F that hoe, take the big money.
That is crazy.
What was that about?
And are you getting paid?
It was about the Wyatt Langford switch out card on the Superfractor.
Yes,
I was reading a text.
Yeah, $50K already for Langford's rookie card.
Unbelievable.
I'm going to add my vote in right here so you can have the final decision, Mike.
Thank you.
My decision is Corey right here.
I feel like we should get Mike in cuffs. We'll get it on video. Yeah, get it on video.
Mike, what's your favorite?
I don't have an ego, but I should win with putting the golf ball.
Yeah, that is.
I didn't get the golden thing. I won't say it anymore.
Do you want me to tell you?
Off the air,
Off
you
air,
can tell
please,
me
Kevin.
what it means.
I don't want you to tell that on air, please.
Okay.
All right, the winner of Masterpiece of the Week this week is in the hole.
See it go in the hole. It can feel good. You think it's going in, but if it just, gets close, but lips out, you're going to feel not as good. You're going to like, dang it. Like, I thought I had it the whole way. I felt I had the right pace, everything.
It's amazing what I say sometimes.
Yes.
That is true.
It is.
That is true.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Corey and Mike will think of a trivia question to do a giveaway here in RJ Dukes. And we will also chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. We'll do it next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at RJ Dukes. Remember, today we open up a hobby box of Panini Limited Football. 2 hobby boxes of 2024 Topps Archive Signature Series. 1 hobby box of 2023-24 Donruss Elite Basketball. Autographed mini helmet. An autographed jersey. All of that is going to be given away. You got to come up to RJ Dukes in McKinney. You got to enter for their drawing. They're open until 8 o'clock tonight. So if you want to pick up the kiddos after school, bring them up. You should do that. And the giveaway stuff will all happen. That's more than $1,200 worth of stuff. Will all be given away Monday, 11:30 on their socials. RJ Duke Sports, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. You know what socials are. And so come up here, check that out if you want to get involved in the drawing or pick something up for yourself or enter the Second Chance March Madness bracket. Now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How the heck are you?
Upset alert.
Oh, my gosh.
I am. Western Kentucky's getting work done. I'm frustrated that
they're better than just Kentucky.
Florida Atlantic forgot how to shoot free throws and cost themselves a loss. But otherwise, we're having a blast. How are you guys?
We're doing excellent. You know, it's a Friday, and we have 5 hours of pure gold coming up.
All Wyatt
Langford all the time. Wyatt Langford has made the opening day roster. Are you surprised, or have you seen the writing on the wall for this for at least a couple of weeks?
You know, if you would have told me that at the start of spring, I would have been like, oh, yeah, that would be a surprise. 2 weeks in, I was like, man, I think it's going to happen. But I wanted to see how he did against the pitchers as spring went on. And, like, over the last 5 or 6 days, I think it's just been cemented in my mind, and I expected it over the last probably 96 hours.
Yeah, I don't know how the hell you can leave this guy off the roster with what he's been doing. I get it, right? You're a rookie, but you lead the league in OPS right now. Homers, you're second most to Josh Hamilton in Rangers history in RBIs in the spring. I mean, the dude's done everything you could ask of him, and he's earned it. He deserves it, and I think the fan base, we're ready to watch him just absolutely rake.
Is Mr. Brian Broaddus there?
Here, counted for,
Brian?
present.
All right. If you had to pick in order who will have better careers, 10 to 20 years down the road, if you had to pick, I will go with Wyatt Langford, Micah Parsons, Luka Doncic, and I guess we'll go with Wyatt Johnston.
Yeah.
On the Stars
or Robo.
Or Miro.
Or Miro.
Who would you pick is going to have the best career in their field?
Micah Parsons is already doing pretty damn well.
Yeah.
Luka, I worry about his health and the way he plays.
Okay.
Wyatt Johnson, boy, he looks really good.
And then Langford's done absolutely nothing
and
yet.
has done nothing, yeah. So, yeah, that's the thing about it. To me, when, my scouting buddy in the league in baseball told me this guy's Freddie Freeman. And I think Freddie Freeman's a damn good player.
Hell yeah.
So, I'm kind of, and he was the one.
Probably a future Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he was telling me, too. He was the guy telling me, hey, the Jonah Heim trade's going to work out well for you. Don't worry about the other guy. Jonah Heim's the guy you want. So, I'm going to trust my guy here. With Langford, I could say I think what's great, guys, is they found a spot for him. That's what, I know he's shown up, but it sounds like they've got a plan for him. And I didn't know initially if that was going to be the case. Remember, we were kind of thinking, oh, where's he going to play? What's he going to do? It's obviously they're like, listen, this kid is so good, we got to make a spot for him. So that's where I think I'm happy. But to answer your question, I'm probably going to go with the hockey player. Oh, he's really good. I'll go with the baseball kid, just because I could say Micah, I think, is kind of who he is now. And I think with Luka, I worry about the health, like I said. So baseball player sounds like he's a guy that's got a lot of promise to him.
Western Kentucky is up on Marquette by 10 points with a minute and change left in the first half. So we've been talking a lot of March Madness. I'm curious for all of y'all, outside of just because of your bracket, is there any team that you just automatically root for or against in March Madness?
You're not going to like this, Hagee. But
It's going to be Duke. I get it.
No. I, for whatever reason, have always kind of been partial to North Carolina. I don't know what it is, but come tournament time, I just kind of I have no affiliation with UNC whatsoever, but they've just always been a team. Maybe it's the color. I just like the Tar Heels.
Nice.
That's why I started liking Duke when I was a kid, so I get it.
Yeah, I can't think of any teams that I just root against. Maybe the Florida Gators. I don't know why. I think I'll find a lot of stuff to like. Like last night, for like the first 10 years of my sports radio career, I did cover the Oregon Ducks a lot. It was a pain to drive down there to Eugene, like 2 hours. But, I covered the teams that battled UT back in the day with Freddie Jones and Ridnour and Jackson and stuff. So they had a nice win last night. They were kind of exciting. But, I just like the individual storylines. I don't find myself pulling against anybody.
How did day one treat y'all's brackets?
I'm still perfect.
Nice. Good job,
taking
Dawson.
up for Corey
Good
last
job,
year.
man. I'm proud of you, bro.
Good pick on Oakland.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think mine got pretty tore up. I need to really go in and look, but I felt like a lot of the ones that
You're
I was
better off
getting
not
ahead
looking
of.
at all.
So yeah, I
just
tried.
better
That
off.
is a great point.
You just don't look at it until you get to the Final Four and see really how you did.
Yeah, I think
That's
I'm
a
okay.
great
If Marquette loses, that's going to hurt. But I think my Elite Eight's still intact.
How about how much it hurts Dallas's Sweet 16 if Kentucky's out, Tech is out. If Marquette were to lose, they would be out.
And the second round would be NC State against Oakland.
Let's go.
And then Western Kentucky against the winner of Florida and Colorado.
Hopefully it's Colorado.
Great story, though, right? All the Oakland,
absolutely.
All the folks showing
I'm
up.
Team
from-
Oakland right now.
And
I'm Team
NC
Oakland.
State's
They'll
a
travel
fun
that
team,
thing.
too, yeah.
What if the number 3 beats his record of 10 threes in the next game? He hits 11 threes.
I'm pulling for
That
it.
was crazy how he was just on fire, as they would say.
Did you guys see the stat? He has over 350 shots this year in college, and he's taken 8 2-pointers.
Yeah, dude, that's phenomenal. And he's taking tough. Like everything is off
He
a
is,
fast-moving
yeah.
screen,
Well,
and
it's-
there's a guy right
yeah.
on him, and it's like it doesn't matter.
It's
I
kind of
got
like
the quickness.
inbound pass, 2 dribbles, and let it go.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
he's letting it fly. He's the man. He's my guy right now. I hope he and his team go on a nice little run ski.
He is all rec basketball players. What do you guys got coming up on the show today?
Well, it is a What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday here, Hagee. So we do have Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. And Casey Stern Unfiltered podcast, baseball expert, joins us at 4 o'clock to talk about all things baseball. I know he's got some inside scoop and a great perspective on the Ohtani story. We want to hear what he thinks about the addition of Lorenzen and, of course, the defending champs.
Roll home with the